island, it is enough to call out the sick man's name in the sacred place where he rashly intruded, and then, when the cry of the kingfisher or some other bird is heard, to shout come back to the soul of the sick man and run back with it to the house. 189. M37. It is a comparatively easy matter to save a soul which is merely tied up to a tree or detained as a vagrant in a pound. But it is a far harder task to fetch it up from the netherworld, if it once gets down there. When a Buryat shaman is called in to attend a patient, the first thing he does is to ascertain where exactly the soul of the invalid is. For it may have strayed, or been stolen, or be languishing in the prison of the gloomy Erlik, lord of the world below. If it is anywhere in the neighborhood, the shaman soon catches and replaces it in the patient's body. If it is far away, he searches the wide world till he finds it, ransacking the deep woods, the lonely steppes, and the bottom of the sea, not to be thrown off the scent even though the cunning soul runs to the sheep walks in the hope that its footprints will be lost among the tracks of the sheep. But when the whole world has been searched in vain for the errant soul, the shaman knows that there is nothing for it but to go down to hell and seek the lost one among the spirits in prison. At the stern call of duty he does not flinch, though he knows that the journey is toilsome, and that the traveling expenses, which are naturally defrayed by the patient, are very heavy. Sometimes the lord of the infernal regions will only agree to release the soul on condition of receiving another in its stead, and that one the soul of the sick man's dearest friend. If the patient consents to the substitution, the shaman turns himself into a hawk, pounces upon the soul of the friend as it soars from his slumbering body in the form of a lark, and hands over the fluttering, struggling thing to the grim warden of the dead, who thereupon sets the soul of the sick man at liberty. So the sick man recovers and his friend dies. 190. M38. When a shaman declares that the soul of a sick Thompson Indian has been carried off by the dead, the good physician, who is the shaman himself, puts on a conical mask and sets off in pursuit. He now acts as if on a journey, jumping rivers and such like obstacles, searching, talking, and sometimes engaging in a tussle for the possession of the soul. His first step is to repair to the old trail by which the souls of heathen Thompsons went to the spirit land. For nowadays the souls of Christian Thompsons travel by a new road. If he fails to find the tracks of the lost soul there, he searches all the graveyards, one after the other, and almost always discovers it in one of them. Sometimes he succeeds in heading off the departing soul by taking a shortcut to the other world. A shaman can only stay a short time there. So as soon as he lays hands on the soul he is after, he bolts with it. The other souls give chase, but he stamps with his foot, on which he wears a rattle made of deer's hoofs. At the rattle of the hoofs the ghosts retreat and he hurries on. A bolder shaman will sometimes ask the ghosts for the soul, and if they refuse to give it, he will wrest it from them. They attack him, but he clubs them, and brings away the soul by force. When he comes back to the world, he takes off his mask and shows his club all bloody. Then the people know he had a desperate struggle. If he foresees that the harrowing of hell is likely to prove a tough job, he increases the number of wooden pins in his mask. The rescued soul is placed by him on the patient's head and so returned to his body. 191. Among the Twana Indians of Washington state, the descent of the medicine men into the netherworld to rescue lost souls is represented in pantomime before the eyes of the spectators, who include women and children as well as men. The surface of the ground is often broken to facilitate the descent of the rescue party. When the adventurous band is supposed to have reached the bottom, they journey along, cross at least one stream, and travel till they come to the abode of the spirits. These they surprise, and after a desperate struggle, sustain with great ardor and a prodigious noise, they succeed in rescuing the poor souls, and so, wrapping them up in cloth, they make the best of their way back to the upper world and restore the recovered souls to their owners, who have been seen to cry heartily for joy at receiving them back. 192. M39. Often the abduction of a man's soul is set down to demons. The Anamites believe that when a man meets a demon and speaks to him, the demon inhales the man's breath and soul. 193. The souls of the bonners of Eastern Cochin China are apt to be carried off by evil spirits, and the modes of recovering them are various. If a man suffers from a colic, the sorcerer may say that in planting sugar cane, maize or whatnot, he has pierced the stomach of a certain god who lives like a mole in the ground, and that the injured deity has punished him by abstracting his soul and burying it under a plant. Hence the cure for the colic is to pull up the plant and water the whole with millet wine in the blood of a fowl, a goat, or a pig. Again, if a child falls ill in the forest or the fields, it is because some devil has made off with its soul. To retrieve the spiritual lost, the sorcerer constructs an apparatus which comprises an eggshell in an egg holder, a little waxen image of the sick child, and a small bamboo full of millet wine. This apparatus he sets up at a crossroad, praying the devil to drink the wine and surrender the stolen soul by depositing it in the eggshell. Then he returns to the house, and putting a little cotton to the child's head restores the soul to its owner. Sometimes the sorcerer lays a trap for the thievish demon, the bait consisting of the liver of a pig or a fowl and the blood-smeared handle of a little mattock. At nightfall he sets the trap at a crossroad and lies in wait hard by. While the devil is licking the blood and munching the liver, the artful sorcerer pounces out on him, and after a severe struggle wrests the soul from his clutches, returning to the village victorious, but breathless and bleeding from his terrific encounter with the enemy of souls. 194. Fits and convulsions are generally set down by the Chinese to the agency of certain mischievous spirits who love to draw men's souls out of their bodies. Or the spirits who serve babies and children in this way rejoice in the high-sounding titles of celestial agencies bestriding galloping horses and literary graduates presiding halfway up in the sky. When an infant is writhing in convulsions, the frightened mother hastens to the roof of the house, and, waving about a bamboo pole to which one of the child's garments is attached, cries out several times, "My child, so-and-so, come back, return home." Meantime, another inmate of the house bangs away at a gong in the hope of attracting the attention of the strayed soul, which is supposed to recognize the familiar garment and to slip into it. The garment containing the soul is then placed on or beside the child, and if the child does not die, recovery is sure to follow sooner or later. 195. Similarly, we saw that some Indians catch a man's lost soul in his boots and restore it to his body by putting his feet into them. 196. M40. If Galileo's mariners are sailing past certain rocks or come to a river where they never were before, they must wash their faces, for otherwise the spirits of the rocks or the river would snatch away their souls. 197. When a Dayak is about to leave a forest through which he has been walking alone, he never forgets to ask the demons to give him back his soul, for it may be that some forest devil has carried it off. For the abduction of a soul may take place without its owner being aware of his loss, and it may happen either while he is awake or asleep. 198. The Papuans of Gilvang Bay in New Guinea are apt to think that the mists, which sometimes hang about the tops of tall trees in their tropical forests, envelop a spirit or god called Narbrui, who draws away the breath or soul of those whom he loves, thus causing them to languish and die. Accordingly, when a man lies sick, a friend or relation will go to one of these miscapped trees and endeavor to recover the lost soul. At the foot of the tree he makes a peculiar sound to attract the attention of the spirit, and lights a cigar. In its curling smoke his fancy discerns the fair and youthful form of Narbrui himself, who, decked with flowers, appears and informs the anxious inquirer whether the soul of a sick friend is with him or not. If it is, the man asks, has he done any wrong? Oh no! The spirit answers, I love him, and therefore I have taken him to myself. So the man lays down an offering at the foot of the tree, and goes home with the soul of the sufferer in a straw bag. Arrived at the house, he empties the bag with its precious contents over the sick man's head, rubs his arms and hands with ginger root, which he had first chewed small, and then ties a bandage round one of the patient's wrists. If the bandage bursts, it is a sign that Narbrui has repented of his bargain, and is drawing away the sufferer once more to himself. 199. M41. In the Moluccas, when a man is unwell, it is thought that some devil has carried away his soul to the tree, mountain, or hill where he, the devil, resides. A sorcerer having pointed out the devil's abode, the friends of the patient carry thither cooked rice, fruit, fish, raw eggs, a hen, a chicken, a silken robe, gold, armlets, and so forth. Having set out the food in order, they pray, saying, "We come to offer to you, O devil, this offering of food, clothes, gold, and so on. Take it and release the soul of the patient for whom we pray. Let it return to his body, and he, who now is sick, shall be made whole." Then they eat a little and let the hen loose as a ransom for the soul of the patient. Also they put down the raw eggs. But the silken robe, the gold, and the armlets they take home with them. As soon as they are come to the house, they place a flat bowl, containing the offerings which have been brought back, at the sick man's head, and say to him, "Now is your soul released, and you shall fare well, and live to gray hairs on the earth." 200. A more modern account from the same region describes how the friend of the patient, after depositing his offerings on the spot where the missing soul is supposed to be, calls out thrice the name of the sick person, adding, "Come with me, come with me." Then he returns, making a motion with the cloth as if he had caught the soul in it. He must not look to right or left or speak a word to anyone he meets, but must go straight to the patient's house. At the door he stands, and calling out the sick person's name, asks whether he is returned. Being answered from within that he is returned, he enters and lays the cloth in which he has caught the soul on the patient's throat, saying, "Now you are returned to the house." Sometimes a substitute is provided. A doll, dressed up in gay clothing and tinsel, is offered to the demon in exchange for the patient's soul, with these words, "Give us back the ugly one which you have taken away, and receive this pretty one instead." 201. M42. Among the Alfars or Torajas of Poso, in central Celebes, a wooden puppet is offered to the demon as a substitute for the soul which he has abstracted, and the patient must touch the puppet in order to identify himself with it. The effigy is then hung on a bamboo pole, which is planted at the place of sacrifice outside of the house. Here too are deposited offerings of rice, an egg, a little wood, which is afterwards kindled, a sherd of a broken cooking pot, and so forth. A long rattan extends from the place of sacrifice to the sufferer, who grasps one end of it firmly, for along it his lost soul will return when the devil has kindly released it. All being ready, the priestess informs the demon that he has come to the wrong place, and that there are no doubt much better quarters where he could reside. Then the father of the patient, standing beside the offerings, takes up his parable as follows: "O demon, we forgot to sacrifice to you. You have visited us with this sickness. Will you now go away from us to some other place? We have made ready provisions for you on the journey. See, here is a cooking pot, here are rice, fire, and a fowl. O demon, go away from us." With that the priestess strews rice towards the bamboo pole to lure back the wandering soul. And the fowl, promised to the devil, is thrown in the same direction, but is instantly jerked back again by a string which, in a spirit of intelligent economy, had been previously attached to its leg. The demon is now supposed to accept the puppet, which hangs from the pole, and to release the soul, which, sliding down the pole and along the rattan, returns to its proper owner. Unless the evil spirit should repent of the barter which has just been effected, all communication with him is broken off by cutting down the pole. 202. Similarly, the Mongols make up a horse of birch bark and a doll, and invite the demon to take the doll instead of the patient and to ride away on the horse. 203. A Yakut shaman, rigged out in his professional costume, with his drum in his hand, will boldly descend into the lower world and haggle with the demon who has carried off his sick man's soul. Not uncommonly the demon proves amenable to reason, and in consideration of the narrow circumstances of the patient's family will accept a more moderate ransom than he at first demanded. For instance, he may be brought to put up with the skin of an Arctic hare or Arctic fox, instead of a foal or a steer. The bargain being struck, the shaman hurries back to the sufferer's bedside, from which to the Mulikardali he has never stirred, and informs the anxious relatives of the success of his mission. They in turn gladly hasten to provide the ransom. 204. M43. Demons are especially feared by persons who have just entered a new house. Hence at a housewarming among the Alfars of Minahasa and Celebes, the priest performs a ceremony for the purpose of restoring their souls to the inmates. He hangs up a bag at the place of sacrifice and then goes through a list of the gods. There are so many of them that this takes him the whole night through without stopping. In the morning he offers the gods an egg and some rice. By this time the souls of the household are supposed to be gathered in the bag. So the priest takes the bag, and, holding it on the head of the master of the house, says, "Here you have your soul. Go, soul, tomorrow away again." He then does the same, saying the same words to the housewife and all the other members of the family. 205. Amongst the same Alfars, one way of recovering a sick man's soul is to let down a bowl by a belt out of a window and fish for the soul, till it is caught in the bowl and hauled up. 206. And among the same people, when a priest is bringing back a sick man's soul which he has caught in a cloth, he is preceded by a girl holding the large leaf of a certain palm over his head as an umbrella to keep him and the soul from getting wet, in case it should rain. And he is followed by a man, brandishing a sword to deter other souls from any attempt at rescuing the captured spirit. 207. M44. In Nias, when a man dreams that a pig is fastened under a neighbor's house, it is a sign that someone in that house will die. They think that the sun god is drawing away the shadows or souls of that household from this world of shadows to his own bright world of radiant light, and a ceremony must needs be performed to win back these passing souls to earth. Accordingly, while it is still night, the priest begins to drum and pray, and he continues his orisons till about 9 o'clock next morning. Then he takes his stand at an opening in the roof through which he can behold the sun, and spreading out a cloth waits till the beams of the morning sun fall full upon it. In the sunbeams he thinks the wandering souls have come back again. So he wraps the cloth up tightly, and quitting the opening in the roof, hastens with his precious charge to the expectant household. Before each member of it he stops, and dipping his fingers into the cloth takes out his or her soul and restores it to the owner by touching the person on the forehead. 208. The Thompson Indians of British Columbia think that the setting sun draws the souls of men away towards it. Hence they will never sleep with their heads to the sunset. 209. The Samoans tell how two young wizards, passing a house where a chief lay very sick, saw a company of gods from the mountain sitting in the doorway. They were handing from one to another the soul of the dying chief. It was wrapped in a leaf, and had been passed from the gods inside the house to those sitting in the doorway. One of the gods handed the soul to one of the wizards, taking him for a god in the dark, for it was night. Then all the gods rose up and went away. But the wizard kept the chief's soul. In the morning some women went with a present of fine mats to fetch a famous physician. The wizards were sitting on the shore as the women passed, and they said to the women, "Give us the mats and we will heal him." So they went to the chief's house. He was very ill, his jaw hung down, and his end seemed near. But the wizards undid the leaf and let the soul into him again, and forthwith he brightened up and lived. 210. M45. The Batas or Bataks of Sumatra believe that the soul of a living man may transmigrate into the body of an animal. Hence, for example, the doctor is sometimes desired to extract the patient's soul from the body of a fowl, in which it has been hidden away by an evil spirit. 211. M46. Sometimes the lost soul is brought back in a visible shape. In Melanesia, a woman, knowing that a neighbor was at the point of death, heard a rustling in her house, as of a moth fluttering, just at the moment when a noise of weeping and lamentation told her that the soul was flown. She caught the fluttering thing between her hands and ran with it, crying, out that she had caught the soul. But though she opened her hands above the mouth of the corpse, it did not revive. 212. In Leper's Island, one of the New Hebrides, for 10 days after a birth the father is careful not to exert himself or the baby would suffer for it. If during this time he goes away to any distance, he will bring back with him on his return a little stone representing the infant's soul. Arrived at home he cries, "Come hither," and puts down the stone in the house. Then he waits till the child sneezes, at which he cries, "Here it is." For now he knows that the little soul has not been lost after all. 213. The Salish or Flathead Indians of Oregon believe that a man's soul may be separated for a time from his body without causing death and without the man being aware of his loss. It is necessary, however, that the lost soul should be soon found and restored to its owner or he will die. The name of the man who has lost his soul is revealed in a dream to the medicine man, who hastens to inform the sufferer of his loss. Generally a number of men have sustained the like loss at the same time. All their names are revealed to the medicine man, and all employ him to recover their souls. The whole night long these soulless men go about the village from lodge to lodge, dancing and singing. Towards daybreak they go into a separate lodge, which is closed up so as to be totally dark. A small hole is then made in the roof, through which the medicine man, with a bunch of feathers, brushes in the souls, in the shape of bits of bone and the like, which he receives on a piece of matting. A fire is next kindled, by the light of which the medicine man sorts out the souls. First he puts aside the souls of dead people, of which there are usually several. For if he were to give the soul of a dead person to a living man, the man would die instantly. Next, he picks out the souls of all the persons present, and making them all to sit down before him, he takes the soul of each, in the shape of a splinter, of bone, wood, or shell, and placing it on the owner's head, pats it with many prayers and contortions till it descends into the heart and so resumes its proper place. 214. In Amboina the sorcerer, to recover a soul detained by demons, plucks a branch from a tree, and waving it to and fro, as if to catch something, calls out the sick man's name. Returning he strikes the patient over the head and body with the branch, into which the lost soul is supposed to have passed, and from which it returns to the patient. 215. In the Babar Islands offerings for evil spirits are laid at the root of a great tree, Wokuri, from which a leaf is plucked and pressed on the patient's forehead and breast. The lost soul, which is in the leaf, is thus restored to its owner. 216. In some other islands of the same seas, when a man returns ill and speechless from the forest, it is inferred that the evil spirits which dwell in the great trees have caught and kept his soul. Offerings of food are therefore left under a tree and the soul is brought home in a piece of wax. 217. Amongst the Dyaks of Sarawak the priest conjures the lost soul into a cup, where it is seen by the uninitiated as a lock of hair, but by the initiated as a miniature human being. This the priest pokes back into the patient's body through an invisible hole in his skull. 218. In Nith the sick man's soul is restored to him in the shape of a firefly, visible only to the sorcerer, who catches it in a cloth and places it on the forehead of the patient. 219. Amongst the Indians of Santiago Tapahuacan, if a child had fallen from the arms of its bearer and an illness has resulted from the fall, the parents will take the child's shirt, stretch it out on the spot where the little one fell, and say, "Come, come, come back to the infant." Then they bring back a little of the earth wrapped up in the shirt, and put the shirt on the child. They say that in this manner the spirit is replaced in the child's body and that he will recover. 220. With this we may compare an Irish custom reported by Camden. When anyone happens to fall, he springs up again, and turning round thrice to the right, digs the earth with a sword or knife, and takes up a turf, because they say the earth restores his shade to him. But if he falls sick within 2 or 3 days, thereafter, a woman skilled in these matters is sent to the spot, and there says, "I call thee, so and so, from the east and west, from the south and north, from the groves, woods, rivers, marshes, fairies white, red, and black, and so forth. After uttering certain short prayers, she returns home to the sick person, and whispering in his ear another prayer, along with a paternoster, puts some burning coals into a cup of clean water, and so decides whether the distemper has been inflicted by the fairies. 221. Here, though Camden is not very explicit, and he probably did not quite understand the custom he describes, it seems plain that the shade or soul of a man who has fallen is conceived as adhering to the ground where he fell. Accordingly he seeks to regain possession of it by digging up the earth. But if he fails to recover it, he sends a wise woman to the spot to win back his soul from the fairies who are detaining it. M47. The ancient Egyptians held that a dead man is not in a state to enter on the lives hereafter until his soul has been found and restored to his mummified body. The vital spark had been commonly devoured by the malignant god Set, who concealed his true form in the likeness of a horned beast, such as an ox or a gazelle. So the priests went in quest of the missing spirit, slaughtered the animal which had devoured it, and cutting open the carcass found the soul still undigested in its stomach. Afterwards the son of the deceased embraced the mummy or the image of his father in order to restore his soul to him. Formerly it was customary to place the skin of the slain beast on the dead man for the purpose of recruiting his strength with that of the animal. 222. M48. Again, souls may be extracted from their bodies or detained on their wanderings not only by ghosts and demons but also by men, especially by sorcerers. In Fiji, if a criminal refused to confess, the chief sent for a scarf with which to catch away the soul of the rogue. At the sight or even at the mention of the scarf the culprit generally made a clean breast. For if he did not, the scarf would be waved over his head till his soul was caught in it, when it would be carefully folded up and nailed to the end of a chief's canoe. And for want of a soul the criminal would pine and die. 223. The sorcerers of Danger Island used to set snares for souls. The snares were made of stout net, about 15 to 30 feet long, with loops on either side of different sizes, to suit the different sizes of souls. For fat souls there were large loops, for thin souls there were small ones. When a man was sick against whom the sorcerers had a grudge, they set up these soul snares near his house and watched for the flight of his soul. If in the shape of a bird or an insect it was caught in the snare the man would infallibly die. 224. When a Polynesian mother desired that the child in her womb should grow up to be a great warrior or a great thief, she repaired to the temple of the war god Ora or of the thief god Hero. There the priest obligingly caught the spirit of the god in a snare made of coconut fiber, and then infused it into the woman. When the child was born, the mother took it to the temple and dedicated it to the god with whose divine spirit the infant was already possessed. 225. The Algonquin Indians also used nets to catch souls, but only as a measure of defense. They feared lest passing souls, which had just quitted the bodies of dying people, should enter their huts and carry off the souls of the inmates to Deadland. So they spread nets about their houses to catch and entangle these ghostly intruders in the meshes. 226. M49. Among the Sereres of Senegambia, when a man wishes to revenge himself on his enemy he goes to the Fidar, chief and priest in one, and prevails on him by presents to conjure the soul of his enemy into a large jar of red earthenware, which is then deposited under a consecrated tree. The man whose soul is shut up in the jar soon dies. 227. Among the Bayols of the Ivory Coast it happened once that a chief's soul was extracted by the magic of an enemy, who succeeded in shutting it up in a box. To recover it, 2 men held a garment of the sick man, while a witch performed certain enchantments. After a time she declared that the soul was now in the garment, which was accordingly rolled up and hastily wrapped about the invalid for the purpose of restoring his spirit to him. 228. Some of the Congo Negroes think that enchanters can get possession of human souls, and enclosing them in tusks of ivory, sell them to the white man, who makes them work for him in his country under the sea. It is believed that very many of the coast laborers are men thus obtained. So when these people go to trade they often look anxiously about for their dead relations. The man whose soul is thus sold into slavery will die in due course, if not at the time. 229. In some parts of West Africa, indeed, wizards are continually setting traps to catch souls that wander from their bodies in sleep. And when they have caught one, they tie it up over the fire, and as it shrivels in the heat the owner sickens. This is done, not out of any grudge towards the sufferer, but purely as a matter of business. The wizard does not care whose soul he has captured, and will readily restore it to its owner if only he is paid for doing so. Some sorcerers keep regular asylums for strayed souls, and anybody who has lost or mislaid his own soul can always have another one from the asylum, on payment of the usual fee. No blame whatever attaches to men who keep these private asylums or set traps for passing souls. It is their profession, and in the exercise of it they are actuated by no harsh or unkindly feelings. But there are also wretches who from pure spite or for the sake of lucre set and bait traps with the deliberate purpose of catching the soul of a particular man. And in the bottom of the pot, hidden by the bait, are knives and sharp hooks which tear and rend the poor soul, either killing it outright or mauling it so as to impair the health of its owner when it succeeds in escaping and returning to him. Miss Kingsley knew a crewman who became very anxious about his soul, because for several nights he had smelt in his dreams the savory smell of smoked crawfish seasoned with red pepper. Clearly some ill-wisher had set a trap baited with this dainty for his dream soul, intending to do him grievous bodily, or rather spiritual, harm. And for the next few nights, great pains were taken to keep his soul from straying abroad in his sleep. In the sweltering heat of the tropical night he lay sweating and snorting, under a blanket, his nose and mouth tied up with a handkerchief to prevent the escape of his precious soul. 230. M50. When Dyaks of the Upper Malawi are about to go out headhunting, they take the precaution of securing the souls of their enemies before they attempt to kill their bodies, calculating apparently that mere bodily death will soon follow the spiritual death, or capture, of the soul. With this intention they clear a small space in the underwood of the forest, and set up in the clearing one of those miniature houses in which it is customary to deposit the ashes of the dead. Food is placed in the little house, which, though raised on 4 posts, is connected with the ground by a tiny inverted ladder of the sort up which spirits are believed to swarm. When these preparations have been completed, the leader of the expedition comes and sits down a little way from the miniature house, and addressing the spirits of kinsmen who had the misfortune to be beheaded by their enemies, he says, "O ghosts of so-and-so, come speedily back to our village. We have rice in abundance. Our trees all bear ripe fruit. Our baskets are full to the brim. O ghosts, come swiftly back and forget not to bring your new friends and acquaintances with you." But by the new friends and acquaintances of the ghosts he means the souls of the enemies, against whom he is about to lead the expedition. Meantime the other warriors have hidden themselves close by behind trees and bushes, and are listening with all their ears. When the cry of an animal is heard in the forest, or a humming sound seems to issue from the little house, it is a sign that the ghosts of their friends have come, bringing with them the souls of their enemies, which are accordingly at their mercy. At that the lurking warriors leap forth from their ambush, and with brandished blades, hew and slash at the souls of their foemen swarming unseen in the air. Taken completely by surprise, the panic-stricken souls flee in all directions, and are fain to hide under every leaf and stone on the ground. But even here the retreat is cut off. For now the leader of the expedition is hard at work, grubbing up with his hands every stone and leaf to right and left, and thrusting them with feverish haste into the basket, which he at once ties up securely. He now flatters himself that he has the souls of the enemies safe in his possession. And when in the course of the expedition the heads of the foe are severed from their bodies, he will pack them into the same basket in which their souls are already languishing in captivity. 231. M51. In Hawaii there were sorcerers who caught souls of living people, shut them up in calabashes, and gave them to people to eat. By squeezing a captured soul in their hands they discovered the place where people had been secretly buried. 232. Amongst the Canadian Indians, when a wizard wished to kill a man, he sent out his familiar spirits, who brought him the victim's soul in the shape of a stone or the like. The wizard struck the soul with a sword or an axe till it bled profusely, and as it bled the man to whom it belonged fell ill and died. 233. In Amboina, if a doctor is convinced that a patient's soul has been carried away by a demon beyond recovery, he seeks to supply its place with a soul abstracted from another man. For this purpose he goes by night to a house and asks, "Who's there?" If an inmate is incautious enough to answer, the doctor takes up from before the door a clod of earth, into which the soul of the person who replied is thought to have passed. This clod the doctor lays under the sick man's pillow, and performs certain ceremonies by which the stolen soul is conveyed into the patient's body. Then as he goes home the doctor fires 2 shots to frighten the soul from returning to its proper owner. 234. A Karen wizard will catch the wandering soul of a sleeper and transfer it to the body of a dead man. The latter, therefore, comes to life as the former dies. But the friends of the sleeper in turn engage a wizard to steal the soul of another sleeper, who dies as the first sleeper comes to life. In this way an indefinite succession of deaths and resurrections is supposed to take place. 235. M52. Nowhere perhaps is the art of abducting human souls more carefully cultivated or carried to higher to perfection than in the Malay Peninsula. Here the methods by which the wizard works his will are various, and so, too, are his motives. Sometimes he desires to destroy an enemy, sometimes to win the love of a cold or bashful beauty. Some of the charms operate entirely without contact. In others, the receptacle into which the soul is to be lured has formed part of, or at least touched, the person of the victim. Thus, to take an instance of the latter sort of charm, the following are the directions given for securing the soul of one whom you wish to render distraught. Take soil from the middle of his footprint. Wrap it up in pieces of red, black, and yellow cloth, taking care to keep the yellow outside. And hang it from the center of your mosquito curtain, with party-colored thread. It will then become your victim's soul. 2. Complete the transubstantiation. However, it is needful to switch the packet with a birch composed of 7 leaf ribs from a green cocoa nut. Do this 7 times at sunset, at midnight, and at sunrise, saying, "It is not earth that I switch, but the heart of so and so." Then bury it in the middle of a path where your victim is sure to step over it, and he will unquestionably become distraught. 236. Another way is to scrape the wood of the floor where your intended victim has been sitting. Mix the scrapings with earth from his or her footprint, and knead the whole with wax from a deserted bee's comb into a likeness of him or her. Then, fumigate the figure with incense and beckon to the soul every night for 3 nights successively by waving a cloth, while you recite the appropriate spell. 237. In the following cases the charm takes effect, without any contact whatever, whether direct or indirect, with the victim. When the moon, just risen, looks red above the eastern horizon, go out, and standing in the moonlight, with the big toe of your right foot on the big toe of your left, make a speaking trumpet of your right hand and recite through it the following words. O.M. I loose my shaft, I loose it and the moon clouds over, I loose it, and the sun is extinguished. I loose it, and the stars burn dim. But it is not the sun, moon, and stars that I shoot at, it is the stalk of the heart of that child of the congregation, so-and-so. Clock. Clock. Soul of so-and-so, come and walk with me, come and sit with me, come and sleep and share my pillow. Clock. Clock. Soul. Repeat this thrice and after every repetition blow through your hollow fist. 238. Or you may catch the soul in your turban, thus. Go out on the night of the full moon and the 2 succeeding nights. Sit down on an antle facing the moon, burn incense, and recite the following incantation. I bring you a betel leaf to chew, dab the lime onto it, Prince Ferocious, for somebody, Prince Distraction's daughter, to chew. Somebody at sunrise be distraught for love of me, somebody at sunset be distraught for love of me. As you remember your parents, remember me. As you remember your house and house ladder, remember me. When thunder rumbles, remember me. When wine whistles, remember me. When the heavens rain, remember me. When cocks crow, remember me. When the dial bird tells its tales, remember me. When you look up at the sun, remember me. When you look up at the moon, remember me, for in that self-same moon I am there. Clock. Clock. Soul of somebody, come hither to me. I do not mean to let you have my soul, let your soul come hither to mine. Now wave the end of your turban towards the moon 7 times each night. Go home and put it under your pillow, and if you want to wear it in the daytime, burn incense and say, it is not a turban that I carry in my girdle, but the soul of somebody. 239. M53. Perhaps the magical ceremonies just described may help to explain a curious rite of immemorial antiquity, which was performed on a very solemn occasion at Athens. On the eve of the sailing of the fleet for Syracuse, when all hearts beat high with hope, and visions of empire dazzled all eyes, consternation suddenly fell on the people one May morning when they rose and found that most of the images of Hermes in the city had been mysteriously mutilated in the night. The impious perpetrators of the sacrilege were unknown, but whoever they were, the priests and priestesses solemnly cursed them according to the ancient ritual, standing with their faces to the west and shaking red cloths up and down. 240. Perhaps in these cloths they were catching the souls of those at whom the curses were leveled, just as we have seen that Phaeacian chiefs used to catch the souls of criminals in scarfs and nail them to canoes. 241. M54. The Indians of the Nass River, in British Columbia, are impressed with the belief that a physician may swallow his patient's soul by mistake. A doctor who is believed to have done so is made by the other members of the faculty to stand over the patient, while one of them thrusts his fingers down the doctor's throat, another kneads him in the stomach with his knuckles, and a third slaps him on the back. If the soul is not in him, after all, and if the same process has been repeated upon all the medical men without success, it is concluded that the soul must be in the head doctor's box. A party of doctors, therefore, waits upon him at his house and requests him to produce his box. When he has done so and arranged its contents on a new mat, they take the votary of Aesculapius and hold him up by the heels with his head in a hole in the floor. In this position they wash his head, and any water remaining from the ablution is taken and poured upon the sick man's head. 242. Among the Quakiero Indians of British Columbia it is forbidden to pass behind the back of a shaman while he is eating, lest the shaman should inadvertently swallow the soul of the passerby. When that happens, both the shaman and the person whose soul he has swallowed fall down in a swoon. Blood flows from the shaman's mouth, because the soul is too large for him and is tearing his inside. Then the clan of the person whose soul is doing this mischief must assemble and sing the song of the shaman. In time the suffering sorcerer vomits out the soul, which he exhibits in the shape of a small, bloody ball in the open palms of his hands. He restores it to its owner, who is lying prostrate on a mat, by throwing it at him and then blowing on his head. The man whose soul was swallowed has very naturally to pay for the damage he did to the shaman as well as for his own cure. 243. Section 3. The soul is a shadow and a reflection. M55. But the spiritual dangers I have enumerated are not the only ones which beset the savage. Often he regards his shadow or reflection as his soul, or at all events as a vital part of himself, and as such it is necessarily a source of danger to him. For if it is trampled upon, struck, or stabbed, he will feel the injury as if it were done to his person. And, if it is detached from him entirely, as he believes that it may be, he will die. In the island of Attar there are magicians who can make a man ill by stabbing his shadow with a pike or hacking it with a sword. 244. After Sankar had destroyed the Buddhists in India, it is said that he journeyed to Nepal, where he had some difference of opinion with the Grand Lama. To prove his supernatural powers, he soared into the air. But, as he mounted up, the Grand Lama, perceiving his shadow swaying and wavering on the ground, struck his knife into it and down fell Sankara and broke his neck. 245. In the Babur Islands the demons get power over a man's soul by holding fast his shadow, or by striking and wounding it. 246. Among the Talandus of Central Celebes to tread on a man's shadow is an offense, because it is supposed to make the owner sick. 247. And for the same reason the Tabunkas of that region forbid their children to play with their shadows. 248. The Ottawa Indians thought they could kill a man by making certain figures on his shadow. 249. The Baganda of Central Africa regarded a man's shadow as his ghost. Hence they used to kill or injure their enemies by stabbing or treading on their shadows. 250. Among the Bavili of West Africa it used to be considered a crime to trample on, or even to cross the shadow of another, especially if the shadow were that of a married woman. 251. Some Kafirs are very unwilling to let anybody stand on their shadow, believing that they can be influenced for evil through it. 252. They think that a sick man's shadow dwindles in intensity when he is about to die, for it has such an intimate relation to the man that it suffers with him. 253. The Yaluo tribes of Kavirondo, to the east of Lake Victoria Nyanza, tell of the ancestor of all men, Apachthau, by name, who descended to earth from above, bringing with him cattle, fowls, and seeds. When he was old, the Yaluo plotted to kill him, but for a long time they did not dare to attack him. At last, hearing that he was sick, they thought their chance had come, and sent a girl to see how he was. She took a small horn, used for cupping blood, in her hand, and while she talked with him she placed the cupping horn on his shadow. To her surprise it drew blood. So she returned and told her friends that, if they wished to kill Apachthau, they must not touch his body, but spear his shadow. They did so, and he died and turned into a rock, which has ever since possessed the property of sharpening spears unusually well. 254. In a Chinese book we read of a sage who examined human shadows by lamplight, in order to discover the fate of their owners. A man's shadow, he said, ought to be deep, for, if so, he will attain honorable positions, and a great age. Shadows are averse to being reflected in water, or in wells, or in washing basins. It was on such grounds that the ancients avoided shadows, and that in old days Kuasiu, Twenhu, and other shadow-treading vermin caused injury by hitting the shadows of men. In recent times there have been men versed in the art of cauterizing the shadows of their patients. Another sapient Chinese writer observes, I have heard that, if the shadow of a bird is hit with a piece of wood that was struck by thunder, the bird falls to the ground immediately. I never tried it, but on account of the matter stated above I consider the thing certain. 255. The natives of Nias tremble at the sight of a rainbow, because they think it is a net spread by a powerful spirit to catch their shadows. 256. M56. In the Banks Islands, Melanesia, there are certain stones of a remarkably long shape which go by the name of Tomate Gangan or eating ghosts, because certain powerful and dangerous ghosts are believed to lodge in them. If a man's shadow falls on one of these stones, the ghost will draw his soul out from him, so that he will die. Such stones, therefore, are set in a house to guard it. And a messenger sent to a house by the absent owner will call out the name of the sender, lest the watchful ghost in the stone should fancy that he came with evil intent and should do him a mischief. 257. In Florida, one of the Solomon Islands, there are places sacred to ghosts, some in the village, some in the gardens, and some in the bush. No man would pass one of these places when the sun was so low as to cast his shadow into it, for then the ghost would draw it from him. 258. The Indian tribes of the lower Fraser River believe that man has 4 souls, of which the shadow is one, though not the principal, and that sickness is caused by the absence of one of the souls. Hence no one will let his shadow fall on a sick shaman, lest the latter should purloin it to replace his own lost soul. 259. At a funeral in China, when the lid is about to be placed on the coffin, most of the bystanders with the exception of the nearest kin, retire a few steps or even retreat to another room, for a person's health is believed to be endangered by allowing his shadow to be enclosed in a coffin. And when the coffin is about to be lowered into the grave, most of the spectators recoil to a little distance lest their shadows should fall into the grave and harm should thus be done to their persons. The geomancer and his assistant stand on the side of the grave which is turned away from the sun, and the grave diggers and coffin bearers attach their shadows firmly to their persons by tying a strip of cloth tightly round their waists. 260. In the Nicobar Islands, burial usually takes place at sundown, before midnight, or at early dawn. In no case can an interment be carried out at noon or within an hour of it, lest the shadows of the bearers who lower the body into the earth, or of the mourners taking their last look at the shrouded figure, should fall into the grave, for that would cause them to be sick or die. And when the dead has been laid in his last home, but before the earth is shovelled in upon him, the leaves of a certain jungle tree are waved over the grave, and a lighted torch is brandished inside it, to disperse any souls of the sorrowing bystanders that may be lingering with their departed friend in his narrow bed. Then the signal is given, and the earth or sand is rapidly shovelled in by a party of young men who have been standing in readiness to perform the duty. 261. When the Malays are building a house, and the central post is being set up, the greatest precautions are taken to prevent the shadow of any of the workers from falling either on the post or on the whole deck to receive it. 4. Otherwise they think that sickness and trouble will be sure to follow. 262. When members of some Victorian tribes were performing magical ceremonies for the purpose of bringing disease and misfortune on their enemies, they took care not to let their shadows fall on the object by which the evil influence was supposed to be wafted to the foe. 263. In Darfur, people think that they can do an enemy to death by burying a certain root in the earth on the spot where the shadow of his head happens to fall. The man whose shadow is thus tampered with loses consciousness at once and will die if the proper antidote be not administered. In like manner they can paralyze any limb, as a hand or leg, by planting a particular root in the earth in the shadow of the limb they desire to maim. 264. Nor is it human beings alone who are thus liable to be injured by means of their shadows. Animals are to some extent in the same predicament. A small snail, which frequents the neighborhood of the limestone hills in Perak, is believed to suck the blood of cattle through their shadows. Hence the beasts grow lean and sometimes die from loss of blood. 265. The ancients supposed that in Arabia, if a hyena trod on a man's shadow, it deprived him of the power of speech and motion. And that, if a dog, standing on a roof in the moonlight, cast a shadow on the ground, and a hyena trod on it, the dog would fall down as if dragged with a rope. 266. Clearly in these cases the shadow, if not equivalent to the soul, is at least regarded as a living part of the man or the animal, so that injury done to the shadow is felt by the person or animal as if it were done to his body. Even the shadows of trees are supposed by the Kafirs to be sensitive. Hence when a Kafir doctor seeks to pluck the leaves of a tree for medicinal purposes, he takes care to run out quickly, and to avoid touching the shadow lest it should inform the tree of the danger, and so give the tree time to withdraw the medicinal properties from its extremities into the safety of the inaccessible trunk. The shadow of the tree is said to feel the touch of the man's feet. 267. M57. Conversely, if the shadow is a vital part of a man or an animal, it may under certain circumstances be as hazardous to be touched by it as it would be to come into contact with a person or animal. Thus in the northwest provinces of India people believe that if the shadow of the goat-sucker bird falls on an ox or a cow, but especially on a cow-buffalo, the beast will soon die. The remedy is for someone to kill the bird, rub his hands or a stick in the blood, and then wave the stick over the animal. There are certain men who are noted for their powers in this respect all over the district. 268. The Katish of Central Australia hold that if the shadow of a brown hog falls on the breast of a woman who is suckling a child, the breast will swell up and burst. Hence if a woman sees one of these birds in these circumstances, she runs away in fear. 269. In the central provinces of India, a pregnant woman avoids the shadow of a man, believing that if it fell on her, the child would take after him in features, though not in character. 270. Insuety, obstinate disorder, for which no remedy is known, such as insanity, epilepsy, delirium, hysteria, and street Vitus's dance, is traced either to possession by a demon or to the shadow of an enemy which has fallen on the sufferer. 271. The bushman is most careful not to let his shadow fall on the dead game, as he thinks this would bring bad luck. 272. Amongst the Kafirs, to overshadow the king by standing in his presence was an offense worthy of instant death. 273. And it is a Kafir superstition that if the shadow of a man who is protected by a certain charm falls on the shadow of a man who is not so protected, the unprotected person will fall down, overcome by the power of the charm which is transmitted through the shadow. 274. In the Punjab, some people believe that if the shadow of a pregnant woman fell on a snake, it would blind the creature instantly. 275. M58. Hence the savage makes it a rule to shun the shadow of certain persons whom for various reasons he regards as sources of dangerous influence. Amongst the dangerous classes he commonly ranks mourners and women in general, but especially his mother-in-law. The Shuswap Indians of British Columbia think that the shadow of a mourner falling upon a person would make him sick. 276. Amongst the Kurna tribe of Victoria, novices at initiation were cautioned not to let a woman's shadow fall across them, as this would make them thin, lazy, and stupid. 277. An Australian native is said to have once nearly died of fright because the shadow of his mother-in-law fell on his legs as he lay asleep under a tree. 278. The awe and dread with which the untutored savage contemplates his mother-in-law are amongst the most familiar facts of anthropology. In the Yuin tribes of New South Wales, the rule which forbade a man to hold any communication with his wife's mother was very strict. He might not look at her or even in her direction. It was a ground of divorce if his shadow happened to fall on his mother-in-law. In that case he had to leave his wife, and she returned to her parents. 279. In the Hunter River tribes of New South Wales, it was formally death for a man to speak to his mother-in-law. However, in later times the wretch who had committed this heinous crime was suffered to live, but he was severely reprimanded and banished for a time from the camp. 280. In the Kulin tribe it was thought that if a woman looked at or spoke to her son-in-law or even his brother, her hair would turn white. The same result, it was supposed, would follow if she ate of game which had been presented to her husband by her son-in-law. But she could obviate this ill consequence by blackening her face, and especially her mouth, with charcoal, for then her hair would not turn white. 281. Similarly, in the Kurna tribe of Victoria, a woman is not permitted to see her daughter's husband in camp or elsewhere. When he is present, she keeps her head covered with an opossum rug. The camp of the mother-in-law faces in a different direction to that of her son-in-law. A screen of high bushes is erected between both huts, so that no one can see over from either. When the mother-in-law goes for firewood, she crouches down as she goes out or in, with her head covered. 282. In Uganda, a man may not see his mother-in-law nor speak to her face to face. Should they meet by accident, she must turn aside and cover her head with her clothes. Or if her garments are too scanty for that, she may squat on her haunches and hide her face in her hands. If he wishes to hold any communication with her, it must be done through a third person, or through a wall or closed door. Were he to break these rules, he would certainly be seized with a shaking of the hands and general debility. 283. Among some tribes of Eastern Africa which formally acknowledged the suzerainty of the Sultan of Zanzibar, before a young couple had children they might meet neither their father-in-law nor their mother-in-law. To avoid them they must take a long roundabout. But if they could not do that, they must throw themselves on the ground and hide their faces till the father-in-law or mother-in-law had passed by. 284. Among the Basidos a man may never meet his wife's mother, nor speak to her, nor see her. If his wife is ill and her mother comes to nurse her, he must flee the house so long as she is in it. Sentinels are posted to warn him of her departure. 285. In New Britain the native imagination fails to convince the extent and nature of the calamities which would result from a man's accidentally speaking to his wife's mother. Suicide of one or both would probably be the only course open to them. The most solemn form of oath a New Briton can take is, "Sir, if I am not telling the truth, I hope I may shake hands with my mother-in-law." 286. At Vanuatu in the Banks Islands, a man would not so much as follow his mother-in-law along the beach until the rising tide had washed out her footprints in the sand. 287. To avoid meeting his mother-in-law face to face, a very desperate Apache Indian, one of the bravest of the brave, has been seen to clamber along the brink of a precipice at the risk of his life, hanging onto rocks from which had he fallen he would have been dashed to pieces or at least have broken several of his limbs. 288. Still more curious and difficult to explain is the rule which forbids certain African kings, after the coronation ceremonies have been completed, ever to see their own mothers again. This restriction was imposed on the kings of Benin and Uganda. Yet the queen mothers lived in regal state with a court and lands of their own. In Uganda it was thought that if the king were to see his mother again, some evil and probably death would surely befall him. 289. M59. Where the shadow is regarded as so intimately bound up with the life of the man that its loss entails debility or death, it is natural to expect that its diminution should be regarded with solicitude and apprehension, as betokening a corresponding decrease in the vital energy of its owner. An elegant Greek rhetorician has compared the man who lives only for fame to one who should set all his heart on his shadow, puffed up and boastful when it lengthened, sad and dejected when it shortened, wasting and pining away when it dwindled to nothing. The spirits of such an one, he goes on, would necessarily be volatile, since they must rise or fall with every passing hour of the day. In the morning, when the level sun, just risen above the eastern horizon, stretched out his shadow to enormous length, rivaling the shadows cast by the cypresses and the towers on the city wall, how blithe and exultant would he be, fancying that in stature he had become a match for the fabled giants of old. With what a lofty port he would then strut and show himself in the streets and the marketplace and wherever men congregated, that he might be seen and admired of all. But as the day wore on, his countenance would change and he would sling back crestfallen to his house. At noon, when his once towering shadow had shrunk to his feet, he would shut himself up and refuse to stir abroad, ashamed to look his fellow townsmen in the face. But in the afternoon his drooping spirits would revive, and as the day declined his joy and pride would swell again with the length of the evening shadows. 290. The rhetorician who thus sought to expose the vanity of fame is an object of human ambition by likening it to an ever-changing shadow, little dreamed that in real life there were men who set almost as much store by their shadows as the fool whom he had conjured up in his imagination to point a moral. So hard is it for the straining wings of fancy to outstrip the folly of mankind. In Amboina and Uliase, 2 islands, near the equator, where necessarily there is little or no shadow cast at noon, the people make it a rule not to go out of the house at midday, because they fancy that by doing so a man may lose the shadow of his soul. 291. The Mangalians tell of a mighty warrior, Tukatawa, whose strength waxed and waned with the length of his shadow. In the morning, when his shadow fell longest, his strength was greatest. But as the shadow shortened towards noon his strength ebbed with it, till exactly at noon it reached its lowest point. Then, as the shadow stretched out in the afternoon, his strength returned. A certain hero discovered the secret of Tukatawa's strength and slew him at noon. 292. The savage Bessus of the Malay Peninsula fear to bury their dead at noon, because they fancy that the shortness of their shadows at that hour would sympathetically shorten their own lives. 293. The Baganda of Central Africa used to judge of a man's health by the length of his shadow. They said, so and so is going to die, his shadow is very small. Or, he is in good health, his shadow is large. 294. Similarly, the Kafirs of South Africa think that a man's shadow grows very small or vanishes at death. When her husband is away at the wars, a woman hangs up his sleeping mat. If the shadow grows less, she says her husband is killed. If it remains unchanged, she says he is unscathed. 295. It is possible that even in lands outside the tropics the observation of the diminished shadow at noon may have contributed, even if it did not give rise to the superstitious dread with which that hour has been viewed by many peoples, as by the Greeks, ancient and modern, the Bretons, the Russians, the Romanians of Transylvania, and the Indians of Santiago Tapalcan. 296. In this observation too, we may perhaps detect the reason why noon was chosen by the Greeks as the hour for sacrificing to the shadowless dead. 297. The loss of the shadow, real or apparent, has often been regarded as a cause or precursor of death. Whoever entered the sanctuary of Zeus on Mount Lycae in Arcadia was believed to lose his shadow and to die within the year. 298. In Lower Austria on the evening of St. Sylvester's Day, the last day of the year, the company seated round the table mark whose shadow is not cast on the wall, and believe that the seemingly shadowless person will die next year. Similar presages are drawn in Germany both on St. Sylvester's Day and on Christmas Eve. 299. The Galileans fancy that if a child resembles his father, they will not both live long. For the child has taken away his father's likeness or shadow, and consequently the father must soon die. 300. Similarly, among some tribes of the Lower Congo, if the child is like its mother, father, or uncle, they think it has the spirit of the person it resembles, and that person will soon die. Hence a parent will resent it if you say that the baby is like him or her. 301. M60. Nowhere, perhaps, does the equivalence of the shadow to the life or so come out more clearly than in some customs practiced to this day in southeastern Europe. In modern Greece, when the foundation of a new building is being laid, it is the custom to kill a cock, a ram, or a lamb, and to let its blood flow on the foundation stone, under which the animal is afterwards buried. The object of the sacrifice is to give strength and stability to the building. But sometimes, instead of killing an animal, the builder entices a man to the foundation stone, secretly measures his body, or a part of it, or his shadow, and buries the measure under the foundation stone. Or he lays the foundation stone upon the man's shadow. It is believed that the man will die within the year. 302. In the island of Lesbos it is deemed enough if the builder merely casts a stone at the shadow of a passer-by. The man whose shadow is thus struck will die, but the building will be solid. 303. A Bulgarian mason measures the shadow of a man with a string, places the string in a box, and then builds the box into the wall of the edifice. Within 40 days thereafter the man whose shadow was measured will be dead and his soul will be in the box beside the string. But often it will come forth and appear in its former shape to persons who were born on a Saturday. If a Bulgarian builder cannot obtain a human shadow for this purpose, he will content himself with measuring the shadow of the first animal that comes that way. 304. The Romanians of Transylvania think that he whose shadow is thus immersed will die within 40 days. So persons passing by a building which is in course of erection may hear a warning cry, "Beware lest they take thy shadow." Not long ago there were still shadow traders whose business it was to provide architects with the shadows necessary for securing their walls. 305. In these cases the measure of the shadow is looked on as equivalent to the shadow itself, and to bear it is to bury the life or soul of the man, who, deprived of it, must die. Thus the custom is a substitute for the old practice of immering a living person in the walls, or crushing him under the foundation stone of a new building, in order to give strength and durability to the structure, or more definitely in order that the angry ghost may haunt the place and guard it against the intrusion of enemies. Thus when a new gate was made or an old gate was prepared in the walls of Bangkok, It used to be customary to crush 3 men to death under an enormous beam in a pit at the gateway. Before they were led to their doom, they were regaled at a splendid banquet. The whole court came to salute them, and the king himself charged them straitly to guard well the gate that was to be committed to their care, and to warn them if enemies or rebels came to assault the city. The next moment the ropes were cut and the beam descended on them. The Siamese believed that these unfortunates were transformed into the genii which they called Phi. 306. It is said that when the massive teak posts of the gateways of Mandalay were set up, a man was bound and placed under each post and crushed to death. The Burmese believe that men who die a violent death turn into gnats or demons and haunt the spot where they were killed, doing a mischief to such as attempt to molest the place. Thus their spirits become guardians of the gates. 307. This theory would explain why such sacrifices appear to be offered most commonly at thoroughfares, such as gates and bridges, where ghostly warders may be deemed especially serviceable in keeping watch on the multitudes that go to and fro. 308. In Bima, a district of the East Indian island of Samboa, the custom is marked by some peculiar features, which deserve to be mentioned. When a new flagpole is set up at the Sultan's palace, a woman is crushed to death under it. But she must be pregnant. If the destined victim should be brought to bed before her execution, she goes free. The notion may be that the ghost of such a woman would be more than usually fierce and vigilant. Again, when the wooden doors are set up at the palace, it is customary to bury a child under each of the doorposts. For these purposes officers are sent to scour the country for a pregnant woman or little children, as the case may be, and, if they come back empty-handed, they must give up their own wives or children to serve as victims. When the gates are set up, the children are killed, their bodies stripped of flesh, and their bones laid in the holes in which the doorposts are erected. Then the flesh is boiled with horses' flesh and served up to the officers. Any officer who refuses to eat of it is at once cut down. 309. The intention of this last practice is perhaps to secure the fidelity of the officers by compelling them to enter into a covenant of the most solemn and binding nature with the ghosts of the murdered children who are to guard the gates. M61. The practice of burying the measure of a man's shadow, as a substitute for the man himself, under the foundation stone of a building, may perhaps throw light on the singular deity whom the people of Kisar, an East Indian island, choose to guard their houses and villages. The god in question is nothing more or less than the measuring tape which was used to measure the foundations of the house or of a village temple. After it has served this useful purpose, the tape is wound about a stick shaped like a paddle, and is then deposited in the thatch of the roof of the house, where food is offered to it on all special occasions. The deified measuring tape of the whole village is that which was used to measure the foundations of the first house or of a village temple. The handle of the paddle-like stick on which it is wound is carved into the figure of a person squatting in the usual posture, and the whole is kept in a rough wooden box along with 1 or 2 figures to act as its guards. 310. It is possible, though perhaps hardly probable, that these tapes may be thought to contain the souls of men whose shadows they measured at the foundation ceremony. M62. As some peoples believe a man's soul to be in his shadow, so other, or the same, peoples believe it to be in his reflection in water or a mirror. Thus the Andamanese do not regard their shadows but their reflections in any mirror as their souls. 311. According to one account, some of the Fijians thought that man has 2 souls, a light one and a dark one. The dark one goes to Hades, the light one is his reflection in water or a mirror. 312. When the Motumotu of New Guinea first saw their likenesses in a looking glass, they thought that their reflections were their souls. 313. In New Caledonia the old men are of opinion that a person's reflection in water or a mirror is his soul. But the younger men, taught by the Catholic priests, maintain that it is a reflection and nothing more, just like the reflection of palm trees in the water. 314. The reflection soul, being external to the man, is exposed to much the same dangers as the shadow soul. Among the Galilees, half-grown lads and girls may not look at themselves in a mirror, for they say that the mirror takes away their bloom and leaves them ugly. 315. And, as the shadow may be stabbed, so may the reflection. Hence an Aztec mode of keeping sorcerers from the house was to leave a vessel of water with a knife in it behind the door. When a sorcerer entered, he was so much alarmed at seeing his reflection in the water transfixed by a knife that he turned and fled. 316. In Coraz, a district of the Auvergne, a cow's milk had dried up through the maleficent spells of a neighboring witch, so a sorcerer was called in to help. He made the woman whose cow was bewitched sit in front of a pail of water with a knife in her hand till she thought she saw the image of the witch in the water, whereupon he made her stab the image with the knife. They say that if the knife strikes the image fair in the eye, the person whose likeness it is will suffer a corresponding injury in his or her eye. This procedure, we are informed, has been successful in restoring milk to the udders of a cow when even holy water had been tried in vain. 317. The Zulus will not look into a dark pool because they think there is a beast in it which will take away the reflections, so that they die. 318. The Basidos say that crocodiles have the power of thus killing a man by dragging his reflection under water. When one of them dies suddenly and from no apparent cause, his relatives will allege that a crocodile must have taken his shadow some time when he crossed a stream. 319. In Saddle Island, Melanesia, there is a pool into which if anyone looks he dies. The malignant spirit takes hold upon this life by means of his reflection on the water. 320. M63. We can now understand why it was a maxim both in ancient India and ancient Greece not to look at one's reflection in water, and why the Greeks regarded it as an omen of death if a man dreamed of seeing himself so reflected. 321. They feared that the water spirits would drag the person's reflection or soul under water, leaving him soulless to perish. This was probably the origin of the classical story of the beautiful Narcissus, who languished and died through seeing his reflection in the water. The explanation that he died for love of his own fair image was probably devised later, after the old meaning of the story was forgotten. The same ancient belief lingers, in a faded form, in the English superstition that whoever sees a water fairy must pine and die. Alas, the moon should ever beam, to show what man should never see. I saw a maiden on a stream, and fair was she. I stayed to watch a little space, her parted lips if she would sing. The waters closed above her face, with many a ring. I know my life will fade away, I know that I must vainly pine, for I am made of mortal clay, but she's divine. M64. Further, we can now explain the widespread custom of covering up mirrors or turning them to the wall after a death has taken place in the house. It is feared that the soul, projected out of the person in the shape of his reflection in the mirror, may be carried off by the ghost of the departed, which is commonly supposed to linger about the house till the burial. The custom is thus exactly parallel to the Uru custom of not sleeping in a house after a death for fear that the soul, projected out of the body in a dream, may meet the ghost and be carried off by it. 322. In Oldenburg it is thought that if a person sees his image in a mirror after a death he will die himself. So all the mirrors in the house are covered up with white cloth. 323. In some parts of Germany and Belgium after a death not only the mirrors but everything that shines or glitters, windows, clocks, etc. is covered up. 324. Doubtless because they might reflect a person's image. The same custom of covering up mirrors or turning them to the wall after a death prevails in England, Scotland, Madagascar. 325, and among the Karaites, a Jewish sect in the Crimea. 326. The Sunni Mohammedans of Bombay cover with a cloth a mirror in the room of a dying man and do not remove it until the corpse is carried out for burial. They also cover the looking glasses in their bedrooms before retiring to rest at night. 327. The reason why sick people should not see themselves in a mirror, and why the mirror in a sick room is therefore covered up. 328, is also plain. In time of sickness, when the soul might take flight so easily, It is particularly dangerous to project it out of the body by means of the reflection in a mirror. The rule is therefore precisely parallel to the rule observed by some peoples of not allowing sick people to sleep. 329. For in sleep the soul is projected out of the body, and there is always a risk that it may not return. In the opinion of the Raskolniks, a mirror is an accursed thing, invented by the devil. 330. Perhaps on account of the mirror's supposed power of drawing out the soul in the reflection and so facilitating its capture. M65. As with shadows and reflections, so with portraits. They are often believed to contain the soul of the person portrayed. People who hold this belief are naturally loath to have their likenesses taken. For if the portrait is a soul, or at least a vital part of the person portrayed, whoever possesses the portrait will be able to exercise a fatal influence over the original of it. Thus the Eskimo of Bering Strait believe that persons dealing in witchcraft have the power of stealing a person's anua, or shade, so that without it he will pine away and die. Once at a village on the lower Yukon River, an explorer had set up his camera to get a picture of the people as they were moving about among their houses. While he was focusing the instrument, the headman of the village came up and insisted on peeping under the cloth. Being allowed to do so, he gazed intently for a minute at the moving figures on the ground glass, then suddenly withdrew his head and bawled at the top of his voice to the people, "He has all of your shades in this box." A panic ensued among the group, and in an instant they disappeared helter-skelter into their houses. 331. The Dakotas hold that every man has several wanaji or apparitions, of which after death one remains at the grave, while another goes to the place of the departed. For many years no Yankton, Dakota would consent to have his picture taken lest one of his apparitions should remain after death in the picture instead of going to the spirit land. 332. An Indian whose portrait the Prince of Wood wished to get refused to let himself be drawn, because he believed it would cause his death. 333. The Mandan Indians also thought that they would soon die if their portraits were in the hands of another. They wished at least to have the artist's picture as a kind of hostage. 334. The Tipuanes of Mexico stood in mortal terror of the camera, and 5 days' persuasion was necessary to induce them to pose for it. When at last they consented, they looked like criminals about to be executed. They believed that by photographing people the artist could carry off their souls and devour them at his leisure moments. They said that when the pictures reached his country they would die or some other evil would befall them. 335. The Canos Indians of Ecuador think that their soul is carried away in their picture. 2 of them, who had been photographed, were so alarmed that they came back next day on purpose to ask if it were really true that their souls had been taken away. 336. Similar notions are entertained by the Aymara Indians of Peru and Bolivia. 337. The Araucanians of Chile are unwilling to have their portraits drawn, for they fancy that he who has their portraits in his possession could, by means of magic, injure or destroy themselves. 338. M66. The Yais, a tribe of British Central Africa in the neighborhood of Lake Nyassa, believe that every human being has a lusoka, a soul, shade, or spirit, which they appear to associate with a shadow or picture of the person. Some of them have been known to refuse to enter a room where pictures were hung on the walls, because of the musoka, souls, in them. The camera was at first an object of dread to them, and when it was turned on a group of natives they scattered in all directions with shrieks of terror. They said that the European was about to take away their shadows and that they would die. The transference of the shadow or portrait, for the Ya word for the two is the same, to which she will lead to. The photographic plate would involve the disease or death of the shapeless body. A Yao chief, after much difficulty, allowed himself to be photographed on condition that the picture should be shown to none of his subjects, but sent out of the country as soon as possible. He feared lest some ill-wisher might use it to bewitch him. Some time afterwards he fell ill, and his attendants attributed the illness to some accident which had befallen the photographic plate in England. 339. The Goni of the same region entertained a similar belief, and formerly exhibited a similar dread of sitting to a photographer, lest by so doing they should yield up their shades or spirits to him and they should die. 340. When Joseph Thomson attempted to photograph some of the Watata in eastern Africa, they imagined that he was a magician trying to obtain possession of their souls, and that if he got their likenesses they themselves would be entirely at his mercy. 341. When Dr. Cadot and some companions were exploring the Bough country on the west coast of Madagascar, the people suddenly became hostile. The day before the travelers, not without difficulty, had photographed the royal family, and now found themselves accused of taking the souls of the natives for the purpose of selling them when they returned to France. Denial was vain. In compliance with the custom of the country they were obliged to catch the souls, which were then put into a basket and ordered by Dr. Cadot to return to their respective owners. 342. M67. Some villagers in Sikkim betrayed a lively horror and it away, whenever the lens of a camera, or the evil eye of the box as they called it, was turned on them. They thought it took away their souls with their pictures, and so put it in the power of the owner of the pictures to cast spells on them, and they alleged that a photograph of the scenery blotted the landscape. 343. Until the reign of the late King of Siam no Siamese coins were ever stamped with the image of the king, for at that time, there was a strong prejudice against the making of portraits in any medium. Europeans who travel into the jungle have, even at the present time, only to point a camera at a crowd to procure its instant dispersion. When a copy of the face of a person is made and taken away from him, a portion of his life goes with the picture. Unless the sovereign had been blessed with the years of a Methuselah, he could scarcely have permitted his life to be distributed in small pieces together with the coins of the realm. 344. Similarly, in Korea, the effigy of the king is not struck on the coins. Only a few Chinese characters are put on them. They would deem it an insult to the king to put a sacred face on objects which pass into the most vulgar hands and often roll on the ground in the dust or the mud. When the French ships arrived for the first time in Korea, the mandarin, who was sent on board to communicate with them, was dreadfully shocked to see the levity with which these Western barbarians treated the face of their sovereign, reproduced on the coins, and the recklessness with which they put it in the hands of the first comer, without troubling themselves in the least whether or not he would show it due respect. 345. In Manhasa, a district of Celebes, many chiefs are reluctant to be photographed, believing that if that were done they would soon die. 4. They imagine that, were the photograph lost by its owner and found by somebody else, whatever injury the finder chose to do to the portrait, would equally affect the person whom it represented. 346. Mortal terror was depicted on the faces of the Badas upon whom von Brenner turned the lens of his camera. They thought he wished to carry off their shadows or spirits in a little box. 347. When Drive Niwena who was attempted to photograph the Kains or Browse of central Borneo, they were much alarmed, fearing that their souls would follow their photographs into the far country and that their deserted bodies would fall sick. Further, they imagined that, possessing their likenesses, the explorer would be able by magic art to work on the originals at a distance. 348. M68. Beliefs of the same sort still linger in various parts of Europe. Not very many years ago some old women in the Greek island of Carpathus were very angry at having their likenesses drawn, thinking that in consequence they would pine and die. 349. It is a German superstition that, if you have your portrait painted, you will die. 350. Some people in Russia object to having their silhouettes taken, fearing that if this is done they will die before the year is out. 351. In Albania Mr. M sketched an old man who boasted of being 110 years old. When everyone recognized the likeness, a look of great anxiety came over the patriarch's face, and most earnestly he besought the artist never to destroy the sketch, for he was certain that the moment the sketch was torn, he would drop down dead. 352. An artist in England once vainly attempted to sketch a gypsy girl. "I won't ever draw it out," said the girls, and I told her I'd make her scroll the earth before me, if ever she let herself be drawn up again. Why, what harm can there be? I know, there's a fizz, a charm, in it. There was my youngest, that the Gorgia, drawn out on Newmarket Heath, she never held her head up after, but wasted away, and died, and she's buried in March churchyard. 353. There are persons in the west of Scotland, who refuse to have their likenesses taken lest it prove unlucky, and give as instances the cases of several of their friends who never had a day's health after being photographed. 354. Chapter 3. Taboo Acts. Section 1. Taboos on intercourse with strangers. M69. So much for the primitive conceptions of the soul and the dangers to which it is exposed. These conceptions are not limited to one people or country. With variations of detail they are found all over the world, and survive, as we have seen, in modern Europe. Beliefs so deep-seated and so widespread must necessarily have contributed to shape the mold in which the early kingship was cast. For if every person was at such pains to save his own soul from the perils which threatened it on so many sides, how much more carefully must he have been guarded upon whose life hung the welfare and even the existence of the whole people, and whom therefore it was the common interest of all to preserve. Therefore we should expect to find the king's life protected by a system of precautions or safeguards, still more numerous and minute than those which in primitive society every man adopts for the safety of his own soul. Now in point of fact the life of the early kings is regulated, as we have seen and shall see more fully, presently, by a very exact code of rules. May we not then conjecture that these rules are in fact the very safeguards which we should expect to find adopted for the protection of the king's life? An examination of the rules themselves confirms this conjecture. For from this it appears that some of the rules observed by the kings are identical with those observed by private persons out of regard for the safety of their souls. And even of those which seem peculiar to the king, many, if not all, are most readily explained on the hypothesis that they are nothing but safeguards or lifeguards of the king. I will now enumerate some of these royal rules or taboos, offering on each of them such comments and explanations as may serve to set the original intention of the rule in its proper light. M70. As the object of the royal taboos is to isolate the king from all sources of danger, their general effect is to compel him to live in a state of seclusion, more or less complete, according to the number and stringency of the rules he observes. Now of all sources of danger none are more dreaded by the savage than magic and witchcraft, and he suspects all strangers of practicing these black arts. To guard against the baneful influence exerted voluntarily or involuntarily by strangers is therefore an elementary dictate of savage prudence. Hence before strangers are allowed to enter a district, or at least before they are permitted to mingle freely with the inhabitants, certain ceremonies are often performed by the natives of the country for the purpose of disarming the strangers of their magical powers, of counteracting the baneful influence which is believed to emanate from them, or of disinfecting, so to speak, the tainted atmosphere by which they are supposed to be surrounded. Thus, when the ambassadors sent by Justin II, Emperor of the East, to conclude a peace with the Turks had reached their destination, they were received by shamans, who subjected them to a ceremonial purification for the purpose of exorcising all harmful influence. Having deposited the goods brought by the ambassadors in an open place, these wizards carried burning branches of incense round them, while they rang a bell and beat on a tambourine, snorting and falling into a state of frenzy in their efforts to dispel the powers of evil. Afterwards they purified the ambassadors themselves by leading them through the flames. 355. In the island of Nanumea, South Pacific, strangers from ships or from other islands were not allowed to communicate with the people until they all, or a few as representatives of the rest, had been taken to each of the 4 temples in the island, and prayers offered that the god would avert any disease or treachery which these strangers might have brought with them. Meat offerings were also laid upon the altars, accompanied by songs and dances in honor of the god. While these ceremonies were going on, all the people except the priests and their attendants kept out of sight. 356. On returning from an attempted ascent of the great African mountain Kilimanjaro, which is believed by the neighboring tribes to be tenanted by dangerous demons, Mr. New and his party, as soon as they reached the border of the inhabited country, were disenchanted by the inhabitants being sprinkled with a professionally prepared liquor, supposed to possess the potency of neutralizing evil influences and removing the spell of wicked spirits. 357. In the interior of Yoruba, West Africa, the sentinels at the gates of towns often oblige European travelers to wait till nightfall before they admit them, fearing that if the strangers were admitted by day, the devil would enter behind them. 358. The whole Mahafali country in Madagascar used to be taboo to strangers of the white race, the natives, imagining that the intrusion of a white man would immediately cause the death of their king. The traveler bastard had the greatest difficulty in overcoming the reluctance of the natives to allow him to enter their land, and especially to visit their holy city. 359. Amongst the Oddanims of Borneo, it is the custom that strangers entering the territory should pay to the natives a certain sum, which is spent in the sacrifice of buffaloes or pigs to the spirits of the land and water, in order to reconcile them to the presence of the strangers, and to induce them not to withdraw their favor from the people of the country, but to bless the rice harvest, and so forth. 360. The men of a certain district in Borneo, fearing to look upon a European traveler lest he should make them ill, warned their wives and children not to go near him. Those who could not restrain their curiosity killed fowls to appease the evil spirits and smeared themselves with the blood. 361. More dreaded, says a traveler in central Borneo, than the evil spirits of the neighborhood are the evil spirits from a distance which accompany travelers. When a company from the middle Mahakam River visited me among the Blue Yukons in the year 1897, no woman shewed herself outside her house without a burning bundle of pleating bark, the stinking smoke of which drives away evil spirits. 362. In Laos, before a stranger can be accorded hospitality, the master of the house must offer sacrifice to the ancestral spirits. Otherwise the spirits would be offended and would send disease on the inmates. 363. When Madame Pfeiffer arrived at the village of Holly Boner, among the battles of Sumatra, a buffalo was killed and the liver offered to her. Then a ceremony was performed to propitiate the evil spirits. 2 young men danced, and one of them in dancing sprinkled water from a buffalo's horn on the visitor and the spectators. 364. In the Mentawai Islands, when a stranger enters a house where there are children, the father or other member of the family takes the ornament which the children wear in their hair and hands it to the stranger, who holds it in his hands for a while, and then gives it back to him. This is thought to protect the children from the evil effect which the sight of a stranger might have upon them. 365. When a Dutch steamship was approaching their villages, the people of Biak, an island off the north coast of New Guinea, shook and knocked their idols about in order to ward off ill luck. 366. At Shepherd's Isle, Captain Moresby had to be disenchanted before he was allowed to land his boat's crew. When he leaped ashore, a devil man seized his right hand and waved a bunch of palm leaves over the captain's head. Then he placed the leaves in my left hand, putting a small green twig into his mouth, still holding me fast, and then, as if with great effort, drew the twig from his mouth. This was extracting the evil spirit, after which he blew violently, as if to speed it away. I now held a twig between my teeth, and he went through the same process. Then the two raced round, a couple of sticks fixed in the ground and bent to an angle at the top, which had leaves tied to it. After some more ceremonies the devil man concluded by leaping to the level of Captain Moresby's shoulders, his hands resting on the captain's shoulders, several times, as if to show that he had conquered the devil, and was now trampling him into the earth. 367. North American Indians have an idea that strangers, particularly white strangers, are ofttimes accompanied by evil spirits. Of these they have great dread, as creating and delighting in mischief. One of the duties of the medicine chief is to exorcise these spirits. I have sometimes ridden into or through a camp where I was unknown or unexpected, to be confronted by a tall, half-naked savage, standing in the middle of the circle of lodges, and yelling in a sing-song, nasal tone, a string of unintelligible words. 368. M71. When Crivo was traveling in South America, he entered a village of the Apalai Indians. A few moments after his arrival, some of the Indians brought him a number of large black ants, of a species whose bite is painful, fastened on palm leaves. Then all the people of the village, without distinction of age or sex, presented themselves to him, and he had to sting them all with the ants on their faces, thighs, and other parts of their bodies. Sometimes when he applied the ants too tenderly, they called out more, and were not satisfied till their skin was thickly studded with tiny swellings like what might have been produced by whipping them with nettles. 369. The object of this ceremony is made plain by the custom observed in Amboina and Ilias of sprinkling sick people with pungent spices, such as ginger and cloves, chewed fine, in order by the prickling sensation to drive away the demon of disease which may be clinging to their persons. 370. In Java, a popular cure for gout or rheumatism is to rub Spanish pepper into the nails of the fingers and toes of the sufferer. The pungency of the pepper is supposed to be too much for the gout or rheumatism, who accordingly departs in haste. 371. So on the slave coast of Africa, the mother of a sick child sometimes believes that an evil spirit has taken possession of the child's body, and in order to drive him out, she makes small cuts in the body of the little sufferer and inserts green peppers or spices in the wounds, believing that she will thereby hurt the evil spirit and force him to be gone. The poor child naturally screams with pain, but the mother hardens her heart in the belief that the demon is suffering equally. 372. In Hawaii, a patient is sometimes pricked with bamboo needles for the sake of hurting and expelling a refractory demon who is lurking in the sufferer's body and making him ill. 373. Dayak sorceresses in southeastern Borneo will sometimes slash the body of a sick man with sharp knives in order, it is said, to allow the demon of disease to escape through the cuts. 374. But perhaps the notion rather is to make the present quarters of the spirit too hot for him. With a similar intention, some of the natives of Borneo and Salip sprinkle rice upon the head or body of a person supposed to be infested by dangerous spirits. A fowl is then brought, which, by picking up the rice from the person's head or body, removes along with it the spirit or ghost which is clinging like a burr to his skin. This is done, for example, to persons who have attended a funeral, and who may therefore be supposed to be infested by the ghost of the deceased. 375. Similarly, Basidos, who have carried a corpse to the grave, have their hands scratched with a knife from the tip of the thumb to the tip of the forefinger, and magic stuff is rubbed into the wound. 376. For the purpose, no doubt, of removing the ghost which may be adhering to their skin. Among the Barits of southeastern Africa, a few days after a funeral, the sorcerer makes an incision in the forehead of each surviving member of the family and fills it with medicine, in order to ward off contagion and the effect of the sorcery which caused the death. 377. When elephant hunters in East Africa have killed an elephant, they get upon its carcass, make little cuts in their toes, and rub gunpowder into the cuts. This is done with the double intention of counteracting any evil influence that may emanate from the dead elephant, and of acquiring thereby the fleetness of foot possessed by the animal in its life. 378. The people of Nias carefully scrub and scour the weapons and clothes which they buy, in order to efface all connection between the things and the persons from whom they bought them. 379. M72. It is probable that the same dread of strangers, rather than any desire to do them honor, is the motive of certain ceremonies which are sometimes observed at the reception, but of which the intention is not directly stated. In the Ontong Java Islands, which are inhabited by Polynesians, and lie a little to the north of the Solomon Islands, the priests or sorcerers seem to wield great influence. Their main business is to summon or exorcise spirits for the purpose of averting or dispelling sickness, and of procuring favorable winds, a good catch of fish, and so on. When strangers land on the islands, they are first of all received by the sorcerers, sprinkled with water, anointed with oil, and girt with dried pandanus leaves. At the same time sand and water are freely thrown about in all directions, and the newcomer and his boat are white with green leaves. After this ceremony the strangers are introduced by the sorcerers to the chief. 380. In Afghanistan and in some parts of Persia, the traveler, before he enters a village, is frequently received with a sacrifice of animal life or food, or of fire and incense. The Afghan boundary mission, in passing by villages in Afghanistan, was often met with fire and incense. 381. Sometimes a tray of lighted embers is thrown under the hoofs of the traveler's horse, with the words, "You are welcome." 382. On entering a village in Central Africa, Yemen Pasha was received with a sacrifice of 2 goats. Their blood was sprinkled on the path and the chief stepped over the blood to greet Yemen. 383. Before strangers enter the country or city of Benin, custom compelled them to have their feet washed. Sometimes the ceremony was performed in a sacred place. 384. Amongst the Esquimaux of Cumberland Inlet, when a stranger arrives at an encampment, the sorcerer goes out to meet him. The stranger folds his arms and inclines his head to one side, so as to expose his cheek, upon which the magician deals a terrible blow, sometimes felling him to the ground. Next the sorcerer in his turn presents his cheek to the tempter and receives a buffet from the stranger. Then they kiss each other, the ceremony is over, and the stranger is hospitably received by all. 385. Sometimes the dread of strangers and their magic is too great to allow of their reception on any terms. Thus when Speke arrived at a certain village, the natives shut their doors against him, because they had never before seen a white man nor the tin boxes that the men were carrying. "Who knows," they said, "but that these very boxes are the plundering Watuda, transformed and come to kill us? You cannot be admitted." No persuasion could avail with them, and the party had to proceed to the next village. 386. M73. The fear thus entertained of alien visitors is often mutual. Entering a strange land, the savage feels that he is treading enchanted ground, and he takes steps to guard against the demons that haunt it and the magical arts of its inhabitants. Thus on going to a strange land the Maoris performed certain ceremonies to make it Noah common, lest it might have been previously taboo, sacred. 387. When Baron Maclucho Maclay was approaching a village on the Maclay coast of New Guinea, one of the natives who accompanied him broke a branch from a tree, and going aside whispered to it for a while. Then stepping up to each member of the party, one after another, he spat something upon his back, and gave him some blows with the branch. Lastly, he went into the forest, and buried the branch under withered leaves in the thickest part of the jungle. This ceremony was believed to protect the party against all treachery and danger in the village they were approaching. 388. The idea probably was that the malignant influences were drawn off from the persons into the branch and buried with it in the depths of the forest. Before Stillman and his companions entered the territory of the Wanamwasi in Central Africa, one of his men killed a white cock and buried it in a pot just at the boundary. 389. In Australia, when a strange tribe has been invited into a district and is approaching the encampment of the tribe which owns the land, the strangers carry lighted bark or burning sticks in their hands, for the purpose, they say, of clearing and purifying the air. 390. On the coast of Victoria there is a tract of country between the La Trobe River and the Yarra River, which some of the Aborigines call the Bad Country. It was supposed to act injuriously on strangers. Hence when a man of another clan entered it he needed someone of the natives to look after him. And if his guardian went away from the camp, he deputed another to take his place. During his first visit, before he became as it were acclimatized, the visitor did nothing for himself as to food, drinking water, or lodging. He was painted with a band of white pipe clay across the face below the eyes, and had to learn the Nulit language before going further. He slept on a thick layer of leaves so that he should not touch the ground. And he was fed with flesh meat from the point of a burnt stick, which he removed with his teeth, not with his lips. His drinking water was drawn from a small hole in the ground by his entertainers, and they made it muddy by stirring it with a stick. He might only take 3 mouthfuls at a time, each of which he had to let slowly trickle down his throat. If he did otherwise, his throat would close up. 391. The Kains and Kenyas of Borneo think it well to conciliate the spirit of the land when they enter a strange country. The old men, indeed, trusting to the protection afforded by omens, are in little need of further aid, but when young boys are brought into a new river of importance, the hospitality of the local demons is invoked. The Kains make an offering of fowl's eggs, which must not be bought on the spot, but are carried from the house, sometimes for distances so long that the devotion of the travelers is more apparent than their presence to the spirits of the land. Each boy takes an egg and puts it in a bamboo split, at the end into 4, while one of the older men calls upon the hills, rocks, trees, and streams to hear him and to witness the offering. Careful to disguise the true nature of the gift, he speaks of it as of a yam, using a form of words fixed by usage. Omen bird, he shouts into the air, we have brought you these boys. It is on their account only that we have prepared this feast. Harm them not. Make things go pleasantly. And they give you the usual offering of a yam. I give this to the country. The little ceremony is performed behind the hut where the night is spent, and the boys wait about for the charm to take effect. The custom of the Kenya shows the same feeling for the unknown and unseen spirits that are supposed to abound. Of fowl's feathers, 1 for each boy, are held by an old man, while the youngsters touch his arm. The invocation is quite a powerful example of native rhetoric: smooth away trouble, ye mystic, mountains, hills, valleys, soil, rocks, trees. Shield the lives of the children who have come hither. 392. When the Torajas of Central Celebes are on a head-hunting expedition and have entered the enemy's country, they may not eat any fruits which the foe has planted nor any animal which he has reared until they have first committed an act of hostility, as by burning a house or killing a man. They think that if they broke this rule they would receive something of the soul or spiritual essence of the enemy into themselves, which would destroy the mystic virtue of their talismans. 393. It is said that just before Greek armies advanced to the shock of battle, a man bearing a lighted torch stepped out from either side and threw his torch into the space between the hosts. Then they retired unmolested, for they were thought to be sacred to ours, and inviolable. 394. Now some peoples fancy that when they advance to battle the spirits of their fathers hover in the van. 395. Hence fire, thrown out in front of the line of battle may be meant to disperse these shadowy combatants, leaving the issue of the fight to be determined by more substantial weapons than ghosts can wield. Similarly, the fire which is sometimes borne at the head of an army, 396, is perhaps in some cases intended to dissipate the evil influences, whether magical or spiritual, with which the air of the enemy's country may be conceived to teem. M74. Again, it is thought that a man who has been on a journey may have contracted some magic evil from the strangers with whom he has been brought into contact. Hence, on returning home, before he is readmitted to the society of his tribe and friends, he has to undergo certain purificatory ceremonies. Thus the Bechunas cleanse or purify themselves after journeys by shaving their hands, etc., lest they should have contracted from strangers some evil by witchcraft or sorcery. 397. In some parts of Western Africa, when a man returns home after a long absence, before he is allowed to visit his wife, he must wash his person with a particular fluid, and receive from the sorcerer a certain mark on his forehead, in order to counteract any magic spell which a stranger woman may have cast on him in his absence, and which might be communicated through him to the women of his village. 398. Every year about 1/3 of the men of the Wanyamwezi tribe make journeys to the east coast of Africa either as porters or as traffickers. Before he sets out, the husband smears his cheeks with a sort of meal porridge, and during his absent his wife may eat no flesh and must keep for him the sediment of the porridge in the pot. On their return from the coast the men sprinkle meal every day on all the paths leading to the camp, for the purpose, it is supposed, of keeping evil spirits off. And when they reach their homes, the men again smear porridge on their faces, while the women who have stayed at home strew ashes on their heads. 399. In Uganda, when a man returns from a journey, his wife takes some of the bark cloth from the bed of one of his children and lays them on her husband's bed. And as he enters the house, he jumps over one of his wives who has children by him, or over one of his children. If he neglects to do this, one of his children or one of his wives will die. 400. When Damaras return home after a long absence, they are given a small portion of the fat of particular animals, which is supposed to possess certain virtues. 401. A story is told of a Navajo Indian who, after long wanderings, returned to his own people. When he came within sight of his house, his people made him stop, and told him not to approach nearer till they had summoned a shaman. When the shaman was come, ceremonies were performed over the returned wanderer, and he was washed from head to foot, and dried with cornmeal. For thus do the Navajo treat all who return to their homes from captivity with another tribe, in order that all alien substances and influences may be removed from them. When he had been thus purified he entered the house, and his people embraced him and wept over him. 402. 2 Hindu ambassadors, who had been sent to England by a native prince and had returned to India, were considered to have so polluted themselves by contact with strangers, that nothing but being born again could restore them to purity. For the purpose of regeneration it is directed to make an image of pure gold of the female power of nature, in the shape either of a woman or of a cow. In this statue the person to be regenerated is enclosed, and dragged through the usual channel. As a statue of pure gold and of proper dimensions would be too expensive, it is sufficient to make an image of the sacred yoni, through which the person to be regenerated is to pass. Such an image of pure gold was made at the prince's command, and his ambassadors were born again by being dragged through it. 403. In some of the Moluccas, when a brother or young blood relation returns from a long journey, a young girl awaits him at the door with a kaladi leaf in her hand and water in the leaf. She throws the water over his face and bids him welcome. 404. Among the kinds of Borneo, men who have been absent on a long journey are secluded for 4 days in a small hut made specially for the purpose, before they are allowed to enter their own house. 405. The natives of Savage Island, South Pacific, invariably killed not only all strangers in distress who were drifted to their shores, but also any of their own people who had gone away in a ship and returned home. This was done out of dread of disease. Long after they began to venture out to ships they would not immediately use the things they obtained from them, but hung them up in quarantine 4 weeks in the bush. 406. M75. When precautions like these are taken on behalf of the people in general against the malignant influence supposed to be exercised by strangers, it is no wonder that special measures are adopted to protect the king from the same insidious danger. In the Middle Ages the envoys who visited a Tartar Khan were obliged to pass between 2 fires before they were admitted to his presence, and the gifts they brought were also carried between the fires. The reason assigned for the custom was that the fire purged away any magic influence which the strangers might mean to exercise over the Khan. 407. When subject chiefs come with their retinues to visit Kalamba, the most powerful chief of the Bashaland in the Congo basin, for the first time or after being rebellious, they have to bathe, men and women together, in 2 brooks on 2 successive days, passing the nights under the open sky in the marketplace. After the second bath they proceed, entirely naked, to the house of Kalamba, who makes a long white mark on the breast and forehead of each of them. Then they return to the marketplace and dress, after which they undergo the pepper ordeal. Pepper is dropped into the eyes of each of them, and while this is being done the sufferer has to make a confession of all his sins, to answer all questions that may be put to him, and to take certain vows. This ends the ceremony, and the strangers are now free to take up their quarters in the town for as long as they choose to remain. 408. Before strangers were admitted to the presence of Lobengula, king of the Matabales, they had to be treated with a sticky green medicine, which was profusely sprinkled over them by means of a cow's tail. 409. At Kailama, in eastern Africa, when a stranger arrives, a medicine is made out of a certain plant or a tree fetched from a distance, mixed with the blood of a sheep or goat. With this mixture the stranger is besmeared or besprinkled before he is admitted to the presence of the king. 410. The king of Monomotapa, in Southeast Africa, might not wear any foreign stuffs for fear of their being poisoned. 411. The king of Kakongo, in West Africa, might not possess or even touch European goods, except metals, arms, and articles made of wood and ivory. Persons wearing foreign stuffs were very careful to keep at a distance from his person, lest they should touch him. 412. The king of Longo might not look upon the house of a white man. 413. We have already seen how the native king of Fernando Po dwells secluded from all contact with the whites in the depths of an extinct volcano, shunning the very sight of a pale face, which, in the belief of his subjects, would be instantly fatal to him. 414. In a wild mountainous district of Java, to the south of Bantam, there exists a small aboriginal race who have been described as a living antiquity. These are the Bedouins, who about the year 1443 fled from Bantam to escape conversion to Islam, and in their mountain fastnesses, holding aloof from their neighbors, still cleave to the quaint and primitive ways of their heathen forefathers. Their villages are perched in spots which deep ravines, lofty precipices, raging torrents, and impenetrable forests combine to render almost inaccessible. Their hereditary ruler bears the title of Drangpuan and unites in his hands the temporal and spiritual power. He must never quit the capital, and none even of his subjects who live outside the town are ever allowed to see him. Were an alien to set foot in his dwelling, the place would be desecrated and abandoned. In former times the representatives of the Dutch government and the regent of Java once paid a visit to the capital of the Bedouins. That very night all the people fled the place and never returned. 415. Section 2. Taboos on eating and drinking. M76. In the opinion of savages the acts of eating and drinking are attended with special danger. For at these times the soul may escape from the mouth, or be extracted by the magic arts of an enemy present. Among the U-speaking peoples of the Slave Coast the common belief seems to be that the indwelling spirit leaves the body and returns to it through the mouth. Hence, should it have gone out, it behoves a man to be careful about opening his mouth, lest a homeless spirit should take advantage of the opportunity and enter his body. This, it appears, is considered most likely to take place while the man is eating. 416. Precautions are, therefore, taken to guard against these dangers. Thus of the Badus of Sumatra it is said that since the soul can leave the body, they always take care to prevent their soul from straying on occasions when they have most need of it. But it is only possible to prevent the soul from straying when one is in the house. At feasts one may find the whole house shut up, in order that the soul, Tawny, may stay and enjoy the good things set before it. 417. The Zafamanilo in Madagascar lock their doors when they eat, and hardly anyone ever sees them eating. 418. In Shu, one of the southern provinces of Abyssinia, the doors of the house are scrupulously barred at meals to exclude the evil eye, and a fire is invariably lighted, else devils would enter and there would be no blessing on the meat. 419. Every time that an Abyssinian of right drinks, a servant holds a cloth before his master to guard him from the evil eye. 420. The warrior will not allow anyone to see them eating and drinking, being doubly particular that no person of the opposite sex shall see them doing so. I had to pay a man to let me see him drink. I could not make a man let a woman see him drink. When offered a drink of palm they often ask that a cloth may be held up to hide them whilst drinking. Further, every man and woman must cook for themselves. Each person must have his own fire. 421. The Tuaregs of the Sahara never eat or drink in presence of anyone else. 422. The Thompson Indians of British Columbia thought that a shaman could bewitch them most easily when they were eating, drinking, or smoking. Hence they avoided doing any of these things in presence of an unknown shaman. 423. In Fiji, persons who suspected others of plotting against them avoided eating in their presence, or were careful to leave no fragment of food behind. 424. M77. If these are the ordinary precautions taken by common people, the precautions taken by kings are extraordinary. The king of Longo may not be seen eating or drinking by man or beast under pain of death. A favorite dog having broken into the room where the king was dining, the king ordered it to be killed on the spot. Once the king's own son, a boy of 12 years old, inadvertently saw the king drink. Immediately the king ordered him to be finely apparelled and feasted, after which he commanded him to be cut in quarters, and carried about the city with a proclamation that he had seen the king drink. When the king has a mind to drink, he has a cup of wine brought. He that brings it has a bell in his hand, and as soon as he has delivered the cup to the king, he turns his face from him and rings the bell, on which all present fall down with their faces to the ground, and continue so till the king has drank his. Eating is much in the same style, for which he has a house on purpose, where his victuals are set upon a benza or table, which he goes to, and shuts the door. When he has done, he knocks and comes out, so that none ever see the king eat or drink. For it is believed that if anyone should, the king shall immediately die. The remnants of his food are buried, doubtless to prevent them from falling into the hands of sorcerers, who by means of these fragments might cast a fatal spell over the monarch. 425. The rules observed by the neighboring king of Kakongo were similar. It was thought that the king would die if any of his subjects were to see him drink. 426. It is a capital offense to see the king of Dahomey at his meals. When he drinks in public, as he does on extraordinary occasions, he hides himself behind a curtain, or handkerchiefs are held up round his head, and all the people throw themselves with their faces to the earth. 427. Anyone who saw the Mwada Jamwo, a great potentate in the Congo Basin, eating or drinking would certainly be put to death. 428. When the king, Mwada of Kazemba, raises his glass to his mouth to drink, all who are present prostrate themselves and avert their faces in such a manner as not to see him drinking. 429. At Isaba, on the lower Niger, where the kings or chiefs number fully 400, no one is allowed to prepare the royal dishes. The chiefs act as their own cooks and eat in the strictest privacy. 430. The king and royal family of Wallo, on the Senegal, never take their meals in public. It is expressly forbidden to see them eating. 431. Among the Moenbuto of Central Africa, the king invariably takes his meals in private. No one may see the contents of his dish, and all that he leaves is carefully thrown into a pit set apart for that purpose. Everything that the king has handled is held sacred and may not be touched. 432. When the king of Uniero in Central Africa went to drink milk in the dairy, every man must leave the royal enclosure and all the women had to cover their heads till the king returned. No one might see him drink. One wife accompanied him to the dairy and handed him the milk pot, but she turned away her face while he drained it. 433. The king of Susa, a region to the south of Abyssinia, presides daily at the feast, in the long banqueting hall, but is hidden from the gaze of his subjects by a curtain. 434. Among the U-speaking peoples of the Slave Coast, the person of the king is sacred, and if he drinks in public everyone must turn away the head so as not to see him, while some of the women of the court hold up a cloth before him as a screen. He never eats in public, and the people pretend to believe that he neither eats nor sleeps. It is criminal to say the contrary. 435. When the king of Tonga ate, all the people turned their backs to him. 436. In the palace of the Persian kings, there were 2 dining rooms opposite each other. In one of them the king dined, in the other his guests. He could see them through a curtain on the door, but they could not see him. Generally the king took his meals alone. but sometimes his wife or some of his sons dine with him. 437. Section 3. Taboos on showing the face. M78. In some of the preceding cases the intention of eating and drinking, in strict seclusion may perhaps be to hinder evil influences from entering the body rather than to prevent the escape of the soul. This certainly is the motive of some drinking customs observed by natives of the Congo region. Thus we are told of these people that there is hardly a native who would dare to swallow a liquid without first conjuring the spirits. One of them rings a bell all the time he is drinking. Another crouches down and places his left hand on the earth. Another veils his head. Another puts a stalk of grass or a leaf in his hair, or marks his forehead with a line of clay. This fetish custom assumes very varied forms. To explain them, the black is satisfied to say that they are an energetic mode of conjuring spirits. In this part of the world a chief will commonly ring a bell at each draught of beer which he swallows, and at the same moment a lad stationed in front of him brandishes a spear to keep at bay the spirits which might try to sneak into the old chief's body by the same road as the Musinga beer. 438. The same motive of warding off evil spirits probably explains the custom observed by some African sultans of veiling their faces. The Sultan of Darfur wraps up his face with a piece of white muslin, which goes round his head several times, covering his mouth and nose first, and then his forehead, so that only his eyes are visible. The same custom of veiling the face as a mark of sovereignty is said to be observed in other parts of Central Africa. 439. The Sultan of Wydad always speaks from behind a curtain. No one sees his face except his intimates and a few favorite persons. 440. Similarly the Sultan of Bornu never showed himself to his people and only spoke to them from behind a curtain. 441. The king of Chonga, a town on the right bank of the Niger, above Ega, may not be seen by his subjects nor by strangers. At an interview he sits in his palace concealed by a mat which hangs like a curtain, and from behind it he converses with his visitor. 442. The Muisca Indians of Colombia had such a respect for their chiefs that they dared not lift their eyes on them, but always turned their backs when they had to address them. If a thief, after repeated punishments, proved incorrigible, they took him to the chief, and one of the nobles, turning the culprit round, said to him, "Since you think yourself so great a lord, that you have the right to break the laws, you have the right to look at the chief." From that moment the criminal was regarded as infamous. Nobody would have anything to do with him or even speak to him, and he died an outcast. 443. Montezuma was revered by his subjects as a god, and he set so much store on their reverence that if on going out of the city he saw a man lift up his eyes on him, he had the rash gazer put to death. He generally lived in the retirement of his palace, seldom showing himself. On the days when he went to visit his gardens, he was carried in a litter through a street which was enclosed by walls. None but his bearers had the right to pass along that street. 444. It was a law of the Medes that their king should be seen by nobody. 445. The king of Jabu, on the slave coast of West Africa, is surrounded by a great deal of mystery. Until lately his face might not be seen even by his own subjects, and if circumstances compelled him to communicate with them he did so through a screen which concealed him from view. Now, though his face may be seen, it is customary to hide his body. And at audiences a cloth is held before him so as to conceal him from the neck downwards, and it is raised so as to cover him altogether whenever he coughs, sneezes, spits, or takes snuff. His face is partially hidden by a conical cap with hanging strings of beads. 446. Amongst the Tuaregs of the Sahara all the men, but not the women, keep the lower part of their face, especially the mouth, veiled constantly. The veil is never put off, not even in eating or sleeping. 447. Among the Arabs men remarkable for their good looks have been known to veil their faces, especially at festivals and markets, in order to protect themselves against the evil eye. 448. The same reason may explain the custom of muffling their faces, which has been observed by Arab women from the earliest times, 449, and by the women of Boeotian Thebes in antiquity. 450. In Samoa, a man whose family god was the turtle might not eat a turtle, and, if he helped a neighbor to cut up and cook one, he had to wear a bandage tied over his mouth lest an embryo turtle should slip down his throat, grow up, and be his death. 451. In West Timor, a speaker holds his right hand before his mouth in speaking lest a demon should enter his body, and lest the person with whom he converses should harm the speaker's soul by magic. 452. In New South Wales, for some time after his initiation into the tribal mysteries, a young blackfellow, whose soul at this time is in a critical state, must always cover his mouth with a rug when a woman is present. 453. We have already seen how common is the notion that the life or soul may escape by the mouth or nostrils. 454. Section 4. Taboos on quitting the house. M79. By an extension of the like precaution, kings are sometimes forbidden ever to leave their palaces. Or, if they are allowed to do so, their subjects are forbidden to see them abroad. We have seen that the priestly king at Shark Point, West Africa, may never quit his house or even his chair, in which he is obliged to sleep sitting. And that the king of Fernando Po, whom no white man may see, is reported to be confined to his house with shackles on his legs. 455. The fetish king of Benin, who was worshipped as a deity by his subjects, might not quit his palace. 456. After his coronation, the king of Longo is confined to his palace, which he may not leave. 457. The king of Onitsha, on the Niger, does not step out of his house into the town unless a human sacrifice is made to propitiate the gods. On this account he never goes out beyond the precincts of his premises. 458. Indeed, we are told that he may not quit his palace under pain of death or of giving up one or more slaves to be executed in his presence. As the wealth of the country is measured in slaves, the king takes good care not to infringe the law. One day the monarch, charmed by some presents which he had received from a French officer, politely attended his visitor to the gate, and in a moment of forgetfulness was about to break bounds, when his chamberlain, seizing his majesty by his legs, and his wives, friends, and servants rushing up, prevented him from taking so fatal a step. Yet once a year at the Feast of Yams the king is allowed, and even required by custom, to dance before his people outside the high mud wall of the palace. In dancing he carries a great weight, generally a sack of earth, on his back to prove that he is still able to support the burden and cares of state. Were he unable to discharge this duty, he would be immediately deposed and perhaps stoned. 459. The Tomas or Habes, a hardy race of mountaineers who inhabit Mount Bandiagara in Nigeria, revere a great fetish doctor called the Ogum, who is not suffered to quit his house on any pretext. 460. Among the natives of the Cross River in southern Nigeria, the sacred chiefs of certain villages are confined to their compounds, that is, to the enclosures in which their houses are built. Such chiefs may be confined for years within these narrow bounds. Among these primitive people, the head chief is often looked upon as half divine, the human representative of their ancestral god. He regulates their religious rites, and is by some tribes believed to have the power of making rain fall when they require it, and of bringing them good harvests. So, being of such value to the community, he is not permitted, except on very rare occasions, to go outside his compound, lest evil should befall him, and the whole town have to suffer. 461. The kings of Ethiopia were worshipped as gods, but were mostly kept shut up in their palaces. 462. On the mountainous coast of Pontus there dwelt in antiquity a rude and warlike people named the Mosani, or Mosanochi, through whose rugged country the 10,000 marched on their famous retreat from Asia to Europe. These barbarians kept their king in close custody at the top of a high tower, from which after his election, he was never more allowed to descend. Here he dispensed justice to his people. But if he offended them, they punished him by stopping his rations for a whole day, or even starving him to death. 463. The kings of Sabaya, or Sheba, the spice country of Arabia, were not allowed to go out of their palaces. If they did so, the mob stoned them to death. 464. But at the top of the palace there was a window with a chain attached to it. If any man deemed he had suffered wrong, he pulled the chain, and the king perceived him and called him in and gave judgment. 465. So down to recent times the kings of Korea, whose persons were sacred and received honors almost divine, were shut up in their palace from the age of 12 or 15. And if a suitor wished to obtain justice of the king, he sometimes lit a great bonfire on a mountain facing the palace. The king saw the fire and informed himself of the case. 466. The emperor of China seldom quits his palace, and when he does so, no one may look at him. Even the guards who line the road must turn their backs. 467. The king of Tonquin was permitted to appear abroad twice or thrice a year for the performance of certain religious ceremonies. But the people were not allowed to look at him. The day before he came forth, notice was given to all the inhabitants of the city and country to keep from the way the king was to go. The women were obliged to remain in their houses and durst not show themselves under pain of death, a penalty which was carried out on the spot if anyone disobeyed the order, even through ignorance. Thus the king was invisible to all but his troops and the officers of his suite. 468. In Mandalay, a stout lattice paling, 6 feet high and carefully kept in repair, lined every street in the walled city and all those streets in the suburbs, through which the king was likely at any time to pass. Behind this paling, which stood 2 feet or so from the houses, all the people had to stay when the king or any of the queens went out. Anyone who was caught outside it by the beadles after the procession had started was severely handled, and might think himself lucky if he got off with a beating. Nobody was supposed to peep through the holes in the lattice work, which were besides partly stopped up with flowering shrubs. 469. Section 5. Taboos on leaving food over. M80. Again, magic mischief may be wrought upon the man through the remains of the food he has partaken of, or the dishes out of which he has eaten. On the principles of sympathetic magic, a real connection continues to subsist between the food which a man has in his stomach and the refuse of it which he has left untouched, and hence by injuring the refuse you can simultaneously injure the eater. Among the Narrabri of South Australia, every adult is constantly on the lookout for bones of beasts, birds, or fish, of which the flesh has been eaten by somebody, in order to construct a deadly charm out of them. Everyone is therefore careful to burn the bones of the animals which he has eaten, lest they should fall into the hands of a sorcerer. Too often, however, the sorcerer succeeds in getting hold of such a bone, and when he does so he believes that he has the power of life and death over the man, woman, or child who ate the flesh of the animal. To put the charm in operation, he makes a paste of red ochre and fish oil, inserts in it the eye of a cod and a small piece of the flesh of a corpse, and having rolled the compound into a ball, sticks it on the top of the bone. After being left for some time in the bosom of a dead body, in order that it may derive a deadly potency by contact with corruption, the magical implement is set up in the ground near the fire, and as the ball melts, so the person against whom the charm is directed wastes with disease. If the ball is melted quite away, the victim will die. When the bewitched man learns of the spell that is being cast upon him, he endeavors to buy the bone from the sorcerer, and if he attains it he breaks the charm by throwing the bone into a river or lake. 470. Further, the Narrabri think that if a man eats of the totem animal of his tribe, and an enemy attains a portion of the flesh, the latter can make it grow in the inside of the eater, and so cause his death. Therefore when a man partakes of his totem, he is careful either to eat it all or else to conceal or destroy the refuse. 471. In the Encounter Bay tribe of South Australia, when a man cannot get the bone of an animal which his enemy has eaten, he cooks a bird, beast, or fish, and keeping back one of the creature's bones, offers the rest under the guise of friendship to his enemy. If the man is simple enough to partake of the proffered food, he is at the mercy of his perfidious foe, who can kill him by placing the abstracted bow near the fire. 472. M81. Ideas and practices of the same sort prevail, or used to prevail, in Melanesia. All that was needed to injure a man was to bring the leavings of his food into contact with a malignant ghost or spirit. Hence in the island of Florida, when a scrap of an enemy's dinner was secreted and thrown into a haunted place, the man was supposed to fall ill. And in the New Hebrides, if a snake of a certain sort carried away a fragment of food to a spot sacred to a spirit, the man who had eaten the food would sicken, as the fragment decayed. In Aurora the refuse is made up by the wizard, with certain leaves. As these rot and stink, the man dies. Hence it is, or was, a constant care with the Melanesians to prevent the remains of their meals from falling into the hands of persons who bore them a grudge. For this reason they regularly gave the refuse of food to the pigs. 473. In Tana, one of the New Hebrides, people bury or throw into the sea the leavings of their food, lest these should fall into the hands of the disease makers. For if a disease maker finds the remnants of a meal, say, the skin of a banana, he picks it up and burns it slowly in the fire. As it burns, the person who ate the banana falls ill and sends to the disease maker, offering him presents if he will stop burning the banana skin. 474. In German New Guinea the natives take the utmost care to destroy or conceal the husks and other remains of their food, lest these should be found by their enemies and used by them for the injury or destruction of the eaters. Hence they burn their leavings, throw them into the sea, or otherwise put them out of harm's way. To such an extent does this fear influence them that many people dare not stir beyond the territory of their own village, lest they should leave behind them on the land of their neighbors something by means of which a hostile sorcerer might do them a mischief. 475. Similar fears have led to similar customs in New Britain and the other islands of what is now called the Bismarck archipelago, off the north coast of New Guinea. There also the natives bury, burn, or throw into the sea the remains of their meals to prevent them from falling into the hands of magicians. There also the more superstitious of them will not eat in another village because they dread the use which a sorcerer might make of their leavings when their back is turned. This theory has led to an odd practical result. All the cats in the islands of the archipelago go about with stumpy tails. The reason of the peculiarity is this: the natives sometimes roast and eat their cats, and unscrupulous persons might be tempted to steal a neighbor's cat in order to furnish a meal. Accordingly, in the interests of the higher morality, people remove the stumbling block from the path of their weaker brothers by docking their cats of a piece of their tails and keeping the severed portions in a secret place. If now a cat is stolen and eaten, the lawful owner of the animal has it in his power to avenge the crime. He need only bury the piece of tail with certain spells in the ground, and the thief will fall ill. Hence a man will hardly dare to steal and eat a cat with a stumpy tail, knowing the righteous retribution that would sooner or later overtake him for so doing. 476. M82. From a like fear, no doubt, of sorcery, no one may touch the food which the king of Loango leaves upon his plate. It is buried in a hole in the ground, and no one may drink out of the king's vessel. 477. Similarly, no man may drink out of the same cup or glass with the king of Fida, Wida, in Guinea. He hath always one kept particularly for himself, and that which hath but once touched another's lips he never uses more, though it be made of metal that may be cleansed by fire. 478. Amongst the offers of Celebes there is a priest called the Laline, whose duty appears to be to make the rice grow. His functions begin about a month before the rice is sown, and end after the crop is housed. During this time he has to observe certain taboos. Amongst others, he may not eat or drink with anyone else, and he may drink out of no vessel but his own. 479. An ancient Indian way of injuring an enemy was to offer him a meal of rice and afterwards throw the remains of the rice into a fish pond. If the fish swam up in large numbers to devour the grains, the man's fate was sealed. 480. In antiquity the Romans used immediately to break the shells of eggs and of snails which they had eaten in order to prevent enemies from making magic with them. 481. The common practice, still observed among us, of breaking eggshells after the eggs have been eaten, may very well have originated in the same superstition. M83. The superstitious fear of the magic that may be wrought on a man through the leavings of his food has had the beneficial effect of inducing many savages to destroy refuse which, if left to rot, might through its corruption have proved a real, not a merely imaginary, source of disease and death. Nor is it only the sanitary condition of a tribe which has benefited by this superstition. Curiously enough, the same baseless dread, the same false notion of causation, has indirectly strengthened the moral bonds of hospitality, honor, and good faith among men who entertain it. For it is obvious that no one who intends to harm a man by working magic on the refuse of his food will himself partake of that food, because if he did so he would, on the principles of sympathetic magic, suffer equally with his enemy from any injury done to the refuse. This is the idea which, in primitive society, lends sanctity to the bond produced by eating together. By participation in the same food, two men give, as it were, hostages for their good behavior. Each guarantees the other that he will devise no mischief against him, since, being physically united with him by the common food in their stomachs, any harm he might do to his fellow would recoil on his own head with precisely the same force with which it fell on the head of his victim. In strict logic, however, the sympathetic bond lasts only so long as the food is in the stomach of each of the parties. Hence the covenant formed by eating together is less solemn and durable than the covenant formed by transfusing the blood of the covenanting parties into each other's veins, for this transfusion seems to knit them together for life. 482. Chapter 4. Tabooed Persons. Section 1. Chiefs and Kings tabooed. M84. We have seen that the Mikado's food was cooked every day in new pots, and served up in new dishes. Both pots and dishes were of common clay, in order that they might be broken or laid aside after they had been once used. They were generally broken, for it was believed that if anyone else ate his food out of these sacred dishes, his mouth and throat would become swollen and inflamed. The same ill effect was thought to be experienced by anyone who should wear the Mikado's clothes without his leave. He would have swellings and pains all over his body. 483. In Fiji there is a special name, Kanalama, for the disease supposed to be caused by eating out of the chief's dishes or wearing his clothes. The throat and body swell, and the impious person dies. I had a fine mat given to me by a man who durst not use it because Thakambau's eldest son had sat upon it. There was always a family or clan of commoners who were exempt from this danger. I was talking about this once to Thakambau. "Oh yes," said he. "Here, so and so. Come and scratch my back." The man scratched. He was one of those who could do it with impunity. The name of the man thus highly privileged was Nandukanai, or the dirt of the chief. 484. M85. In the evil effects thus supposed to follow upon the use of the vessels or clothes of the Mikado and the Fijian chief, we see that other side of the God-man's character to which attention has been already called. The divine person is a source of danger as well as of blessing. He must not only be guarded, he must also be guarded against. His sacred organism, so delicate that a touch may disorder it, is also, as it were, electrically charged with a powerful magical or spiritual force which may discharge itself with fatal effect on whatever comes in contact with it. Accordingly, the isolation of the man-god is quite as necessary for the safety of others as for his own. His magical virtue is in the strictest sense of the word contagious. His divinity is a fire, which, under proper restraints, confers endless blessings, but, if rashly touched or allowed to break bounds, burns and destroys what it touches. Hence the disastrous effects supposed to attend a breach of taboo. The offender has thrust his hand into the divine fire, which shrivels up and consumes him on the spot. The Nubas, for example, who inhabit the wooded and fertile range of Jebel Nuba, in eastern Africa, believe that they would die if they entered the house of their priestly king. However, they can evade the penalty of their intrusion by baring the left shoulder and getting the king to lay his hand on it. And were any man to sit on a stone which the king has consecrated to his own use, the transgressor would die within the year. 485. The Kazamps, in the interior of Angola, regard their king, the Mwada or Mambo, as so holy that no one can touch him without being killed by the magical power which pervades his sacred person. But since contact with him is sometimes unavoidable, they have devised a means whereby the sinner can escape with his life. Kneeling down before the king, he touches the back of the royal hand with the back of his own, then snaps his fingers. Afterwards he lays the palm of his hand on the palm of the king's hand, then snaps his fingers again. This ceremony is repeated 4 or 5 times, and averts the imminent danger of death. 486. In Tonga it was believed that if anyone fed himself with his own hands after touching the sacred person of a superior chief or anything that belonged to him, he would swell up and die. The sanctity of the chief, like a virulent poison, infected the hands of his inferior, and, being communicated through them to the food, proved fatal to the eater. A commoner who had incurred this danger could disinfect himself by performing a certain ceremony, which consisted in touching the sole of a chief's foot with the palm and back of each of his hands, and afterwards rinsing his hands in water. If there was no water near, he rubbed his hands with the juicy stem of a plantain or banana. After that he was free to feed himself with his own hands without danger of being attacked by the malady which would otherwise follow from eating with tabooed or sanctified hands. But until the ceremony of expiation or disinfection had been performed, if he wished to eat, he had either to get someone to feed him, or else to go down on his knees and pick up the food from the ground with his mouth like a beast. He might not even use a toothpick himself, but might guide the hand of another person holding the toothpick. The Tongans were subject to induration of the liver, and certain forms of scrofula, which they often attributed to a failure to perform the requisite expiation after having inadvertently touched a chief or his belongings. Hence they often went through the ceremony as a precaution, without knowing that they had done anything to call for it. The king of Tonga could not refuse to play his part in the rite by presenting his foot to such as desired to touch it, even when they applied to him at an inconvenient time. A fat unwieldy king, who perceived his subjects approaching with this intention, while he chanced to be taking his walks abroad, has been sometimes seen to waddle as fast as his legs could carry him out of their way, in order to escape the importunate and not wholly disinterested expression of their homage. If anyone fancied he might have already unwittingly eaten with tabooed hands, he sat down before the chief, and, taking the chief's foot, pressed it against his own stomach, that the food in his belly might not injure him, and that he might not swell up and die. 487. Since scrofula was regarded by the Tongans as a result of eating with tabooed hands, we may conjecture that persons who suffered from it among them often resorted to the touch or pressure of the king's foot as a cure for their malady. The analogy of the custom with the Old English practice of bringing scrofulous patients to the king to be healed by his touch is sufficiently obvious, and suggests, as I have already pointed out elsewhere, that among our own remote ancestors scrofula may have obtained its name of the king's evil, from a belief, like that of the Tongans, that it was caused as well as cured by contact with the divine majesty of kings. 488. M86. In New Zealand the dread of the sanctity of chiefs was at least as great as in Tonga. Their ghostly power, derived from an ancestral spirit, or atua, diffused itself by contagion over everything they touched, and could strike dead all who rashly or unwittingly meddled with it. 489. For instance, it once happened that a New Zealand chief of high rank and great sanctity had left the remains of his dinner by the wayside. A slave, a stout, hungry fellow, coming up after the chief had gone, saw the unfinished dinner, and ate it up without asking questions. Hardly had he finished when he was informed by a horror-stricken spectator that the food, of which he had eaten, was the chief's. I knew the unfortunate delinquent well. He was remarkable for courage, and had signalized himself in the wars of the tribe, but no sooner did he hear the fatal news than he was seized by the most extraordinary convulsions and cramped in the stomach, which never ceased till he died, about sundown the same day. He was a strong man, in the prime of life, and if any Pakaha European freethinker should have said he was not killed by the tapu of the chief, which had been communicated to the food by contact, he would have been listened to, with feelings of contempt for his ignorance and inability to understand plain and direct evidence. 490. This is not a solitary case. A Maori woman having eaten of some fruit, and being afterwards told that the fruit had been taken from a tabooed place, exclaimed that the spirit of the chief, whose sanctity had been thus profaned, would kill her. This was in the afternoon, and next day by 12 o'clock she was dead. 491. An observer who knows the Maoris well, says, tapu tapu is an awful weapon. I have seen a strong young man die the same day he was tapued. The victims die under it as though their strength ran out as water. 492. A Maori chief's tinderbox was once the means of killing several persons. 4. Having been lost by him, and found by some men who used it to light their pipes, they died of fright on learning to whom it had belonged. So, too, the garments of a high New Zealand chief will kill anyone else who wears them. A chief was observed by a missionary to throw down a precipice, a blanket which he found too heavy to carry. Being asked by the missionary why he did not leave it on a tree for the use of a future traveler, the chief replied that it was the fear of its being taken by another which caused him to throw it where he did, for if it were worn, his tapu, that is, his spiritual power communicated by contact to the blanket and through the blanket to the man, would kill the person. 493. For a similar reason, a Maori chief would not blow a fire with his mouth. For his sacred breath would communicate its sanctity to the fire, which would pass it on to the pot on the fire, which would pass it on to the meat in the pot, which would pass it on to the man who ate the meat, which was in the pot, which stood on the fire, which was breathed on by the chief. So that the eater, infected by the chief's breath conveyed through these intermediaries, would surely die. 494. M87. Thus in the Polynesian race, to which the Maoris belong, superstition erected round the persons of sacred chiefs a real, though at the same time purely imaginary barrier, to transgress which actually entailed the death of the transgressor whenever he became aware of what he had done. This fatal power of the imagination working through superstitious terrors is by no means confined to one race. It appears to be common among savages. For example, among the Aborigines of Australia, a native will die after the infliction of even the most superficial wound if only he believes that the weapon which inflicted the wound had been sung over and thus endowed with magical virtue. He simply lies down, refuses food, and pines away. 495. Similarly among some of the Indian tribes of Brazil, if the medicine man predicted the death of anyone who had offended him, the wretch took to his hammock instantly in such full expectation of dying, that he would neither eat nor drink, and the prediction was a sentence which faith effectually executed. 496. Speaking of certain African races, Major Leonard observes, I have seen more than one hardened old house soldier dying steadily and by inches, because he believed himself to be bewitched. So that no nourishment or medicines that were given to him had the slightest effect either to check the mischief or to improve his condition in any way, and nothing was able to divert him from a fate which he considered inevitable. In the same way, and under very similar conditions, I have seen crewmen and others die, in spite of every effort that was made to save them, simply because they had made up their minds, not, as we thought at the time, to die, but that being in the clutch of malignant demons they were bound to die. 497. The Capuchin missionary Marola da Sorrento, who traveled in the West African kingdom of Congo in the latter part of the 17th century, has described a remarkable case of death wrought purely by superstitious fear. He says, it is a custom that either the parents or the wizards give certain rules, to be inviolably observed by the young people, and which they call chigila. These are to abstain from eating either some sorts of poultry, the flesh of some kind of wild beasts, such and such fruits, roots either raw or boiled after this or another manner, with several other ridiculous injunctions of the like nature too many to be enumerated here. You would wonder with what religious observance these commands are obeyed. These young people would sooner choose to fast several days together than to taste the least bit of what has been forbidden them. And if it sometimes happen that the chigila has been neglected to have been given them by their parents, they think they shall presently die unless they go immediately to receive it from the wizards. A certain young Negro, being upon a journey, lodged in a friend's house by the way, his friend, before he went out the next morning, had got a wild hen ready for his breakfast, they being much better than the tame ones. The Negro hereupon demanded if it were a wild hen. His host answered, no. Then he fell on heartily, and afterwards proceeded on his journey. About 4 years after, these two met together again, and the aforesaid Negro being not yet married, his old friend asked him if he would eat a wild hen, to which he answered that he had received the chigila, and therefore could not. Hereat the host began immediately to laugh, enquiring of him what made him refuse it now, when he had eaten one at his table about 4 years ago. At the hearing of this the Negro immediately fell a-trembling, and suffered himself to be so far possessed with the effects of imagination, that he died in less than 24 hours after. 498. Section 2. Mourners to Bough. M88, thus regarding his sacred chiefs and kings as charged with a mysterious spiritual force which so to say explodes at contact, the savage naturally ranks them among the dangerous classes of society, and imposes upon them the same sort of restraints that he lays on manslayers, menstruous women, and other persons whom he looks upon with a certain fear and horror. For example, sacred kings and priests in Polynesia were not allowed to touch food with their hands, and had therefore to be fed by others. 499. And as we have just seen, their vessels, garments, and other property might not be used by others on pain of disease and death. Now, precisely the same observances are exacted by some savages from girls at their first menstruation, women after childbirth, homicides, mourners, and all persons who have come into contact with the dead. Thus, for example, to begin with the last class of persons, among the Maoris anyone who had handled a corpse, helped to convey it to the grave, or touched a dead man's bones, was cut off from all intercourse and almost all communication with mankind. He could not enter any house, or come into contact with any person or thing, without utterly bedeviling them. He might not even touch food with his hands, which had become so frightfully tabooed or unclean as to be quite useless. Food would be set for him on the ground, and he would then sit or kneel down, and, with his hands carefully held behind his back, would gnaw at it as best he could. In some cases he would be fed by another person, who with outstretched arm contrived to do it without touching the tabooed man. But the feeder was himself subjected to many severe restrictions, little less onerous than those which were imposed upon the other. In almost every populous village there lived a degraded wretch, the lowest of the low, who earned a sorry pittance by thus waiting upon the defiled. Clad in rags, daubed from head to foot with red ochre, and stinking shark oil, always solitary and silent, generally old, haggard, and wizened, often half-crazed, he might be seen sitting, motionless all day apart from the common path or thoroughfare of the village, gazing with lackluster eyes on the busy doings in which he might never take a part. Twice a day a dole of food would be thrown on the ground before him to munch as well as he could without the use of his hands. And at night, huddling his greasy tatters about him, he would crawl into some miserable lair of leaves and refuse, where, dirty, cold, and hungry, he passed, in broken ghost-haunted slumbers, a wretched night as a prelude to another wretched day. Such was the only human being deemed fit to associate at arm's length with one who had paid the last offices of respect and friendship to the dead. And when, the dismal term of his seclusion being over, the mourner was about to mix with his fellows once more, all the dishes he had used in his seclusion were diligently smashed, and all the garments he had worn were carefully thrown away, lest they should spread the contagion of his defilement among others. 500, just as the vessels and clothes of sacred kings and chiefs are destroyed or cast away for a similar reason. So complete in these respects is the analogy, which the savage traces between the spiritual influences that emanate from divinities and from the dead, between the odor of sanctity and the stench of corruption. M89. The rule which forbids persons who have been in contact with the dead to touch food with their hands would seem to have been universal in Polynesia. Thus in Samoa those who attended the deceased were most careful not to handle food, and for days were fed by others as if they were helpless infants. Baldness and the loss of teeth were supposed to be the punishment inflicted by the household god if they violated the rule. 501. Again, in Tonga, no person can touch a dead chief without being tabooed for 10 lunar months, except chiefs, who are only tabooed for 3, 4, or 5 months, according to the superiority of the dead chief. Except again it be the body of Tuatonga the great divine chief, and then even the greatest chief would be tabooed 10 months, as was the case with Fino's wife above mentioned. During the time a man is tabooed, he must not feed himself with his own hands, but must be fed by somebody else. He must not even use a toothpick himself, but must guide another person's hand holding the toothpick. If he is hungry and there is no one to feed him, he must go down upon his hands and knees, and pick up his victuals with his mouth, and if he infringes upon any of these rules, it is firmly expected that he will swell up and die, and this belief is so strong that Mr. Mariner thinks no native ever made an experiment to prove the contrary. They often saw him feed himself with his hands after having touched dead chiefs, and not observing his health to decline, they attributed it to his being a foreigner, and being governed by different gods. 502. Again, in Wallis Island contact with a corpse subjects the hands to the law of taboo till they are washed, which is not done for several weeks. Until that purification has taken place, the tabooed persons may not themselves put food to their mouths. Other people render them that service. 503. A rule of the same sort is or was observed in various parts of Melanesia. Thus in Fiji the taboo for handling a dead chief lasted from 1 to 10 months according to his rank. For a commoner, it lasted not more than 4 days. It was commonly resorted to by the lazy and idle. For during the time of their seclusion they were not only provided with food, but were actually fed by attendants or ate their food from the ground. 504. Similarly in the Moda tribe of New Guinea a man is tabooed, generally for 3 days, after handling a corpse, and while the taboo lasts he may not touch food with his hands. At the end of the time, he bathes and the taboo is over. 505. So in New Caledonia the 2 men who are charged with the duty of burying and guarding a corpse have to remain in seclusion and observe a number of rules of abstinence. They live apart from their wives. They may not shave or cut their hair. Their food is laid for them on leaves and they take it up with their mouth or a stick. But oftener an attendant feeds them, just as he might feed a man whose limbs were palsied. 506. So among the Nandi of British East Africa persons who have handled a corpse bathe in a river, anoint their bodies with fat, partially shave their hands, and live in the hut of the deceased for 4 days. All these days they may not be seen by boys or women, they may not drink milk, and they may not touch food with their hands, but must eat it with the help of a potsherd or chip of a gourd. 507. Similarly in the Bopati and Bothonga tribes of South Africa men who have dug a grave may not touch food with their fingers till the rites of their purification are accomplished. Meantime they eat with the help of special spoons. If they broke this rule, it is thought that they would be consumptive. 508. So in the Nguriko tribe of New South Wales a novice who has just passed through the ceremony of initiation has to go away to the mountains and stay there for a while, sometimes for more than 6 months, under the charge of 1 or more old men. And all the time of his absence among the mountains he may not touch cooked food with his hands. The food is put into his mouth by the man who looks after him. 509. M90. Among the Shuswap of British Columbia widows and widowers in mourning are secluded and forbidden to touch their own head or body. The cups and cooking vessels which they use may be used by no one else. They must build a sweat house beside a creek, sweat there all night and bathe regularly, after which they must rub their bodies with branches of spruce. The branches may not be used more than once, and when they have served their purpose they are stuck into the ground all round the hut. No hunter would come near such mourners, for their presence is unlucky. If their shadow were to fall on anyone, he would be taken ill at once. They employ thorn bushes for bed and pillow, in order to keep away the ghost of the deceased. And thorn bushes are also laid all around their beds. 510. This last precaution shows clearly what the spiritual danger is which leads to the exclusion of such persons from ordinary society. It is simply a fear of the ghost who is supposed to be hovering near them. Among the Thompson Indians of British Columbia, the persons who handled the corpse and dug the grave were secluded for 4 days. They fasted until the body was buried, after which they were given food apart from the other people. They would not touch the food with their hands, but must put it into their mouths with sharp-pointed sticks. They ate off a small mat, and drank out of birch bark cups, which, together with the mat, were thrown away at the end of the 4 days. The first 4 mouthfuls of food, as well as of water, had to be spit into the fire. During their seclusion they bathed in a stream and might not sleep with their wives. Widows and widowers were obliged to observe rules of a similar kind. Immediately after the death, they went out and passed through a patch of rose bushes 4 times, probably in order to rid themselves of the ghost, who might be supposed to stick on a thorn. For a year they had to sleep on a bed of fir boughs, on which sticks of rose bushes were laid. Many wore twigs of rose bush and juniper in a piece of buckskin on their persons. The first 4 days they might not touch their food, but ate with sharp-pointed sticks and spat out the first 4 mouthfuls of each meal, and the first 4 of water, into the fire. A widower might not fish at another man's fishing place or with another man's net. If he did, it would make the place and the net useless for the season. If he transplanted a trout into another lake, before releasing it he blew on the head of the fish, and after chewing deer fat, he spat some of the grease on its head in order to remove the baneful effect of his touch. Then he let the trout go, bidding it farewell, and asking it to propagate its kind in plenty. Any grass or branches that a widow or widower sat or lay down on withered up. If a widow should break sticks or boughs, her hands or arms would also break. She might not pick berries for a year, else the whole crop of berries would fall off the bushes or wither up. She might not cook food or fetch water for her children, nor let them lie down on her bed, nor should she lie or sit where they slept. Sometimes a widow would wear a breechcloth made of dry bunch grass for several days to prevent her husband's ghost from having intercourse with her. 511. Among the Tin or Dean Indians of Northwest America, all who have handled a corpse are subject to many restrictions and taboos. They are debarred for a certain period from eating any fresh meat. They may never use a knife to cut their food but must tear it with their teeth. They may not drink out of a vessel in common use, but must employ a gourd which they carry about for the purpose. And they wear peeled willow wands about their arms and necks or carry them in their hands as disinfectants to annul the evil consequences which are supposed to follow from handling the dead. 512. Among the Indian tribes of Queen Charlotte Sound, a widow or widower goes into special mourning for a month. Among the Eskimos the period of mourning is 4 months. During this time he or she lives apart in a very small hut behind the house, eating and drinking alone, and using for that purpose dishes which are not employed by other members of the tribe. 513. M91. Among the Aguanos, who inhabit Palawan, one of the Philippine Islands, a widow may not leave her hut for 7 or 8 days after the death. And even then she may only go out at an hour when she is not likely to meet anybody, for whoever looks upon her dies a sudden death. To prevent this fatal catastrophe, the widow knocks with a wooden peg on the trees as she goes along, thus warning people of her dangerous proximity. And the very trees on which she knocks in die. 514. So poisonous is the atmosphere of death that surrounds those to whom the ghost of the departed may be thought to cleave. In the Mikio district of British New Guinea, widower loses all his civil rights and becomes a social outcast, an object of fear and horror, shunned by all. He may not cultivate a garden, nor show himself in public, nor traverse the village, nor walk on the roads and paths. Like a wild beast he must skulk in the long grass and the bushes. And if he sees or hears anyone coming, especially a woman, he must hide behind a tree or a thicket. If he wishes to fish or hunt, he must do it alone and at night. If he would consult anyone, even the missionary, he does so by stealth and at night. He seems to have lost his voice and speaks only in whispers. Were he to join a party of fishers or hunters, his presence would bring misfortune on them. The ghost of his dead wife would frighten away the fish or the game. He goes about everywhere and at all times armed with a tomahawk to defend himself, not only against wild boars in the jungle, but against the dreaded spirit of his departed spouse, who would do him an ill turn if she could. For all the souls of the dead are malignant and their only delight is to harm the living. 515. Section 3. Women tabooed at menstruation and childbirth. M92. In general, we may say that the prohibition to use the vessels, garments, and so on of certain persons, and the effects supposed to follow, an infraction of the rule, are exactly the same whether the persons to whom the things belong are sacred or what we might call unclean and polluted. As the garments which have been touched by a sacred chief kill those who handle them, so do the things which have been touched by a menstruous woman. An Australian blackfellow, who discovered that his wife had lain on his blanket at her menstrual period, killed her and died of terror himself within a fortnight. 516. Hence Australian women at these times are forbidden under pain of death to touch anything that men use, or even to walk on a path that any man frequents. They are also secluded at childbirth, and all vessels used by them during their seclusion are burned. 517. In Uganda the pots which a woman touches while the impurity of childbirth or of menstruation is on her should be destroyed. Spears and shields defiled by her touch are not destroyed but only purified. 518. No Eskimo of Alaska will willingly drink out of the same cup or eat out of the same dish that has been used by a woman under confinement until it has been purified by certain incantations. 519. Among some of the Indians of North America, women at menstruation are forbidden to touch men's utensils, which would be so defiled by their touch that their subsequent use would be attended by certain mischief or misfortune. 520. For instance, in some of the Tin or Dene tribes girls verging on maturity take care that the dishes out of which they eat are used by no one else. When their first periodical sickness comes on, they are fed by their mothers or nearest kinswomen, and will on no account touch their food with their own hands. At the same time they abstain from touching their heads with their hands, and keep a small stick to scratch their heads with when they itch. They remain outside the house in a hut built for the purpose, and wear a skull cap made of skin to fit very tight, which they never lay aside till the first monthly infirmity is over. A fringe of the shells, bones, and so on hangs down from their foreheads so as to cover their eyes, lest any malicious sorcerer should harm them during this critical period. 521. Among all the Dene and most other American tribes, hardly any other being was the object of so much dread as a menstruating woman. As soon as signs of that condition made themselves apparent in a young girl, she was carefully segregated from all but female company, and had to live by herself in a small hut away from the gaze of the villagers, or of the male members of the roving band. While in that awful state, she had to abstain from touching anything belonging to man, or the spoils of any venison or other animal, lest she would thereby pollute the same, and condemn the hunters to failure, owing to the anger of the game thus slaughtered. Dried fish formed her diet, and cold water, absorbed through a drinking tube, was her only beverage. Moreover, as the very sight of her was dangerous to society, a special skin bonnet, with fringes falling over her face down to her breast, hid her from the public gaze, even some time after she had recovered her normal state. 522. Among the Bribri Indians of Costa Rica, a menstruous woman is regarded as unclean, bukuru. The only plates she may use for her food are banana leaves, which, when she has done with them, she throws away in some sequestered spot. For were a cow to find them and eat them, the animal would waste away and perish. And she drinks out of a special vessel for a like reason. Because if anyone drank out of the same cup after her, he would surely die. 523. In the islands of Mabiag and Sabay, in Torres Straits, girls at their first menstruation are strictly secluded from the sight of men. In Mabiag the seclusion lasts 3 months, in Sabay about a fortnight. During the time of her separation the girl is forbidden to feed herself or to handle food, which is put into her mouth by women or girls told off to wait on her. 524. M93. Among many people similar restrictions are imposed on women in childbed and apparently for similar reasons. At such periods women are supposed to be in a dangerous condition which would infect any person or thing they might touch. Hence they are put into quarantine until, with the recovery of their health and strength, the imaginary danger has passed away. Thus, in Tahiti a woman after childbirth was secluded for a fortnight or 3 weeks in a temporary hut erected on sacred ground. During the time of her seclusion she was debarred from touching provisions, and had to be fed by another. Further, if anyone else touched the child at this period, he was subjected to the same restrictions as the mother until the ceremony of her purification had been performed. 525. Similarly in Manahiki, an island of the southern Pacific, for 10 days, after her delivery a woman was not allowed to handle food, and had to be fed by some other person. 526. In the Sinigolo tribe of British New Guinea, for about a month after her confinement a woman may not prepare or handle food. She may not even cook for herself, and when she is eating the food made ready for her by her friends she must use a sharpened stick to transfer it to her mouth. 527. Similarly in the Roro and Mikio districts of British New Guinea a woman after childbirth becomes for a time taboo, opu, and any person or thing she may chance to touch becomes taboo, also. Accordingly during this time she abstains from cooking. For were she to cook food, not only the victuals themselves but the pot and the fire would be tabooed, so that nobody could eat the victuals, or use the pot, or warm himself at the fire. Further at meals she may not dip her hand into the dish and help herself, as the natives commonly do. She must use, for the purpose a long fork, with which she takes up the bananas, sweet potatoes, yams, and so forth, in order not to contaminate the rest of the food in the vessel by the touch of her fingers. If she wishes to drink, a gourd is set before her, and wrapping up her hands in a cloth or coconut fiber she pours the water into a small calabash for her use. Or she may pour the water directly into her mouth without letting the gourd touch her lips. If anything has to be handed to her, it is not given from hand to hand but reached to her at the end of a long stick. 528. Similarly in the island of Kadiak, off Alaska, a woman about to be delivered retires to a miserable low hovel built of reeds, where she must remain for 20 days, after the birth of her child, whatever the season may be, and she is considered so unclean that no one will touch her, and food is reached to her on sticks. 529. In the Bapedi and Bathonga tribes of South Africa, a woman in childbed may not touch her food with her hands all the time of her seclusion. She must eat with the help of a wooden spoon. They think that if she touched her victuals she might infect them with her bloody flux, and that having partaken of such tainted food she would fall into a consumption. 530. The Bribri Indians regard the pollution of childbed as much more dangerous even than that of menstruation. When a woman feels her time approaching, she informs her husband, who makes haste to build a hut for her in a lonely spot. There she must live alone, holding no converse with anybody save her mother or another woman. After her delivery the medicine man purifies her by breathing on her and laying an animal, it matters not what, upon her. But even this ceremony only mitigates her uncleanness into a state considered to be equivalent to that of a menstruous woman. And for a full lunar month she must live apart from her housemates, observing the same rules with regard to eating and drinking as at her monthly periods. the case is still worse. The pollution is still more deadly if she has had a miscarriage or has been delivered of a stillborn child. In that case she may not go near a living soul. The mere contact with things she has used is exceedingly dangerous. Her food is handed to her at the end of a long stick. This lasts generally for 3 weeks, after which she may go home subject only to the restrictions incident to an ordinary confinement. 531. Among the Adivi or forest galas of southern India, when a woman feels the first pains of labor, she is turned clean out of the village and must take up her quarters in a little hut made of leaves or maize about 200 yards away. In this hut she must bring forth her offspring unaided, unless a midwife can be fetched in time to be with her before the child is born. If the midwife arrives after the birth has taken place, she may not go near the woman. For 90 days, the mother lives in the hut by herself. If anyone touches her, he or she becomes, like the mother herself, an outcast and is expelled from the village for 3 months. The woman's husband generally makes a little hut, about 50 yards from hers, and stays in it sometimes to watch over her, but he may not go near her on pain of being an outcast for 3 months. Food is placed on the ground near the woman's hut and she takes it. On the 4th day after the birth, the woman of the village goes to her and pours water on her, but may not come into contact with her. On the 5th day the villagers clear away the stones and thorny bushes from a patch of ground, about 10 yards on the village side of the hut, and to this clearing the woman removes her hut unaided. No one may help her to do so. On the 9th, 15th, and 38th days she again shifts her hut nearer and nearer to the village. And again once in each of the 2 following months she brings her hut still nearer. On the 90th day of her seclusion the woman is called out from her hut, washed, clad in clean clothes, and after being taken to the village temple is conducted to her own house by a man of the caste, who performs purificatory ceremonies. 532. M94. These customs show that in the opinion of some primitive peoples a woman at and after childbirth is pervaded by a certain dangerous influence, which can infect anything and anybody she touches. So that in the interest of the community it becomes necessary to seclude her from society for a while until the virulence of the infection has passed away, when, after submitting to certain rites of purification, she is again free to mingle with her fellows. This dread of lying in women appears to be widespread, for the practice of the shutting them up at such times in lonely huts away from the rest of the people is very common. Sometimes the nature of the danger which is apprehended from them is explicitly stated. Thus in the island of Tumleo, off German New Guinea, after the birth of her first child a woman is shut up with her infant for 5 to 8 days, during which no man, not even her husband, may see her. For the men think that, were they to see her, their bodies would swell up and they would die. 533. Apparently their notion is that the sight of a woman who had just been big with child will, on the principles of homeopathic magic, make their bodies big also to bursting. The Sulka of New Britain imagine that, when a woman has been delivered of a child, the men become cowardly, weapons lose their force, and the slips which are to be planted out are deprived of their power of germinating. Hence they perform a ceremony which is intended to counteract this mysterious influence on men and plants. As soon as it is known that a woman has been brought to bed, all the male population of the village assembles in the men's clubhouse. Branches of a strong-smelling tree are fetched, the twigs are broken off, the leaves stripped off and put on the fire. All the men present then seize branches with young buds. One of them holds ginger in his hand, which, after reciting a spell over it, he distributes to the others. They chew it and spit it out on the twigs, and these twigs are afterwards laid on the shields and other weapons in the house, and also on the slips which are to be planted. Moreover, they are fastened on the roofs and over the doorways of the houses. In this way they seek to annul the noxious infection of childbirth. 534. Among the Yabim of German New Guinea, when a birth has taken place in the village, all the inhabitants remain at home next morning in order that the fruits of the field may not be spoiled. 535. Apparently they fear that if they went out to their fields and gardens, immediately after a woman had been brought to bed, they would carry with them a dangerous contagion which might blight the crops. When a Herero woman has given birth to a child, her female companions hastily construct a special hut for her to which she is transferred. Both the hut and the woman are sacred, and for this reason, the men are not allowed to see the lying-in woman until the navel string has separated from the child, otherwise they would become weaklings, and when later they yambana, that is, go to war with spear and bow, they would be shot. 536. Thus the Herero like the Sulca appear to imagine that the weakness of a lying-in woman can, on the principles of homeopathic magic, infect any man who may chance to see her. M95. Among the Saragacos Indians of eastern Ecuador, as soon as a woman feels the travail pangs beginning, she retires into the forest to a distance of 3 or 4 leagues from her home, where she takes up her abode in a hut of leaves which has been already prepared for her. This banishment, we are told, is the fruit of the superstition of these Indians, who are persuaded that the spirit of evil would attach himself to their house if the women were brought to bed in it. 537. The Esquimaux of Baffinland think that the body of a lying-in woman exhales a vapor which would adhere to the souls of seals if she ate the flesh of any seals, except such as have been caught by her husband, by a boy, or by an aged man. Cases of premature birth require particularly careful treatment. The event must be announced publicly, else dire results will follow. If a woman should conceal from the other people that she has had a premature birth, they might come near her, or even eat in her hut of the seals, procured by her husband. The vapor arising from her would thus affect them, and they would be avoided by the seals. The transgression would also become attached to the soul of the seal, which would take it down to Sedna, the mythical mother of the sea mammals, who lives in the lower world and controls the destinies of mankind. 538. M96. Some Bantu tribes of South Africa entertain even more exaggerated notions of the virulent infection spread by a woman who has had a miscarriage and has concealed it. An experienced observer of these people tells us that the blood of childbirth appears to the eyes of the South Africans to be tainted with a pollution still more dangerous than that of the menstrual fluid. The husband is excluded from the hut for 8 days of the lying-in period, chiefly from fear that he might be contaminated by this secretion. He dare not take his child in his arms for the 3 first months after the birth. But the secretion of childbed is particularly terrible when it is the product of a miscarriage, especially a concealed miscarriage. In this case it is not merely the man who is threatened or killed, it is the whole country, it is the sky itself which suffers. By a curious association of ideas, a physiological fact causes cosmic troubles. 539. Thus, for example, the Bapedi believe that a woman who has procured abortion can kill a man merely by lying with him. Her victim is poisoned, shrivels up, and dies within a week. As for the disastrous effect which a miscarriage may have on the whole country, I will quote the words of a medicine man and rainmaker of the Bapedi tribe. When a woman has had a miscarriage, when she has allowed her blood to flow, and has hidden the child, it is enough to cause the burning winds to blow and to parch the country with heat. The rain no longer falls, for the country is no longer in order. When the rain approaches the place where the blood is, it will not dare to approach. It will fear and remain at a distance. That woman has committed a great fault. She has spoiled the country of the chief, for she has hidden blood which had not yet been well congealed to fashion a man. That blood is taboo, Yila. It should never drip on the road. The chief will assemble his men and say to them, "Are you in order, in your villages?" Someone will answer, "Such and such a woman was pregnant and we have not yet seen the child which she has given birth to." Then they go and arrest the woman. They say to her, "Show us where you have hidden it." They go and dig at the spot, they sprinkle the whole with a decoction of mandula and niangale, 2 sorts of roots, prepared in a special pot. They take a little of the earth of this grave, they throw it into the river, then they bring back water from the river and sprinkle it where she shed her blood. She herself must wash every day with the medicine. Then the country will be moistened again by rain. Further, we, medicine men, summon the women of the country. We tell them to prepare a ball of the earth which contains the blood. They bring it to us one morning. If we wish to prepare medicine with which to sprinkle the whole country, we crumble this earth to powder. At the end of 5 days we send little boys and little girls, girls that yet know nothing of women's affairs and have not yet had relations with men. We put the medicine in the horns of oxen, and these children go to all the fords, to all the entrances of the country. A little girl turns up the soil with her mattock, the others dip a branch in the horn and sprinkle the inside of the hole, saying, "Rain, rain." So we remove the misfortune which the women have brought on the roads. The rain will be able to come. The country is purified. 540. M97. Similarly, the Bothonga, another Bantu tribe of South Africa in the valley of the Limpopo River, attribute severe droughts to the concealment of miscarriages by women, and they perform the following rites to remove the pollution and procure rain. A small clearing is made in a thick and thorny wood, and here a pot is buried in the ground so that its mouth is flush with the surface. From the pot 4 channels run in the form of a cross to the 4 cardinal points of the horizon. Then a black ox or a black ram, without a speck of white on it, is killed, and the pot is stuffed with the half-digested grass found in the animal's stomach. Next, little girls, still in the age of innocence, are sent to draw water, which they pour into the pot till it overflows into the 4 channels. After that the women assemble, strip off their clothes, and covering their nakedness only with a scanty petticoat of grass, they dance, leap, and sing, "Rain, fall." Then they go and dig up the remains of the prematurely born infants and of twins buried in dry ground on a hill. These they collect in one place. No man may approach the spot. The women would beat any male who might be so indiscreet as to intrude on their privacy, and they would put riddles to him which he would have to answer in the most filthy language borrowed from the circumcision ceremonies. For obscene words, which are usually forbidden, are customary and legitimate on these occasions. The women pour water on the graves of the infants and of twins, in order to extinguish, timula them, as the natives phrase it. Which seems to imply that the graves are thought to be the source of the scorching heat which is blasting the country. At the fall of evening they bury all the remains they have discovered, poking them away in the mud, near a stream. Then the rain will be free to fall. 541. In these ceremonies the pouring of water into channels which run in the direction of the 4 quarters of the heaven is clearly a charm based on the principles of homeopathic magic to procure rain. The supposed influence of twins over the waters of heaven and the use of foul language at rain-making ceremonies have been illustrated in another part of this work. 542. M98. Among the natives of the Ngwensoan Valley in Annam, during the first month after a woman has been delivered of a child, all the persons of the house are supposed to be affected with an evil destiny or ill luck, called Fonglong. If a member of such a household enters another house, the inmates never fail to say to him, "You bring me the Fonglong." Should a member of a family in which somebody is seriously ill have to enter a house infected by the Fonglong, on returning home he always fumigates himself with tea leaves or some other plant in order to rid himself of the infection which he has contracted. For they fear that the blood of the woman who has been brought to bed may harm the patient. All the time a house is tainted with the Fonglong, a branch of cactus, Euphorbia antiquorum or pandanus is hung at the door. The same thing is done to a house infected by smallpox. It is a danger signal to warn people off. The Fonglong only disappears when the woman has gone to market for the first time after her delivery. 543. A trace of a similar belief in the dangerous infection of childbirth may be seen in the rule of ancient Greek religion, which forbade persons who had handled a corpse or been in contact with a lying-in woman to enter a temple or approach an altar for a certain time, sometimes for 2 days. 544. M99. Restrictions and taboos like those laid on menstruous and lying-in women are imposed by some savages on lads at the initiatory rites which celebrate the attainment of puberty. Hence we may infer that at such times, young men are supposed to be in a state like that of women at menstruation, and in childbed. Thus, among the Creek Indians a lad at initiation had to abstain for 12 moons from picking his ears or scratching his head with his fingers. He had to use a small stick for these purposes. For 4 moons he must have a fire of his own to cook his food at. And a little girl, a virgin, might cook for him. During the 5th moon any person might cook for him, but he must serve himself first, and use 1 spoon and pan. On the 5th day of the 12th moon he gathered corn cobs, burned them to ashes, and with the ashes rubbed his body all over. At the end of the 12th moon he sweated under blankets, and then bathed in water, which ended the ceremony. While the ceremonies lasted, he might touch no one but lads who were undergoing a like course of initiation. 545. Kaffir boys at circumcision live secluded in a special hut. They are smeared from head to foot with white clay. They wear tall headdresses with horn-like projections and short skirts like those of ballet dancers. When their wounds are healed, all the vessels which they had used during their seclusion and the boyish mantles which they had hitherto worn are burned, together with the hut, and the boys rush away from the burning hut without looking back, lest a fearful curse should cling to them. After that they are bathed, anointed, and clad in new garments. 546. Section 4. Warriors tabooed. M100. Once more, warriors are conceived by the savage to move, so to say, in an atmosphere of spiritual danger which constrains them to practice a variety of superstitious observances quite different in their nature from those rational precautions which, as a matter of course, they adopt against foes of flesh and blood. The general effect of these observances is to place the warrior, both before and after victory, in the same state of seclusion or spiritual quarantine in which, for his own safety, primitive man puts his human gods and other dangerous characters. Thus, when the Maoris went out on the warpath they were sacred or taboo in the highest degree, and they and their friends at home had to observe strictly many curious customs over and above the numerous taboos of ordinary life. They became, in the irreverent language of Europeans who knew them in the old fighting days, tabooed an inch thick. And as for the leader of the expedition, he was quite unapproachable. 547. Similarly, when the Israelites marched forth to war they were bound by certain rules of ceremonial purity identical with rules observed by Maoris and Australian blackfellows on the warpath. The vessels they used were sacred, and they had to practice continence and the custom of personal cleanliness of which, the original motive, if we may judge from the avowed motive of savages who conformed to the same custom, was a fear lest the enemy should obtain the refuse of their persons, and thus be enabled to work their destruction by magic. 548. Among some Indian tribes of North America a young warrior in his first campaign had to conform to certain customs, of which 2 were identical with the observances imposed by the same Indians on girls at their first menstruation. The vessels he ate and drank out of might be touched by no other person, and he was forbidden to scratch his head or any other part of his body with his fingers. If he could not help scratching himself, he had to do it with a stick. 549. The latter rule, like the one which forbids a tabooed person to feed himself with his own fingers, seems to rest on the supposed sanctity or pollution, whichever we choose to call it, of the tabooed hands. 550. Moreover, among these Indian tribes the men on the warpath had always to sleep at night with their faces turned towards their own country. However uneasy the posture they might not change it. They might not sit upon the bare ground, nor wet their feet, nor walk on a beaten path if they could help it. When they had no choice but to walk on a path, they sought to counteract the ill effect of doing so by doctoring their legs with certain medicines or charms which they carried with them for the purpose. No member of the party was permitted to step over the legs, hands, or body of any other member who chanced to be sitting or lying on the ground. And it was equally forbidden to step over his blanket, gun, tomahawk, or anything that belonged to him. If this rule was inadvertently broken, it became the duty of the member whose person or property had been stepped over to knock the other member down, and it was similarly the duty of that other to be knocked down, peaceably and without resistance. The vessels out of which the warriors ate their food were commonly small bowls of wood or birch bark, with marks to distinguish the two sides. In marching from home the Indians invariably drank out of one side of the bowl, and in returning they drank out of the other. When on their way home they came within a day's march of the village, they hung up all their bowls on trees, or threw them away on the prairie. 551, doubtless to prevent their sanctity or defilement from being communicated with disastrous effects to their friends, just as we have seen that the vessels and clothes of the sacred Mikado, of women at childbirth and menstruation, of boys at circumcision, and of persons defiled by contact with the dead are destroyed or laid aside for a similar reason. The first 4 times that an Apache Indian goes out on the war path, he is bound to refrain from scratching his head with his fingers, and from letting water touch his lips. Hence he scratches his head with a stick, and drinks through a hollow reed or cane. Stick and reed are attached to the warrior's belt and to each other by a leathern thong. 552, the rule not to scratch their heads with their fingers, but to use a stick, for the purpose instead, was regularly observed by Ojibways on the war path. 553. M101, for 3 or 4 weeks before they went on a warlike expedition, the Nootka Indians made it an invariable rule to go into the water 5 or 6 times a day, when they washed and scrubbed themselves from head to foot with bushes intermixed with briars, so that their bodies and faces were often entirely covered with blood. During this severe exercise they continually exclaimed, "Go to a great God, let me live, not be sick, find the enemy, not fear him, find him asleep, and kill a great many of them." All this time they had no intercourse with their women, and for a week, before setting out abstained from feasting and every kind of merriment. For the last 3 days they were almost constantly in the water, scrubbing and lacerating themselves in a terrible manner. They believed that this hardened their skin, so that the weapons of the enemy could not pierce them. 554. Before they went out on the warpath the Arakaras and the Big Belly Indians, gross venters observe a rigorous fast, or rather abstain from every kind of food for 4 days. In this interval, their imagination is exalted to delirium. Whether it be through bodily weakness or the natural effect of the warlike plans they cherish, they pretend to have strange visions. The elders and sages of the tribe, being called upon to interpret these dreams, draw from them omens more or less favorable to the success of the enterprise. And their explanations are received as oracles by which the expedition will be faithfully regulated. So long as the preparatory fast continues, the warriors make incisions in their bodies, insert pieces of wood in the flesh, and having fastened leather thongs to them cause themselves to be hung from a beam which is fixed horizontally above an abyss 150 feet deep. Often, indeed, they cut off 1 or 2 fingers which they offer in sacrifice to the Great Spirit in order that they may come back laden with scalps. 555. It is hard to conceive any course of training which could more effectually incapacitate men for the business of war than that which these foolish Indians actually adopted. With regard to the Creek Indians and kindred tribes, we are told they will not cohabit with women while they are out at war. They religiously abstain from every kind of intercourse even with their own wives, for the space of 3 days and nights before they go to war, and so after they return home, because they are to sanctify themselves. 556. And as a preparation for attacking the enemy they go to the aforesaid winter house, and there drink a warm decoction of their supposed holy consecrated herbs and roots for 3 days and nights, sometimes without any other refreshment. This is to induce the deity to guard and prosper them amidst their impending dangers. In the most promising appearance of things, they are not to take the least nourishment of food, nor so much as to sit down during that time of sanctifying themselves till after sunset. While on their expedition, they are not allowed to lean themselves against a tree, though they may be exceedingly fatigued after a sharp day's march. Nor must they lie by a whole day to refresh themselves, or kill and barbecue deer and bear for their war journey. The more virtuous they are, they reckon the greater will be their success against the enemy, by the bountiful smiles of the deity. To gain that favorite point, some of the aged warriors narrowly watch the young men who are newly initiated, lest they should prove irreligious, and profane the holy fast, and bring misfortunes on the outstanding camp. A gentleman of my acquaintance, in his youthful days observed one of their religious fasts, but under the greatest suspicion of his virtue in this respect, though he had often headed them against the common enemy. During their 3 days' purification, he was not allowed to go out of the sanctified ground, without a trusty guard, lest hunger should have tempted him to violate their old martial law, and by that means have raised the burning wrath of the holy fire against the whole camp. Every war captain chooses a noted warrior to attend on him and the company. He is called Itashu, or the waiter. Everything they eat or drink during their journey, he gives them out of his hand, by rigid abstemious rule, though each carries on his back all his traveling conveniences, wrapped in a deer skin, yet they are so bigoted in the religious customs in war that none, though prompted by sharp hunger or burning thirst, dares relieve himself. They are contented with such trifling allowance as the religious waiter distributes to them, even with a scanty hand. Such a regimen would be too mortifying to any other white people, let their opinion of its violation be ever so dangerous. When I roved the woods in a war party with the Indians, though I carried no scrip, nor bottle, nor staff, I kept a large, hollow cane well corked at each end, and used to shear off now and then to drink, while they suffered greatly by thirst. The constancy of the savages, in mortifying their bodies, to gain the divine favor, is astonishing, from the very time they beat to arms, till they return from their campaign. All the while they are out, they are prohibited by ancient custom, the leaning against a tree either sitting or standing. Nor are they allowed to sit in the daytime, under the shade of trees, if it can be avoided. Nor on the ground, during the whole journey, but on such rocks, stones, or fallen wood, as their ark of war rests upon. By the attention they invariably pay to those severe rules of living, they weaken themselves much more than by the unavoidable fatigues of war. But it is fruitless to endeavor to dissuade them from those things which they have, by tradition, as the appointed means to move the deity, to grant them success against the enemy, and a safe return home. 557. An Indian, intending to go to war, will commence by blacking his face, permitting his hair to grow long, and neglecting his personal appearance, and also will frequently fast, sometimes for 2 or 3 days together, and refrain from all intercourse with the other sex. If his dreams are favorable, he thinks that the Great Spirit will give him success. 558. Among the Bough and Bothonga tribes of South Africa, not only have the warriors to abstain from women, but the people left behind in the villages are also bound to continence. They think that any incontinence on their part would cause thorns to grow on the ground traversed by the warriors, and that success would not attend the expedition. 559. M102. When we observe what pains these misguided savages took to unfit themselves for the business of war by abstaining from food, denying themselves rest, and lacerating their bodies, we shall probably not be disposed to attribute their practice of continence in war to a rational fear of dissipating their bodily energies by indulgence in the lusts of the flesh. On the contrary, we can scarcely doubt that the motive which impelled them to observe chastity on a campaign was just as frivolous as the motive which led them simultaneously to fritter away their strength by severe fast, gratuitous fatigue, and voluntary wounds at the very moment when prudence called most loudly for a precisely opposite regimen. Why exactly so many savages have made it a rule to refrain from women in time of war. 560. We cannot say for certain, but we may conjecture that their motive was a superstitious fear lest, on the principles of sympathetic magic, close contact with women should infect them with feminine weakness and cowardice. Similarly, some savages imagine that contact with a woman in childbed enerve its warriors and enfeebled their weapons. 561. Indeed, the kinds of Central Borneo go so far as to hold that to touch a loom or women's clothes would so weaken a man that he would have no success in hunting, fishing, and war. 562. Hence it is not merely sexual intercourse with women that the savage warrior sometimes shuns. He is careful to avoid the sex altogether. Thus among the hill tribes of Assam, not only are men forbidden to cohabit with their wives during or after a raid, but they may not eat food cooked by a woman. Nay, they should not address a word even to their own wives. Once a woman, who unwittingly broke the rule by speaking to her husband while he was under the war taboo, sickened and died when she learned the awful crime she had committed. 563. Section 5. Manslayer's Tabooed. M103. If the reader still doubts whether the rules of conduct which we have just been considering are based on superstitious fears or dictated by a rational prudence, his doubts will probably be dissipated when he learns that rules of the same sort are often imposed even more stringently on warriors after the victory has been won and when all fear of the living, corporeal foe is at an end. In such cases one motive for the inconvenient restrictions laid on the victors in their hour of triumph is probably a dread of the angry ghosts of the slain. And that the fear of the vengeful ghosts does influence the behavior of the slayers is often expressly affirmed. The general effect of the taboos laid on sacred chiefs, mourners, women at childbirth, men on the war path, and so on, is to seclude or isolate the tabooed persons from ordinary society, this effect being attained by a variety of rules, which oblige the men or women to live in separate huts or in the open air, to shun the commerce of the sexes, to avoid the use of vessels employed by others, and so forth. Now, the same effect is produced by similar means in the case of victorious warriors, particularly such as have actually shed the blood of their enemies. In the island of Timor, when a warlike expedition has returned in triumph bringing the heads of the vanquished foe, the leader of the expedition is forbidden by religion and custom to return at once to his own house. A special hut is prepared for him, in which he has to reside for 2 months, undergoing bodily and spiritual purification. During this time he may not go to his wife nor feed himself. The food must be put into his mouth by another person. 564. That these observances are dictated by fear of the ghosts of the slain seems certain. For from another account of the ceremonies performed on the return of a successful head-hunter in the same island we learn that sacrifices are offered on this occasion to appease the soul of the man whose head has been taken. The people think that some misfortune would befall the victor were such offerings omitted. Moreover, a part of the ceremony consists of a dance accompanied by a song, in which the death of the slain man is lamented and his forgiveness is entreated. Be not angry, they say, because your head is here with us. Had we been less lucky, our heads might now have been exposed in your village. We have offered the sacrifice to appease you. Your spirit may now rest and leave us at peace. Why were you our enemy? Would it not have been better that we should remain friends? Then your blood would not have been spilt and your head would not have been cut off. 565. The people of Palu, in central Celebes, take the heads of their enemies in war and afterwards propitiate the souls of the slain in the temple. 566. In some Dayak tribes, men on returning from an expedition in which they have taken human heads are obliged to keep by themselves and abstain from a variety of things for several days. They may not touch iron nor eat salt or fish with bones, and they may have no intercourse with women. 567. M104. In Loja, an island off the southeastern extremity of New Guinea, men who have killed or assisted in killing enemies shut themselves up for about a week in their houses. They must avoid all intercourse with their wives and friends, and they may not touch food with their hands. They may eat vegetable food only, which is brought to them cooked in special pots. The intention of these restrictions is to guard the men against the smell of the blood of the slain. For it is believed that if they smelt the blood, they would fall ill and die. 568. In the Taribi or Matumoda tribe of southeastern New Guinea, a man who has killed another may not go near his wife, and may not touch food with his fingers. He is fed by others, and only with certain kinds of food. These observances last till the new moon. 569. Among the tribes at the mouth of the Wanagila River, in New Guinea, A man who has taken life is considered to be impure until he has undergone certain ceremonies. As soon as possible after the deed he cleanses himself and his weapon. This satisfactorily accomplished, he repairs to his village and seats himself on the logs of sacrificial staging. No one approaches him or takes any notice whatever of him. A house is prepared for him which is put in charge of 2 or 3 small boys as servants. He may eat only toasted bananas, and only the center portion of them, the ends being thrown away. On the 3rd day of his seclusion a small feast is prepared by his friends, who also fashion some new perennial bands for him. This is called a viporo. The next day the man dons all his best ornaments and badges for taking life, and sallies forth fully armed and parades the village. The next day a hunt is organized, and a kangaroo selected from the game captured. It is cut open, and the spleen and liver rubbed over the back of the man. He then walks solemnly down to the nearest water, and standing straddle legs in it, washes himself. All the young untried warriors swim between his legs. This is supposed to impart courage and strength to them. The following day, at early dawn, he dashes out of his house, fully armed, and calls aloud the name of his victim. Having satisfied himself that he has thoroughly scared the ghost of the dead man, he returns to his house. The beating of flooring boards and the lighting of fires is also a certain method of scaring the ghost. A day later his purification is finished. He can then enter his wife's house. 570. Among the Roro-speaking tribes of British New Guinea, homicides were secluded in the warriors' clubhouse. They had to pass the night in the building, but during the day they might paint and decorate themselves and dance in front of it. For some time they might not eat much food nor touch it with their hands, but were obliged to pick it up on a bone fork, the heft of which was wrapped in a banana leaf. After a while they bathed in the sea, and thenceforward for a period of about a month, though they had still to sleep in the warriors' clubhouse, they were free to eat as much food as they pleased and to pick it up with their bare hands. Finally, those warriors who had never killed a man before assumed a beautiful ornament made of fretted turtle shell, which none but homicides were allowed to flaunt in their headdresses. Then came a dance, and that same night the men who wore the honorable badge of homicide for the first time were chased about the village. Embers were thrown at them, and firebrands waved in order, apparently, to drive away the souls of the dead enemies, who seemed to be conceived as imminent in some way in the headgear of their slayers. 571. Again, among the Koita of British New Guinea, when a man had killed another, whether the victim were male or female, he did not wash the blood off the spear or club, but carefully allowed it to dry on the weapon. On his way home he bathed in fresh shore, salt water, and on reaching his village went straight to his own house, where he remained in seclusion for about a week. He was taboo, he might not approach women, and he lifted his food to his mouth with a bone fork. His womenfolk were not obliged to leave the house, but they might not come near him. At the end of a week he built a rough shelter in the forest, where he lived for a few days. During this time he made a new waistband, which he wore on his return to the village. A man who has slain another is supposed to grow thin and emaciated, because he had been splashed with the blood of his victim, and as the corpse rotted he wasted away. 572. Among the southern Masim of British New Guinea, a warrior who has taken a prisoner or slain a man remains secluded in his house for 6 days. During the first 3 days he may eat only roasted food and must cook it for himself. Then he bathes and blackens his face for the remaining 3 days. 573. M105. Among the Mnumbos of German New Guinea, anyone who has slain a foe in war becomes thereby unclean, bolo, and they apply the same term unclean to menstruous and lying-in women, and also to everything that has come into contact with a corpse, which shows that all these classes of persons and things are closely associated in their minds. The unclean man who has killed an enemy in battle must remain a long time in the men's clubhouse, while the villagers gather round him and celebrate his victory with dance and song. He may touch nobody, not even his own wife and children. If he were to touch them, it is believed that they would be covered with sores. He becomes clean again by washing and using other modes of purification. 574. In Windessi, Dutch New Guinea, when a party of headhunters has been successful, and they are nearing home, they announce their approach in success by blowing on triton shells. Their canoes are also decked with branches. The faces of the men who have taken a head are blackened with charcoal. If several have taken part in killing the same victim, his head is divided among them. They always time their arrival so as to reach home in the early morning. They come rowing to the village with a great noise, and the women stand ready to dance in the verandas of the houses. The canoes row past the room's tram or house where the young men live. And as they pass, the murderers throw as many pointed sticks or bamboos at the wall or the roof as there were enemies killed. The day is spent very quietly. Now and then they drum or blow on the conch. At other times they beat the walls of the houses with loud shouts to drive away the ghosts of the slain. 575. Similarly, in the Dor district of Dutch New Guinea, if a murder has taken place in the village, the inhabitants assemble for several evenings in succession and utter frightful yells to drive away the ghost of the victim in case he should be minded to hang about the village. 576. So the Yabim of German New Guinea believe that the spirit of a murdered man pursues his murderer and seeks to do him a mischief. Hence they drive away the spirit with shouts and the beating of drums. 577. When the Fijians had buried a man alive, as they often did, they used at nightfall to make a great uproar by means of bamboos, trumpet shells, and so forth, for the purpose of frightening away his ghost, lest he should attempt to return to his old home. And to render his house unattractive to him, they dismantled it and clothed it with everything that to their ideas seemed most repulsive. 578. On the evening of the day on which they had tortured a prisoner to death, the American Indians were wont to run through the village with hideous yells, beating with sticks on the furniture, the walls, and the roofs of the huts to prevent the angry ghost of their victim from settling there and taking vengeance for the torments that his body had endured at their hands. 579. Once, says a traveler, on approaching in the night a village of Ottawas, I found all the inhabitants in confusion. They were all busily engaged in raising noises of the loudest and most inharmonious kind. Upon inquiry, I found that a battle had been lately fought between the Ottawas and the Kickapoos, and that the object of all this noise was to prevent the ghosts of the departed combatants from entering the village. 580. M106, the executioner at Porto Novo, on the coast of Guinea, used to decorate his walls with the jawbones of the persons on whom he had operated in the course of business. But for the simple precaution there, ghosts would unquestionably have come at night to knock with sobs and groans, in an inseparable manner, at the door of the room where he slept, the sleep of the just. 581. The temper of a man who has just been executed is naturally somewhat short, and in a burst of vexation his ghost is apt to fall foul of the first person he comes across, without discriminating between the objects of his wrath with that nicety of judgment which in calmer moments he may be expected to display. Hence in China it is, or used to be, customary for the spectators of an execution to show a clean pair of heels to the ghosts as soon as the last head was off. 582. The same fear of the spirits of his victims leads the executioner sometimes to live in seclusion for some time after he has discharged his office. Thus, an old writer, speaking of a Sini on the Gold Coast of West Africa, tells us that the executioners, being reckoned impure for 3 days, they built them a separate hut at a distance from the village. Meantime these fellows run like madmen through the place, seizing all they can lay hands on. Poultry, sheep, bread, and oil. Everything they can touch is theirs. Being deemed so polluted that the owners willingly give it up, they continue 3 days confined to their hut, their friends bringing them victuals. This time expired, they take their hut in pieces, which they bundle up, not leaving so much as the ashes of their fire. The first executioner, having a pot on his head, leads them to the place where the criminals suffered. There they all call him thrice by his name. The first executioner breaks his pod, and leaving their old rags in bundles they all scamper home. 583. Here the thrice repeated invocation of the victim by name gives the clue to the rest of the observances. All of them are probably intended to ward off the angry ghost of the slain man or to give him the slip. M107. Among the Basidos, ablution is specially performed on return from battle. It is absolutely necessary that the warrior should rid themselves, as soon as possible, of the blood they have shed, or the shades of their victims would pursue them incessantly, and disturb their slumbers. They go in a procession, and in full armor, to the nearest stream. At the moment they enter the water, a diviner, placed higher up, throws some purifying substances into the current. This is, however, not strictly necessary. The javelins and battle axes also undergo the process of washing. 584. According to another account of the Basido custom, warriors who have killed an enemy are purified. The chief has to wash them, sacrificing an ox in presence of the whole army. They are also anointed with the gall of the animal, which prevents the ghost of the enemy from pursuing them any further. 585. Among the Bechuanas, a man who has killed another, whether in war or in single combat, is not allowed to enter the village until he has been purified. The ceremony takes place in the evening. An ox is slaughtered, and a hole having been made through the middle of the carcass with a spear, the manslayer has to force himself through the animal, while two men hold its stomach open. 586. Sometimes, instead of being obliged to squeeze through the carcass of an ox, the manslayer is merely smeared with the contents of its stomach. This ceremony has been described as follows: in the purification of warriors too, the ox takes a conspicuous part. The warrior who has slain a man in the battle is unclean, and must on no account enter his own courtyard, for it would be a serious thing if even his shadow were to fall upon his children. He studiously keeps himself apart from the civil life of the town until he is purified. The purification ceremony is significant. Having bathed himself in running water, or, if that is not convenient, in water that has been appropriately medicated, he is smeared by the doctor with the contents of the stomach of an ox, into which certain powdered roots have been already mixed, and then the doctor strikes him on the back, sides, and belly with the large bell of an ox. A doctor takes a piece of roasted beef and cuts it into small lumps of about the size of a walnut, laying them carefully on a large wooden trencher. He has already prepared charcoal by roasting the root of certain trees in an old cracked pot, and this he grinds down and sprinkles on the lumps of meat on the trencher. Then the army surrounds the trencher, and everyone who has slain a foe in the battle steps forth, kneels down before the trencher, and takes out a piece of meat with his mouth, taking care not to touch it or the trencher with his hands. As he takes the meat, the doctor gives him a smart cut with a switch. And when he has eaten that lump of meat, his purification is complete. This ceremony is called Goalafshadinti, or the purification of the strikers. The writer to whom we owe this description adds, this taking of meat from the trencher without using the hands is evidently a matter of ritual. 587. The observation is correct. Here, as in so many cases, persons ceremonially unclean are forbidden to touch food with defiled hands until their uncleanness has been purged away. The same taboo is laid on the manslayer by the Bajeshu of British East Africa. Among them, a man who has killed another may not return to his own house on the same day, though he may enter the village and spend the night in a friend's house. He kills a sheep and smears his chest, his right arm, and his head with the contents of the animal's stomach. His children are brought to him and he smears them in like manner. Then he smears each side of the doorway with the tripe and entrails, and finally throws the rest of the stomach on the roof of his house. For a whole day, he may not touch food with his hands, but picks it up with 2 sticks and so conveys it to his mouth. His wife is not under any such restrictions. She may even go to mourn for the man whom her husband has killed, if she wishes to do so. 588. In some Bechuana tribes, the victorious warrior is obliged to eat a piece of the skin of the man he killed. The skin is taken from about the navel of his victim, and without it he may not enter the cattle pen. Moreover, the medicine man makes a gash with a spear in the warrior's thigh for every man he has killed. 589. Among the Angoni, a Zulu tribe settled to the north of the Zambesi, warriors who have slain foes on an expedition smear their bodies and faces with ashes, hang garments of their victims on their persons, and tie bark ropes round their necks, so that the ends hang down over their shoulders or breasts. This costume they wear for 3 days after their return, and rising at break of day they run through the village uttering frightful yells to drive away the ghost of the slain, which, if they were not thus banished from the houses, might bring sickness and misfortune on the inmates. 590. In some Kaffir tribes of South Africa, men who have been wounded or killed an enemy in fight may not see the king nor drink milk till they have been purified. An ox is killed, and its gall, intestines, and other parts are boiled with roots. Of this decoction the men have to take 3 gulps, and the rest is sprinkled on their bodies. The wounded man has then to take a stick, spit on it thrice, point it thrice at the enemy, and then throw it in his direction. After that he takes an emetic and is declared clean. 591. M108. In some of these accounts nothing is said of an enforced seclusion, at least after the ceremonial cleansing, but some South African tribes certainly require the slayer of a very gallant foe in war to keep apart from his wife and family for 10 days after he has washed his body in running water. He also receives from the tribal doctor a medicine which he chews with his food. 592. When a Nandi of British East Africa has killed a member of another tribe, he paints one side of his body, spear, and sword, red, and the other side white. For 4 days after the slaughter he is considered unclean and may not go home. He has to build a small shelter by a river and live there. He may not associate with his wife or sweetheart, and he may eat nothing but porridge, beef, and goat's flesh. At the end of the 4th day he must purify himself by taking a strong purge made from the bark of the sagitet tree and by drinking goat's milk mixed with blood. 593. Among the Akakwaya of British East Africa, all who have shed human blood must be purified. The elders assemble and one of them cuts a strip of hair from above both ears of each manslayer. After that the warriors rub themselves with the dung taken from the stomach of a sheep, which has been slaughtered for the occasion. Finally their bodies are cleansed with water. All the hair remaining on their heads is subsequently shaved off by their wives. For a month after the shedding of blood they may have no contact with women. 594. On the contrary, when a Katush, warrior of British East Africa, who has killed a foe in battle, returns home, it is considered essential that he should have connection with his wife as soon as convenient. This is believed to prevent the spirit of his dead enemy from haunting and bewitching him. 595. An Angoni who has killed a man in battle is obliged to perform certain purificatory ceremonies before he may return to ordinary life. Amongst other things, he must be sure to make an incision in the corpse of a slain foe, in order to let the gases escape and so prevent the body from swelling. If he fails to do so, his own body will swell in proportion as the corpse becomes inflated. 596. Among the Ovambos of southern Africa, when the warriors return to their villages, those who have killed an enemy pass the first night in the open fields, and may not enter their houses until they have been cleansed of the guilt of blood by an older man, who smears them for this purpose with a kind of porridge. 597. Herero warriors on their return from battle may not approach the sacred hearth until they have been purified from the guilt of bloodshed. They crouch in a circle round the hearth, but at some distance from it, while the chief besprinkled their brows and temples with water in which branches of a holy bush have been placed. 598. Again, ancient Herero custom requires that he who has killed a man or a lion should have blood drawn from his breast and upper arm so as to trickle on the ground. A special name, Altoni, is given to the cuts thus made. They must be made with a flint, not with an iron tool. 599. Among the Bantu tribes of Kavirondo, in eastern Africa, when a man has killed an enemy in warfare, he shaves his head on his return home, and his friends rub a medicine, which generally consists of goat's dung, over his body to prevent the spirit of the slain man from troubling him. 600. Exactly the same custom is practiced for the same reason by the Wagaya of German East Africa. 601. With the Yaluo of Kavirondo, the custom is somewhat different. 3 days after his return from the fight, the warrior shaves his head. But before he may enter his village, he has to hang a live fowl, head uppermost, round his neck. Then the bird is decapitated and its head left hanging round his neck. Soon after his return, a feast is made for the slain man, in order that his ghost may not haunt his slayer. 602. After the slaughter of the Midianites, the Israelitish warriors were obliged to remain outside the camp for 7 days. Whoever had killed a man or touched the slain had to purify himself and his captive. The spoil taken from the enemy had also to be purified, according to its nature, either by fire or water. 603. Similarly, among the Basidos, cattle taken from the enemy are fumigated with bundles of lighted branches before they are allowed to mingle with the herds of the tribe. 604. M109. The Arunta of Central Australia believe that when a party of men has been out against the enemy and taken alive, the spirit of the slain man follows the party on its return and is constantly on the watch to do a mischief to those of the band who actually shed the blood. It takes the form of a little bird called the kikirkna, and may be heard crying, like a child in the distance as it flies. If any of the slayers should fail to hear its cry, he would become paralyzed in his right arm and shoulder. At night time, especially, when the bird is flying over the camp, the slayers have to lie awake and keep the right arm and shoulder carefully hidden, lest the bird should look down upon and harm them. When once they have heard its cry, their minds are at ease, because the spirit of the dead then recognizes that he has been detected, and can therefore do no mischief. On their return to their friends, as soon as they come in sight of the main camp, they begin to perform an excited war dance, approaching in the form of a square and moving their shields as if to ward off something which was being thrown at them. This action is intended to repel the angry spirit of the dead man, who is striving to attack them. Next, the men who did the deed of blood separate themselves from the others, and forming a line, with spears at rest and shields held out in front, stand silent and motionless like statues. A number of old women now approach with a sort of exulting skip and strike the shields of the men slayers with fighting clubs till they ring again. They are followed by men who smite the shields with boomerangs. This striking of the shields is supposed to be a very effective way of frightening away the spirit of the dead man. The natives listen anxiously to the sounds emitted by the shields when they are struck. For if any man's shield gives forth a hollow sound under the blow, that man will not live long, but if it rings sharp and clear, he is safe. For some days after their return, the slayers will not speak of what they have done, and continue to paint themselves all over with powdered charcoal, and to decorate their foreheads and noses with green twigs. Finally, they paint their bodies and faces with bright colors, and become free to talk about the affair. But still of nights, they must lie awake listening for the plaintive cry of the bird, in which they fancy they hear the voice of their victim. 605. M110. In the Washington group of the Marquesas Islands, the man who has slain an enemy in battle becomes tabooed for 10 days, during which he may hold no intercourse with his wife, and may not meddle with fire. Hence, another has to make fire and to cook for him. Nevertheless, he is treated with marked distinction and receives presents of pigs. 606. In Fiji, any one who had cleft a human being to death in war was consecrated or tabooed. He was smeared red by the king with turmeric from the roots of his hair to his heels. A hut was built, and in it he had to pass the next 3 nights, during which he might not lie down, but must sleep as he sat. Till the 3 nights had elapsed, he might not change his garment, nor remove the turmeric, nor enter a house in which there was a woman. 607. In the Palau Islands, when the men return from a warlike expedition in which they have taken alive the young warriors who have been out fighting for the first time, and all who handle the slain, are shut up in the large council house and become tabooed. They may not quit the edifice, nor bathe, nor touch a woman, nor eat fish. Their food is limited to coconuts and syrup. They rub themselves with charmed leaves, and chew charmed betel. After 3 days they go together to bathe as near as possible to the spot where the man was killed. 608. M111, when the Tupi Indians of Brazil had made a prisoner in war, they used to bring him home amid great rejoicings, decked with the gorgeous plumage of tropical birds. In the village he was well treated, he received a house and furniture and was married to a wife. When he was thus comfortably installed, the relations and friends of his captor, who had the first pick, came and examined him and decided which of his limbs and joints they proposed to eat. And according to their choice they were bound to provide him with victuals. Thus he might live for months or years, treated like a king, supplied with all the delicacies of the country, and rearing a family of children who, when they were big, might or might not be eaten with their father. While he was thus being fattened like a capon for the slaughter, he wore a necklace of fruit or a fish bone strung on a cotton thread. This was the measure of his life. For every fruit or every bone on the string he had a month to live. And as each moon waned and vanished they took a fruit or a bone from the necklace. When only one remained, they sent out invitations to friends and neighbors far and near, who flocked in, sometimes to the number of 10 or 12,000, to witness the spectacle and partake of the feast. For often a number of prisoners were to die the same day, father, mother, and children all together. As a rule they shewed a remarkable stolidity and indifference to death. The club with which they were to be dispatched was elaborately prepared by the women, who adorned it with tassels of feathers, smeared it with the pounded shells of a macaw's eggs, and traced lines on the eggshell powder. Then they hung it to a pole, above the ground, in an empty hut, and sang around it all night. The executioner, who was painted grey with ashes and his whole body covered with the beautiful feathers of parrots and other birds of gay plumage, performed his office by striking the victim on the head from behind and dashing out his brains. No sooner had he dispatched the prisoner than he retired to his house, where he had to stay all that day without eating or drinking, while the rest of the people feasted on the body of the victim or victims. And for 3 days he was obliged to fast and remain in seclusion. All this time he lay in his hammock and might not set foot on the ground. If he had to go anywhere, he was carried by bearers. They thought that, were he to break this rule, some disaster would befall him or he would die. Meantime he was given a small bow and passed his time in shooting arrows into wax. This he did in order to keep his hand and aim steady. In some of the tribes they rubbed the pulse of the executioner with one of the eyes of his victim, and hung the mouth of the murdered man like a bracelet on his arm. Afterwards he made incisions in his breast, arms, and legs, and other parts of his body, with a saw made of the teeth of an animal. An ointment and a black powder were then rubbed into the wounds, which left ineffaceable scars so artistically arranged that they presented the appearance of a tightly fitting garment. It was believed that he would die if he did not thus draw blood from his own body after slaughtering the captive. 609. We may conjecture that the original intention of these customs was to guard the executioner against the angry and dangerous ghosts of his victims. M112. Among the Natchez of North America, young braves who had taken their first scalps were obliged to observe certain rules of abstinence for 6 months. They might not sleep with their wives nor eat flesh. Their only food was fish and hasty pudding. If they broke these rules, they believed that the soul of the man they had killed would work their death by magic, that they would gain no more successes over the enemy, and that the least wound inflicted on them would prove mortal. 610. When a Choctaw had killed an enemy and taken his scalp, he went into mourning for a month, during which he might not comb his hair, and if his head itched he might not scratch it except with a little stick which he wore fastened to his wrist, for the purpose. 611. This ceremonial mourning for the enemies they had slain was not uncommon among the North American Indians. Thus the Dakotas, when they had killed a foe, unbraided their hair, blackened themselves all over, and wore a small knot of swan's down on the top of the head. They dress as mourners yet rejoice. 612. A Thompson River Indian of British Columbia, who had slain an enemy, used to blacken his own face, lest his victim's ghost should blind him. 613. When the Osages have mourned over their own dead, they will mourn for the foe just as if he was a friend. 614. From observing the great respect paid by the Indians to the scalps they had taken, and listening to the mournful songs which they held to the shades of their victims, Catlin was convinced that they have a superstitious dread of the spirits of their slain enemies, and many conciliatory offices to perform, to ensure their own peace. 615. When a Pima Indian has killed an Apache, he must undergo purification. 16 days he fasts, and only after the 4th day is he allowed to drink a little pinole. During the whole time he may not touch meat nor salt, nor look on a blazing fire, nor speak to a human being. He lives alone in the woods, waited on by an old woman, who brings him his scanty dole of food. He bathes often in a river, and keeps his head covered almost the whole time with a plaster of mud. On the 17th day a large space is cleared near the village and a fire lit in the middle of it. The men of the tribe form a circle round the fire, and outside of it sit all the warriors who have just been purified, each in a small excavation. Some of the old men then take the weapons of the purified and dance with them in the circle, after which both the slayer and his weapon are considered clean. But not until 4 days later is the man allowed to return to his family. 616. No doubt the peace enforced by the government of the United States has, along with tribal warfare, abolished also these quaint customs. A fuller account of them has been given by a recent writer, and it deserves to be quoted at length. There was no law among the Pimas, he says, observed with a greater strictness than that which required purification and expiation for the deed that was at the same time the most lauded, the killing of an enemy. For 16 days the warrior fasted in seclusion and observed meanwhile a number of tables attended by an old man. The warrior who had to expiate the crime of blood guilt retired to the groves along the river bottom at some distance from the villages or wandered about the adjoining hills. During the period of 16 days he was not allowed to touch his head with his fingers or his hair would turn white. If he touched his face it would become wrinkled. He kept a stick to scratch his head with, and at the end of every 4 days the stick was buried at the root end on the west side of a cat's claw tree, and a new stick was made of greasewood, arrowbush, or any other convenient shrub. He then bathed in the river, no matter how cold the temperature. The feast of victory which his friends were observing in the meantime at the village lasted 8 days. At the end of that time, or when his period of retirement was half completed, the warrior might go to his home to get a fetish made from the hair of the Apache whom he had killed. The hair was wrapped in eagle down and tied with a cotton string and kept in a long medicine basket. He drank no water for the first 2 days and fasted for the first 4. After that time he was supplied with pinole by his attendant, who also instructed him as to his future conduct, telling him that he must henceforth stand back until all others were served when partaking of food and drink. If he was a married man his wife was not allowed to eat salt during his retirement, else she would suffer from the disease which causes stiff limbs. The explanation offered for the observance of this law of lustration is that if it is not obeyed the warrior's limbs will become stiffened or paralyzed. 617. The Apaches, the enemies of the Pimas, purify themselves for the slaughter of their foes by means of baths in the sweat house, singing, and other rites. These ceremonies they perform for all the dead simultaneously after their return home. But the Pimas, more punctilious on this point, resort to their elaborate ceremonies of purification the moment a single one of their own band or of the enemy has been laid low. 618. How heavily these religious scruples must have told against the Pimas in their wars with their ferocious enemies is obvious enough. This long period of retirement, immediately after a battle, says an American writer, greatly diminished the value of the Pimas as scouts and allies for the United States troops operating against the Apaches. The bravery of the Pimas was praised by all, Army officers having any experience with them, but Captain Burke and others have complained of their unreliability, due solely to the rigid observance of this religious law. 619. In nothing, perhaps, is the penalty which superstition sooner or later entails on its devotees more prompt and crushing than in the operations of war. M113. Far away from the torrid home of the Pima and Apaches, an old traveler witnessed ceremonies of the same sort practiced near the Arctic Circle by some Indians who had surprised and brutally massacred an unoffending and helpless party of Eskimo. His description is so interesting that I will quote it in full. Among the various superstitious customs of those people, it is worth remarking, and ought to have been mentioned in its proper place, that immediately after my companions had killed the Esquimaux at the Copper River, they considered themselves in a state of uncleanness, which induced them to practice some very curious and unusual ceremonies. In the first place, all who were absolutely concerned in the murder were prohibited from cooking any kind of victuals either for themselves or others. As luckily there were 2 in company who had not shed blood, they were employed always as cooks till we joined the women. This circumstance was exceedingly favorable on my side. For had there been no persons of the above description in company, that task, I was told, would have fallen on me, which would have been no less fatiguing and troublesome than humiliating and vexatious. When the victuals were cooked, all the murderers take a kind of red earth, or ochre, and painted all the space between the nose and chin, as well as the greater part of their cheeks, almost to the ears, before they would taste a bit, and would not drink out of any other dish, or smoke out of any other pipe, but their own. And none of the others seemed willing to drink or smoke out of theirs. We had no sooner joined the women, at our return from the expedition, than there seemed to be an universal spirit of emulation among them, vying who should first make a suit of ornaments for their husbands, which consisted of bracelets for the wrists, and band for the forehead, composed of porcupine quills and moose hair, curiously wrought on leather. The custom of painting the mouth and part of the cheeks before each meal, and drinking and smoking out of their own utensils, was strictly and invariably observed, till the winter began to set in. And during the whole of that time they would never kiss any of their wives or children. They refrained also from eating many parts of the deer and other animals, particularly the head, entrails, and blood. And during their uncleanness, their victuals were never sodden in water, but dried in the sun, eaten, quite raw, or broiled, when a fire fit for the purpose could be procured. When the time arrived that was to put an end to these ceremonies, the men, without a female being present, made a fire at some distance from the tents, into which they threw all their ornaments, pipe stems, and dishes, which were soon consumed to ashes. After which a feast was prepared, consisting of such articles as they had long been prohibited from eating. And when all was over, each man was at liberty to eat, drink, and smoke as he pleased, and also to kiss his wives and children at discretion, which they seemed to do with more rapture than I had ever known them do it, either before or since. 620. M114. Thus we see that warriors who have taken the life of a foe in battle are temporarily cut off from free intercourse with their fellows, and especially with their wives, and must undergo certain rites of purification before they are readmitted to society. Now if the purpose of their seclusion and of the expiatory rites which they have to perform is, as we have been led to believe, no other than to shake off, frighten, or appease the angry spirit of the slain man, we may safely conjecture that the similar purification of homicides and murderers, who have imbrued their hands in the blood of a fellow tribesman, had at first the same significance, and that the idea of a moral or spiritual regeneration, symbolized by the washing, the fasting, and so on, was merely a later interpretation put upon the old custom by men who had outgrown the primitive modes of thought in which the custom originated. The conjecture will be confirmed if we can show that savages have actually imposed certain restrictions on the murderer of a fellow tribesman from a definite fear that he is haunted by the ghost of his victim. This we can do with regard to the Omahas, a tribe of the Sioux stock in North America. Among these Indians the kinsman of a murdered man had the right to put the murderer to death, but sometimes they waived their right in consideration of presents which they consented to accept. When the life of the murderer was spared, he had to observe certain stringent rules for a period which varied from 2 to 4 years. He must walk barefoot, and he might eat no warm food, nor raise his voice, nor look around. He was compelled to pull his robe about him and to have it tied at the neck even in hot weather. He might not let it hang loose or fly open. He might not move his hands about, but had to keep them close to his body. He might not comb his hair, and it might not be blown about by the wind. When the tribe went out hunting, he was obliged to pitch his tent about 1/4 mile from the rest of the people lest the ghost of his victim should raise a high wind, which might cause damage. Only one of his kindred was allowed to remain with him at his tent. No one wished to eat with him, for they said, if we eat with him whom Wakanda hates, Wakanda will hate us. Sometimes he wandered at night crying and lamenting his offense. At the end of his long isolation, the kinsman of the murdered man heard his crying and said, "It is enough. Be gone, and walk among the crowd. Put on moccasins and wear a good robe." 621. Here the reason alleged for keeping the murderer at a considerable distance from the hunters gives the clue to all the other restrictions laid on him. He was haunted and therefore dangerous. The ancient Greeks believed that the soul of a man who had just been killed was wroth with his slayer and troubled him. Wherefore it was needful even for the involuntary homicide to depart from his country for a year until the anger of the dead man had cooled down. Nor might the slayer return until sacrifice had been offered and ceremonies of purification performed. If his victim chanced to be a foreigner, the homicide had to shun the native country of the dead man as well as his own. 622. The legend of the matricide Orestes, how he roamed from place to place pursued by the furies of his murdered mother, and none would sit at meat with him, or take him in, till he had been purified. 623. Reflects faithfully the real Greek dread of such as were still haunted by an angry ghost. When the turbulent people of Chinotha, after perpetrating an atrocious massacre, sent an embassy to Sparta, every Arcadian town through which the envoys passed on their journey ordered them out of its walls at once. And the Mantineans, after the embassy had departed, even instituted a solemn purification of the city and its territory by carrying sacrificial victims round them, both. 624. M115. Among the Kwakiutl Indians of British Columbia, men who have partaken of human flesh as a ceremonial rite are subject for a long time afterwards to many restrictions or taboos of the sort we have been dealing with. They may not touch their wives for a whole year, and during the same time they are forbidden to work or gamble. For 4 months they must live alone in their bedrooms, and when they are obliged to quit the house for a necessary purpose, they may not go out at the ordinary door, but must use only the secret door in the rear of the house. On such occasions each of them is attended by all the rest, carrying small sticks. They must all sit down together on a long log, then get up, then sit down again, repeating this 3 times before they are allowed to remain seated. Before they rise they must turn round 4 times. Then they go back to the house. Before entering they must raise their feet 4 times. With the 4th step they really pass the door, taking care to enter with the right foot foremost. In the doorway they turn 4 times and walk slowly into the house. They are not permitted to look back. During the 4 months of their seclusion each man in eating must use a spoon, dish, and kettle of his own, which are thrown away at the end of the period. Before he draws water from a bucket or a brook, he must dip his cup into it thrice. And he may not take more than 4 mouthfuls at one time. He must carry a wing bone of an eagle and drink through it, for his lips may not touch the brim of his cup. Also he keeps a copper nail to scratch his head with, for were his own nails to touch his own skin they would drop off. For 16 days after he has partaken of human flesh he may not eat any warm food, and for the whole of the 4 months he is forbidden to cool hot food by blowing on it with his breath. At the end of winter, when the season of ceremonies is over, he feigns to have forgotten the ordinary ways of men, and has to learn everything anew. The reason for these remarkable restrictions imposed on men who have eaten human flesh is not stated. But we may surmise that fear of the ghost of the man whose body was eaten has, at least, a good deal to do with them. We are confirmed in our conjecture by observing that though these cannibals sometimes content themselves with taking bites out of living people, the rules in question are especially obligatory on them after they have devoured a corpse. Moreover, the careful treatment of the bones of the victim points to the same conclusion. For during the 4 months of seclusion observed by the cannibals, the bones of the person on whom they feasted are kept alternately for 4 days at a time under rocks in the sea and in their bedrooms on the north side of the house, where the sun cannot shine on them. Finally, the bones are taken out of the house, tied up, weighted with a stone, and thrown into deep water, because it is believed that if they were buried they would come back and take their master's soul. 625. This seems to mean that if the bones of the victim were buried, his ghost would come back and fetch away the souls of the men who had eaten his body. The Gabars, a cannibal tribe in the north of New Guinea, are much afraid of the spirit of a slain man or woman. Among them, persons who have partaken of human flesh for the first time reside for a month afterwards in a small hut and may not enter the dwelling house. 626. Section 6. Hunters and Fishers Tabooed. M116. In savage society, the hunter and the fisherman have often to observe rules of abstinence and to submit to ceremonies of purification of the same sort as those which are obligatory on the warrior and the manslayer. And though we cannot in all cases perceive the exact purpose which these rules and ceremonies are supposed to serve, we may with some probability assume that, just as the dread of the spirits of his enemies is the main motive for the seclusion and purification of the warrior who hopes to take or has already taken their lives, so the huntsman or fisherman who complies with similar customs is principally actuated by a fear of the spirits of the beasts, birds, or fish which he has killed or intends to kill. For the savage commonly conceives animals to be endowed with souls and intelligences like his own, and hence he naturally treats them with similar respect. Just as he attempts to appease the ghosts of the men he has slain, so he essays to propitiate the spirits of the animals he has killed. These ceremonies of propitiation will be described later on in this work. 627. Here we have to deal, first, with the taboos observed by the hunter and the fisherman before or during the hunting and fishing seasons, and, second, with the ceremonies of purification which have to be practiced by these men on returning with their booty from a successful chase. M117. While the savage respects, more or less, the souls of all animals, he treats with particular deference the spirits of such as are either especially useful to him or formidable on account of their size, strength, or ferocity. Accordingly, the hunting and killing of these valuable or dangerous beasts are subject to more elaborate rules and ceremonies than the slaughter of comparatively useless and insignificant creatures. Thus, the Indians of Nootka Sound prepared themselves for catching whales by observing a fast for a week, during which they ate very little, bathed in the water several times a day, sang, and rubbed their bodies, limbs, and faces with shells and bushes till they looked as if they had been severely torn with briars. They were likewise required to abstain from any commerce with their women for the like period, this last condition being considered indispensable to their success. A chief who failed to catch a whale has been known to attribute his failure to a breach of chastity on the part of his men. 628. It should be remarked that the conduct thus prescribed as a preparation for whaling is precisely that which in the same tribe of Indians was required of men about to go on the war path. 629. Rules of the same sort are, or were formerly, observed by Malagasy whalers. For 8 days before they went to sea, the crew of a whaler used to fast, abstaining from women and liquor, and confessing their most sacred faults to each other. And if any man was found to have sinned deeply, he was forbidden to share in the expedition. 630. In the island of Kadiak, off the south coast of Alaska, whalers were reckoned unclean during the fishing season, and nobody would eat out of the same dish with them or even come near them. Yet we are told that great respect was paid to them, and that they were regarded as the purveyors of their country. 631. Though it is not expressly said, it seems to be implied, and on the strength of analogy we may assume that these Kadiak dwellers had to remain chaste so long as the whaling season lasted. In the island of Mabiak, continence was imposed on the people both before they went to hunt the dugong and while the turtles were pairing. The turtle season lasts during parts of October and November. And if at that time unmarried persons had sexual intercourse with each other, it was believed that when the canoe approached the floating turtle, the male would separate from the female and both would dive down in different directions. 632. So at Moat in New Guinea, men have no relation with women when the turtle are coupling, though there is considerable laxity of morals at other times. 633. Among the Motu of Port Moresby, in New Guinea, chastity is enjoined before fishing and wallaby hunting. They believe that men who have been unjust will be unable to catch the fish and the wallabies, which will turn round and jeer at their pursuers. 634. Among the tribes about the mouth of the Wanagila River in New Guinea, the preparations for fishing turtle and dugong are most elaborate. They begin 2 months before the fishing. A hetman is appointed who becomes holy. On his strict observance of the laws of the dugong net depends the success of the season. While the men of the village are making the nets, this sanctified leader lives entirely secluded from his family, and may only eat a roasted banana or two after the sun has gone down. Every evening at sundown he goes ashore and, stripping himself of all his ornaments, which he is never allowed to doff at other times, bathes near where the dugongs feed. As he does so, he throws scraped coconut and scented herbs and gums into the water to charm the dugong. 635. Among the Roro-speaking tribes of British New Guinea, the magician who performs ceremonies for the success of a wallaby hunt must abstain from intercourse with his wife for a month before the hunt takes place. And he may not eat food cooked by his wife or by any other woman. 636. In the island of App, one of the Caroline group, every fisherman plying his craft lies under a most strict taboo during the whole of the fishing season, which lasts for 6 or 8 weeks. Whenever he is on shore, he must spend all his time in the men's clubhouse, Filu, and, under no pretext whatever, may he visit his own house or so much as look upon the faces of his wife and womankind. Were he but to steal a glance at them, they think that flying fish must inevitably bore out his eyes at night. If his wife, mother, or daughter brings any gift for him or wishes to talk with him, she must stand down towards the shore with her back turned to the men's clubhouse. Then the fisherman may go out and speak to her, or with his back turned to her he may receive what she has brought him. After which he must return at once to his rigorous confinement. Indeed, the fisherman may not even join in dance and song with the other men of the clubhouse in the evening. They must keep to themselves and be silent. 637. In the Palau Islands, also, which belong to the Caroline group, fishermen are likewise debarred from intercourse with women, since it is believed that any such intercourse would infallibly have a prejudicial effect on the fishing. The same taboo is said to be observed in all the other islands of the South Sea. 638. In Mirzapur, when the seed of the silkworm is brought into the house, the kul or buyar puts it in a place which has been carefully plastered with holy cow dung to bring good luck. From that time the owner must be careful to avoid ceremonial impurity. He must give up cohabitation with his wife. He may not sleep on a bed, nor shave himself, nor cut his nails, nor anoint himself with oil, nor eat food cooked with butter, nor tell lies, nor do anything else that he deems wrong. He vows to Singarmati Devi that if the worms are duly born, he will make her an offering. When the cocoons open and the worms appear, he assembles the women of the house and they sing the same song as at the birth of a baby, and red lead is smeared on the parting of the hair of all the married women of the neighborhood. When the worms pair, rejoicings are made as at a marriage. 639. Thus the silkworms are treated as far as possible like human beings. Hence the custom which prohibits the commerce of the sexes while the worms are hatching may be only an extension, by analogy, of the rule which is observed by many races, that the husband may not cohabit with his wife during pregnancy and lactation. M118. On Lake Victoria, Nyanza, the Baganda fishermen use a long stout line, which is supported on the surface of the water by wooden floats, while short lines with baited hooks attached to them depend from it at frequent intervals. The place where the fisherman makes his line, whether in his hut or his garden, is tabooed. People may not step over his cords or tools, and he himself has to observe a number of restrictions. He may not go near his wife or any other woman. He eats alone, works alone, sleeps alone. He may not wash, except in the lake. He may not eat salt or meat or butter. He may not smear any fat on his body. When the line is ready, he goes to the god, asks his blessing on it, and offers him a pot of beer. In return, he receives from the deity a stick or bit of wood to fasten to the line, and also some medicine of herbs to smoke and blow over the water in order that the fish may come to the line and be caught. Then he carries the line to the lake. If in going thither he should stumble over a stone or a tree root, he takes it with him, and he does the same with any grass seeds that may stick to his clothes. These stones, roots, and seeds he puts on the line, believing that just as he stumbled over them and they stuck to him, so the fish will also stumble over them and stick to the line. The taboo lasts till he has caught his first fish. If his wife has kept the taboo, he eats the fish with her. But if she has broken it, she may not partake of the fish. After that, if he wishes to go into his wife, he must take his line out of the water and place it in a tree or some other place of safety. He is then free to be with her. But so long as the line is in the water, he must keep apart from women, or the fish would at once leave the shore. Any breach of this taboo renders the line useless to him. He must sell it and make a new one and offer an expiatory offering to the god. 640. Again, in Uganda, the fisherman offers fish to his canoe, believing that if he neglected to make this offering more than twice, his net would catch nothing. The fish thus offered to the canoe is eaten by the fisherman. But if at the time of emptying the traps there is any man in the canoe who has committed adultery, eaten flesh or salt, or rubbed his body with butter or fat, that man is not allowed to partake of the fish offered to the canoe. And if the sinner has not confessed his fault to the priest and been purified, the catch will be small. When the adulterer has confessed his sin, the priest calls the husband of the guilty woman and tells him of her crime. Her paramour has to wear a sign to show that he is doing penance, and he makes a feast for the injured husband, which the latter is obliged to accept in token of reconciliation. After that, the husband may not punish either of the erring couple. The sin is atoned for and they are able to catch fish again. 641. Among the Bangala of the Upper Congo, while fishermen are making their traps, they must observe strict continence, and the restriction lasts until the traps have caught fish and the fish have been eaten. Similarly, Bangala hunters may have no sexual intercourse from the time they made their traps till they have caught game and eaten it. It is believed that any hunter who broke this rule of chastity would have bad luck in the chase. 642. M119. In the island of Nias, the hunters sometimes dig pits, cover them lightly over with twigs, grass, and leaves, and then drive the game into them. While they are engaged in digging the pits, they have to observe a number of taboos. They may not spit, or the game would turn back in disgust from the pits. They may not laugh, or the sides of the pit would fall in. They may eat no salt, prepare no fodder for swine, and in the pit, they may not scratch themselves, for if they did, the earth would be loosened and would collapse. And the night after digging the pit they may have no intercourse with a woman, or all their labor would be in vain. 643. M120. This practice of observing strict chastity as a condition of success in hunting and fishing is very common among rude races. And the instances of it which have been cited render it probable that the rule is always based on a superstition rather than on a consideration of the temporary weakness which a breach of the custom may entail on the hunter or fisherman. In general, it appears to be supposed that the evil effect of incontinence is not so much that it weakens him, as that, for some reason or other, it offends the animals, who in consequence will not suffer themselves to be caught. In the Motumotu tribe of New Guinea, a man will not see his wife the night before he starts on a great fishing or hunting expedition. If he did, he would have no luck. In the Motu tribe he is regarded as holy that night, and in the morning no one may speak to him or call out his name. 644. In German East Africa, elephant hunters must refrain from women for several days before they set out for the chase. 645. We have seen that in the same region a wife's infidelity during the hunter's absence is believed to give the elephant power over him so as to kill or wound him. 646. As this belief is clearly a superstition based on sympathetic magic, so doubtless is the practice of chastity before the hunt. The pygmies of the great African forest are also reported to observe strict continence the night before an important hunt. It is said that at this time they propitiate their ancestors by rubbing their skulls, which they keep in boxes, with palm oil and with water in which the ashes of the bark and leaves of a certain tree, Moduma, have been mixed. 647. M121. The Huichol Indians of Mexico think that only the pure of heart should hunt the deer. The deer would never enter a snare put up by a man in love. It would only look at it, snort poo, poo, and go back the way it came. Good luck in love means bad luck in deer hunting. But even those who have been abstinent must invoke the aid of the fire to burn the last taint or blemish out of them. So the night before they set out for the chase they gather round the fire and pray aloud, all trying to get as near as they can to the flaming god, and turning every side of their bodies to his blessed influence. They hold out their open hands to it, warm the palms, spit on them, and then rub them quickly over their joints, legs, and shoulders, as the shamans do in curing a sick man, in order that their limbs and sinews may be as strong as their hearts are pure for the task of the morrow. 648. A carrier Indian of British Columbia used to separate from his wife for a full month before he set traps for bears, and during this time he might not drink from the same vessel as his wife, but had to use a special cup made of birch bark. The neglect of these precautions would cause the game to escape after it had been snared. But when he was about to snare martens, the period of continence was cut down to 10 days. 649. The Saya, a tribe of Pueblo Indians, observed chastity for 4 days before a hunt as well as the whole time that it lasts, even if the game be only rabbits. 650. Among the Tsetsaut Indians of British Columbia, hunters who desire to secure good luck fast and wash their bodies with ginger root for 3 or 4 days, and do not touch a woman for 2 or 3 months. 651. A Shuswap Indian, who intends to go out hunting must also keep away from his wife, or he would have no luck. 652. Among the Thompson Indians, a grizzly bear hunter must abstain from sexual intercourse for some time before he went forth to hunt. These Indians believe that bears always hear what is said of them. Hence a man who intends to go bear hunting must be very careful what he says about the beasts or about his preparations for killing them, or they will get wind of it and keep out of his way. 653. In the same tribe of Indians, some trappers and hunters, who were very particular, would not eat with other people when they were engaged, or about to be engaged, in hunting or trapping. Neither would they eat food cooked by any woman, unless she were old. They drank cold water in which mountain juniper or wild rhubarb had been soaked, using a cup of their own, which no one else might touch. Hunters seldom combed their hair when they were on an expedition, but waited to do so till their return. 654. The reason for this last rule is certainly not that at such seasons they have no time to attend to their persons. The custom is probably based on that superstitious objection to touch the heads of tabooed persons, of which some examples have already been given, and of which more will be added shortly. M122. In the late autumn or early winter, a few families of the Hidatsa Indians seek some quiet spot in the forest and pitch their camp there to catch eagles. After setting up their tents, they build a small medicine lodge, where the ceremony supposed to be indispensable for trapping the eagles are performed. No woman may enter it. The traps are set on high places among the neighboring hills. When some of the men wish to take part in the trapping, they fast and then go by day to the medicine lodge. There they continue without food until about midnight, when they partake of a little nourishment and fall asleep. They get up just before dawn, or when the morning star has risen, and go to their traps. There they sit all day without food or drink, watching for their prey, and struggling, it may be, from time to time with a captive eagle, for they always take the birds alive. They return to the camp at sunset. As they approach, everyone rushes into his tent. For the hunter may neither see nor be seen by any of his fellow hunters until he enters the medicine lodge. They spend the night in the lodge, and about midnight eat and drink for the first time since the previous midnight. Then they lie down to sleep, only to rise again before dawn and repair anew to the traps. If any one of them has caught nothing during the day, he may not sleep at night, but must spend his time in loud lamentation and prayer. This routine has to be observed by each hunter for 4 days and 4 nights, after which he returns to his own tent, hungry, thirsty, and tired, and follows his ordinary pursuits till he feels able to go again to the eagle traps. During the 4 days of the trapping he sees none of his family, and speaks to none of his friends except those who are engaged in the trapping at the same time. They believe that if any hunter fails to perform all these rites, the captive eagle will get one of his claws loose, and tear his captor's hands. There are men in the tribe who have had their hands crippled for life in that way. 655. It is obvious that the severe fasting coupled with the short sleep, or even the total sleeplessness, of these eagle hunters can only impair their physical vigor and so far tend to incapacitate them for capturing the eagles. The motive of their behavior in these respects is purely superstitious, not rational, and so, we may safely conclude, is the custom which simultaneously cuts them off from all intercourse with their wives and families. M123. An examination of all the many cases in which the savage bridles his passions and remains chaste from motives of superstition, would be instructive, but I cannot attempt it now. I will only add a few miscellaneous examples of the custom before passing to the ceremonies of purification which are observed by the hunter and fishermen after the chase and the fishing are over. The workers in the salt pans near Sifum, in Laos, must abstain from all sexual relations at the place where they are at work. And they may not cover their heads nor shelter themselves under an umbrella from the burning rays of the sun. 656. Among the Kakkens of Burma, the ferment used in making beer is prepared by 2 women, chosen by lot, who during the 3 days that the process lasts may eat nothing acid and may have no conjugal relations with their husbands. Otherwise it is supposed that the beer would be sour. 657. Among the Maasai, honey wine is brewed by a man and a woman who live in a hut set apart for them till the wine is ready for drinking. But they are strictly forbidden to have sexual intercourse with each other during this time. It is deemed essential that they should be chaste for 2 days before they begin to brew and for the whole of the 6 days that the brewing lasts. The Maasai believe that were the couple to commit a breach of chastity, not only would the wine be undrinkable but the bees which made the honey would fly away. Similarly, they require that a man who is making poison should sleep alone and observe other taboos which render him almost an outcast. 658. The Wanderabo, a tribe of the same region as the Maasai, believe that the mere presence of a woman in the neighborhood of a man who is brewing poison would deprive the poison of its venom, and that the same thing would happen if the wife of the poison maker were to commit adultery while her husband was brewing the poison. 659. In this last case it is obvious that a rationalistic explanation of the taboo is impossible. How could the loss of virtue in the poison be a physical consequence of the loss of virtue in the poison maker's wife? Clearly the effect which the wife's adultery is supposed to have on the poison is a case of sympathetic magic. Her misconduct sympathetically affects her husband and his work at a distance. We may, accordingly, infer with some confidence that the rule of continence imposed on the poison maker himself is also a simple case of sympathetic magic, and not, as a civilized reader might be disposed to conjecture, a wise precaution designed to prevent him from accidentally poisoning his wife. Again, to take other instances, in the East Indian island of Bough, people smear their bodies with coconut oil as a protection against demons. But in order that the charm may be effective, the oil must have been made by young unmarried girls. 660. In the Suranglao and Korong archipelagos, the same oil is regarded as an antidote to poison. But it only possesses this virtue if the nuts have been gathered on a Friday by a youth who has never known a woman, and if the oil has been extracted by a pure maiden, while a priest recited the appropriate spells. 661. So in the Marquesas Islands, when a woman was making coconut oil, she was tabooed for 4 or 5 or more days, during which she might have no intercourse with her husband. If she broke this rule, it was believed that she would obtain no oil. 662. In the same islands, when a man had placed a dish of bananas and cocoa nuts in an oven of hot stones to bake overnight, he might not go into his wife, or the food would not be found baked in the morning. 663. In ancient Mexico, the men who distill the wine known as pulque from the sap of the great aloe might not touch a woman for 4 days. If they were unjust, they thought the wine would be sour and putrid. 664. M124. Among the Bapedi and Bathonga tribes of South Africa, when the site of a new village has been chosen and the houses are building, all the married people are forbidden to have conjugal relations with each other. If it were discovered that any couple had broken this rule, the work of building would immediately be stopped, and another site chosen for the village. For they think that a breach of chastity would spoil the village, which was growing up, that the chief would grow lean and perhaps die, and that the guilty woman would never bear another child. 665. Among the Khams of Cochin China, when a dam is made or repaired on a river for the sake of irrigation, the chief who offers the traditional sacrifices and implores the protection of the deities on the work, has to stay all the time in a wretched hovel of straw, taking no part in the labor, and observing the strictest continence. For the people believe that a breach of his chastity would entail a breach of the dam. 666. Here, it is plain, there can be no idea of maintaining the mere bodily vigor of the chief for the accomplishment of a task in which he does not even bear a hand. In New Caledonia, the wizard who performs certain superstitious ceremonies at the building and launching of a large canoe is bound to the most rigorous chastity the whole time that the vessel is on the stocks. 667. Among the natives of the Gazelle Peninsula in New Britain, men who are engaged in making fish traps avoid women and observe strict continence. They believe that if a woman were even to touch a fish trap, it would catch nothing. 668. Here, therefore, the rule of continence probably springs from a fear of infecting sympathetically the traps with feminine weakness, or perhaps with menstrual pollution. Every year at the end of September or the beginning of October, when the northeast monsoon is near an end, a fleet of large sailing canoes leaves Port Moresby and the neighboring Moda villages of New Guinea on a trading voyage to the deltas of the rivers which flow into the Papuan Gulf. The canoes are laden with a cargo of earthenware pots, and after about 3 months they return, sailing before the northwest monsoon and bringing back a cargo of sago which they have obtained by barter for their crockery. It is about the beginning of the southeast monsoon, that is, in April or May, that the skippers, who are leading men in the villages, make up their minds to go on these trading voyages. When their resolution is taken, they communicate it to their wives, and from about that time husband and wife cease to cohabit. The same custom of conjugal separation is observed by what we may call the mate or second in command of each vessel. But it is not till the month of August that the work of preparing the canoes for sea by overhauling and caulking them is taken seriously in hand. From that time both skipper and mate become particularly sacred or taboo, hilaga, and consequently they keep apart from their wives more than ever. Husband and wife, indeed, sleep in the same house but on opposite sides of it. In speaking of his wife he calls her maiden, and she calls him youth. They have no direct conversation or dealings with each other. If he wishes to communicate with her, he does so through a third person, usually a relative of one of them. Both refrain from washing themselves, and he from combing his hair. The wife's position indeed becomes very much like that of a widow. When the canoe has been launched, skipper, mate, and crew are all forbidden to touch their food with their fingers. They must always handle it and convey it to their mouths with a bone fork. 669. A briefer account of the custom and superstition had previously been given by a native pastor settled in the neighborhood of Port Moresby. He says, "Here is a custom of trading voyage parties, if it is arranged to go westward, to procure arrowroot. The leader of the party sleeps apart from his wife for the time being, and on until the return from the expedition, which is sometimes a term of 5 months. They say if this is not done the canoe of the chief will be sunk on the return voyage, all the arrowroot lost in the sea, and he himself covered with shame. He, however, who observes the rule of self-denial, returns laden with arrowroot, has not a drop of salt water to injure his cargo, and so is praised by his companions and crew." 670. The Akamba and Akakuai of Eastern Africa refrain from the commerce of the sexes on a journey, even if their wives are with them in the caravan. And they observe the same rule of chastity so long as the cattle are at pasture, that is, from the time the herds are driven out to graze in the morning till they come back in the evening. 671. Why the rule should be in force just while the cattle are at pasture is not said, but we may conjecture that any act of incontinence at that time is somehow supposed, on the principles of sympathetic magic, to affect the animals injuriously. The conjecture is confirmed by the observation that among the Akakuai for 8 days after the quarterly festivals, which they hold for the sake of securing God's blessing on their flocks and herds, no commerce is permitted between the sexes. They think that any breach of continence in these 8 days would be followed by mortality among the flocks. 672. M125. If the taboos or abstinences observed by hunters and fishermen before and during the chase are dictated, as we have seen reason to believe, by superstitious motives, and chiefly by a dread of offending or frightening the spirits of the creatures whom it is proposed to kill, we may expect that the restraints imposed after the slaughter has been perpetrated will be at least as stringent, the slayer and his friends having now the added fear of the angry ghosts of his victims before their eyes. Whereas on the hypothesis that the abstinences in question, including those from food, drink, and sleep, are merely salutary precautions for maintaining the men in health and strength to do their work, it is obvious that the observance of these abstinences or taboos, after the work is done, that is, when the game is killed and the fish caught, must be wholly superfluous, absurd, and inexplicable. But as I shall now show, these taboos often continue to be enforced or even increased in stringency after the death of the animals, in other words, after the hunter or fisher has accomplished his object by making his bag, or landing his fish. The rationalistic theory of them therefore breaks down entirely. The hypothesis of superstition is clearly the only one open to us. M126. Among the Inuit or Eskimo of Bering Strait, the dead bodies of various animals must be treated very carefully by the hunter who obtains them, so that their shades may not be offended and bring bad luck or even death upon him or his people. Hence the Inuit hunter who has had a hand in the killing of a white whale, or even has helped to take one from the net, is not allowed to do any work for the next 4 days, that being the time during which the shade or ghost of the whale is supposed to stay with its body. At the same time, no one in the village may use any sharp or pointed instrument for fear of wounding the whale's shade, which is believed to be hovering invisible in the neighborhood. And no loud noise may be made lest it should frighten or offend the ghost. Whoever cuts a whale's body with an iron axe will die. Indeed, the use of all iron instruments is forbidden in the village during these 4 days. These Inuit have a special name, Nunalaktuk, for a spot of ground where certain things are tabooed, or where there is to be feared any evil influence caused by the presence of offended shades of men or animals, or through the influence of other supernatural means. This ground is sometimes considered unclean, and to go upon it would bring misfortune to the offender, producing sickness, death, or lack of success in hunting or fishing. The same term is also applied to ground where certain animals have been killed or have died. In the latter case, the ground is thought to be dangerous only to him who there performs some forbidden act. 4. Example: the shore where a dead white whale has been beached is so regarded. At such a place and time to chop wood with an iron axe is supposed to be fatal to the imprudent person who chops. Death, too, is supposed to result from cutting wood with an iron axe where salmon are being dressed. An old man at St. Michael told Mr. Nelson of a melancholy case of this kind which had fallen within the scope of his own observation. A man began to chop a log near a woman who was splitting salmon. Both of them died soon afterwards. The reason of this disaster, as the old man explained, was that the shade or ghost, inu of the salmon, and the spirit or mystery, ua of the ground were incensed at the proceeding. Such offenses are indeed fatal to every person who may be present at the desecrated spot. Dogs are regarded as very unclean and offensive to the shades of game animals, and great care is taken that no dog shall get at the bones of a white whale. Should a dog touch one of them, the hunter might lose his luck. His nets would break or be shunned by the whales, and his spears would not strike. But in addition to the state of uncleanness or taboo which arises from the presence of the shades of men or animals, these Esquimaux believe in uncleanness of another sort, which, though not so serious, nevertheless produces sickness or bad luck in hunting. It consists, we are told, of a kind of invisible, impalpable vapor, which may attach itself to a person from some contamination. A hunter infected by such a vapor is much more than usually visible to game, so that his luck in the chase is gone until he succeeds in cleansing himself once more. That is why hunters must avoid menstruous women. If they do not, they will be unable to catch game. 673. M127. These same Esquimaux of Bering Strait celebrate a great annual festival in December, when the bladders of all the seals, whales, walrus, and white bears that have been killed in the year are taken into the assembly house of the village. They remain there for several days, and so long as they do so the hunters avoid all intercourse with women, saying that if they failed in that respect the shades of the dead animals would be offended. 674. Similarly, among the Aleuts of Alaska, the hunter who had struck a whale with a charmed spear would not throw again, but returned at once to his home and separated himself from his people in a hut specially constructed for the purpose, where he stayed for 3 days without food or drink, and without touching or looking upon a woman. During this time of seclusion he snorted occasionally in imitation of the wounded and dying whale, in order to prevent the whale which he had struck from leaving the coast. On the 4th day he emerged from his seclusion and bathed in the sea, shrieking in a hoarse voice and beating the water with his hands. Then, taking with him a companion, he repaired to that part of the shore where he expected to find the whale stranded. If the beast was dead he at once cut out the place where the death wound had been inflicted. If the whale was not dead, he again returned to his home and continued washing himself until the whale died. 675. Here the hunter's imitation of the wounded whale is probably intended by means of homeopathic magic to make the beast die in earnest. Among the Kaniagmits of Alaska, the men who attacked the whale were considered by their countrymen as unclean during the fishing season, though otherwise they were held in high honor. 676. M128. The central Esquimaux of Baffinland and Hudson Bay think that whales, ground seals, and common seals originated in the severed fingers of the goddess Setna. Hence an Eskimo of these regions must make atonement for each of these animals that he kills, and must observe strictly certain taboos after their slaughter. Some of the rules of conduct thus enjoined are identical with those which are in force after the death of a human being. Thus after the killing of one of these sea mammals, as after the decease of a person, it is forbidden to scrape the frost from the window, to shake the bed or to disturb the shrubs under the bed, to remove the drippings of oil from under the lamp, to scrape hair from skins, to cut snow for the purpose of melting it, to work on iron, wood, stone, or ivory. Furthermore, women are forbidden to comb their hair, to wash their faces, and to dry their boots and stockings. All these regulations must be kept with the greatest care after a ground seal has been killed, because the transgression of taboos that refer to this animal makes the hands of Sedna very sore. When a seal is brought into the hut, the women must stop working until it is cut up. After the capture of a ground seal, walrus, or whale, they must rest for 3 days. Not all kinds of work, however, are forbidden. They may mend articles made of seal skin, but they may not make anything new. Working on the new skins of caribou, the American reindeer, is strictly prohibited. For a series of rules forbids all contact between that animal and the sea mammals. Thus, reindeer skins obtained in summer may not be prepared before the ice has formed and the first seal is caught with the harpoon. Later, as soon as the first walrus has been killed, the work must stop again until the next autumn. Hence everybody is eager to have his reindeer skins ready as quickly as possible, for until that is done the walrus season will not begin. When the first walrus has been killed, a messenger goes from village to village and announces the news, whereupon all work on reindeer skins immediately ceases. On the other hand, when the season for hunting the reindeer begins, all the winter clothing and the winter tents that had been in use during the walrus hunting season become tabooed and are buried under stones. They may not be used again till the next walrus hunting season comes round. No walrus hide or thongs made of such hide may be taken inland, where the reindeer live. Venison may not be put in the same boat with walrus meat, nor yet with salmon. If venison or the antlers of the reindeer were in a boat which goes walrus hunting, the boat would be liable to be broken by the walrus. The Esquimaux are not allowed to eat venison and walrus on the same day, unless they first strip naked or put on clothing of reindeer skin that has never been worn in hunting walrus. The transgression of these taboos gives umbrage to the souls of walrus. And a myth is told to account for the mutual aversion of the walrus and the reindeer. And in general the Esquimaux say that Sedna dislikes the reindeer, wherefore they may not bring the beast into contact with her favorites, the sea mammals. Hence the meat of the whale and the seal, as well as of the walrus, may not be eaten on the same day with venison. It is not permitted that both sorts of meat lie on the floor of the hut or behind the lamps at the same time. If a man who has eaten venison in the morning happens to enter a hut in which seal meat is being cooked, he is allowed to eat venison on the bed, but it must be wrapped up before it is carried into the hut, and he must take care to keep clear of the floor. Before they change from one food to the other, the Esquimaux must wash themselves. M129. But even among the sea beasts themselves there are rules of mutual avoidance which the central Esquimaux must observe. Thus a person who has been eating or hunting walrus must strip naked or change his clothes before he eats seal. Otherwise the transgression will become fastened to the soul of the walrus in a manner which will be explained presently. Again, the soul of a salmon is very powerful, and its body may not be eaten on the same day with walrus or venison. Salmon may not be cooked in a pot that has been used to boil any other kind of meat. And it must always be cooked at some distance from the hut. The salmon fisher is not allowed to wear boots that have been used in hunting walrus. And no work may be done on bootlegs till the first salmon has been caught and put on a bootleg. Once more the soul of the grim polar bear is offended if the taboos which concern him are not observed. His soul tarries for 3 days, near the spot where it left his body, and during these days the Esquimaux are particularly careful to conform rigidly to the laws of taboo, because they believe that punishment overtakes the transgressor who sins against the soul of a bear far more speedily than him who sins against the souls of the sea beasts. 677. M130. The native explanation of the taboos as enjoined on hunters among the central Esquimaux has been given us by the eminent American ethnologist Dr. Franz Boas. As it sets what may be called the spiritual basis of taboo in the clearest light, it deserves to be studied with attention. M131. The goddess Sedna, he tells us, the mother of the sea mammals, may be considered to be the chief deity of the central Eskimo. She is supposed to bear supreme sway over the destinies of mankind, and almost all the observances of these tribes have for their object to retain her goodwill or appease her anger. Her home is in the lower world, where she dwells in a house built of stone and whale ribs. The souls of seals, ground seals, and whales are believed to proceed from her house. After one of these animals has been killed, its soul stays with the body for 3 days. Then it goes back to Sedna's abode, to be sent forth again by her. If, during the 3 days that the soul stays with the body, any taboo or proscribed custom is violated, the violation, Pitseat, becomes attached to the animal's soul, and causes it pain. The soul strives in vain to free itself of these attachments, but is compelled to take them down to Sedna. The attachments, in some manner not explained, make her hands sore, and she punishes the people who are the cause of her pains by sending to them sickness, bad weather, and starvation. If, on the other hand, all taboos have been observed, the sea animals will allow themselves to be caught. They will even come to meet the hunter. The object of the innumerable taboos that are in force after the killing of these sea animals, therefore, is to keep their souls free from attachments that would hurt their souls as well as Sedna. M132, the souls of the sea animals are endowed with greater powers than those of ordinary human beings. They can see the effect of contact with a corpse, which causes objects touched by it to appear dark in color. And they can see the effect of flowing human blood, from which a vapor rises, that surrounds the bleeding person and is communicated to everyone and everything that comes in contact with such a person. This vapor and the dark color of death are exceedingly unpleasant to the souls of the sea animals, that will not come near a hunter thus affected. The hunter must therefore avoid contact with people who have touched a body, or with those who are bleeding, more particularly with menstruating women or with those who have recently given birth. The hands of menstruating women appear red to the sea animals. If anyone who has touched a body or who is bleeding should allow others to come in contact with him, he would cause them to become distasteful to the seals, and therefore to Sedna as well. For this reason custom demands that every person must at once announce if he has touched a body, and that women must make known when they are menstruating or when they have had a miscarriage. If they do not do so, they will bring ill luck to all the hunters. M133, these ideas have given rise to the belief that it is necessary to announce the transgression of any taboo. The transgressor of a custom is distasteful to Sedna and to the animals, and those who abide with him will become equally distasteful through contact with him. For this reason it has come to be an act required by custom and morals to confess any and every transgression of a taboo, in order to protect the community from the evil influence of contact with the evildoer. The descriptions of Eskimo life given by many observers contain records of starvation, which, according to the belief of the natives, was brought about by someone transgressing a law and not announcing what he had done. M134, I presume the importance of the confession of a transgression, with a view to warning others to keep at a distance from the transgressor, has gradually led to the idea that a transgression, or, we might say, a sin can be atoned for by confession. This is one of the most remarkable traits among the religious beliefs of the Central Eskimo. There are innumerable tales of starvation brought about by the transgression of a taboo. In vain the hunters try to supply their families with food. Gales and drifting snow make their endeavors fruitless. Finally the help of the Angakok, 678, is invoked, and he discovers that the cause of the misfortune of the people is due to the transgression of a taboo. Then the guilty one is searched for. If he confesses, all is well. The weather moderates, and the seals allow themselves to be caught. But if he obstinately maintains his innocence, his death alone will soothe the wrath of the offended deity. M135, the transgressions of taboos do not affect the souls of game alone. It has already been stated that the sea mammals see their effect upon man also, who appears to them of a dark color, or surrounded by a vapor which is invisible to ordinary man. This means, of course, that the transgression also affects the soul of the evildoer. it becomes attached to it and makes him sick. The Angakok, 679, is able to see these attachments with the help of his guardian spirit and is able to free the soul from them. If this is not done, the person must die. In many cases, the transgressions become fastened also to persons who come in contact with the evildoer. This is especially true of children, to whose souls the sins of their parents, and particularly of their mothers, become readily attached. Therefore, when a child is sick, the Angakok first of all asks its mother if she has transgressed any taboos. The attachment seems to have a different appearance, according to the taboo that has been violated. A black attachment is due to removing oil drippings from under the lamp. A piece of caribou skin represents the scrapings removed from a caribou skin at a time when such work was forbidden. As soon as the mother acknowledges the transgression of a taboo, the attachment leaves the child's soul, and the child recovers. M136, a number of customs may be explained by the endeavors of the natives to keep the sea mammals free from contaminating influences. All the clothing of a dead person, the tent in which he died, and the skins obtained by him must be discarded. For if a hunter should wear clothing made of skins that had been in contact with the deceased, these would appear dark, and the seal would avoid him. Neither would a seal allow itself to be taken into a hut darkened by a dead body. And all those who entered such a hut would appear dark to it, and would be avoided. While it is customary for a successful hunter to invite all the men of the village to eat of the seal that he has caught, they must not take any of his seal meat out of the hut, because it might come in contact with persons who are under taboo, and thus the hunter might incur the displeasure of his seal and of Sedna. This is particularly strictly forbidden in the case of the first seal of the season. A woman who has a newborn child, and who has not quite recovered, must eat only of seals caught by her husband, by a boy, or by an aged man. Else, the vapor arising from her body would become attached to the souls of other seals, which would take the transgression down to Sedna, thus making her hands sore. Cases of premature birth require particularly careful treatment. The event must be announced publicly, else dire results will follow. If a woman should conceal from the other people that she has had a premature birth, they might come near her, or even eat in her hut of the seals procured by her husband. The vapor arising from her would thus affect them, and they would be avoided by the seals. The transgression would also become attached to the soul of the seal, which would take it down to Sedna. 680. M137, in these elaborate taboos so well described by Dr. Bough, we seem to see a system of animism in the act of passing into religion. The rules themselves bear the clearest traces of having originated in a doctrine of souls, and of being determined by the supposed likes and dislikes, sympathies and antipathies of the various classes of spirits toward each other. But above and behind the souls of men and animals has grown up the overshadowing conception of a powerful goddess who rules them all, so that their taboos come more and more to be viewed as a means of propitiating her, rather than as merely adapted to suit the tastes of the souls themselves. Thus the standard of conduct is shifted from a natural to a supernatural basis. The supposed wish of the deity, or, as we commonly put it, the will of God, tends to supersede the wishes, real or imaginative, of purely natural beings as the measure of right and wrong. The old savage taboos, resting on a theory of the direct relations of living creatures to each other, remain in substance unchanged, but they are outwardly transformed into ethical precepts with a religious or supernatural sanction. In this gradual passage of a rude philosophy into an elementary religion, the place occupied by confession as a moral purgative is particularly interesting. I can hardly agree with Dr. Boas that among these Esquimaux the confession of sins was in its origin no more than a means of warning others against the dangerous contagion of the sinner. In other words, that its saving efficacy consisted merely in preventing the innocent from suffering with the guilty, and that it had no healing virtue, no purifying influence, for the evildoer himself. It seems more probable that originally the violation of taboo, in other words, the sin, was conceived as something almost physical, a sort of morbid substance lurking in the sinner's body, from which it could be expelled by confession as by a sort of spiritual purge or emetic. This is confirmed by the form of auricular confession, which is practiced by the Akakui of British East Africa. Amongst them, we are told, sin is essentially remissible. It suffices to confess it. Usually this is done to the sorcerer, who expels the sin by a ceremony of which the principal rite is a pretended emetic, kotakyo, derived from taika, to vomit. 681. Thus among these savages the confession and absolution of sins is, so to say, a purely physical process of relieving a sufferer of a burden which sits heavy on his stomach rather than on his conscience. This view of the matter is again confirmed by the observation that these same Akakui resort to another physical mode of expelling sin from a sinner, and that is by the employment of a scapegoat, which by them, as by the Jews and many other people, has been employed as a vehicle for carting away moral rubbish and dumping it somewhere else. For example, if a Kikwa man has committed incest, which would naturally entail his death, he produces a substitute in the shape of a he-goat, to which by an ignoble ceremony he transfers his guilt. Then the throat of the animal is cut, and the human culprit is thereby purged of his sin. 682. M138. Hence we may suspect that the primary motive of the confession of sins among savages was self-regarding. In other words, the intention was, rather to benefit the sinner himself than to safeguard others by warning them of the danger they would incur by coming into contact with him. This view is borne out by the observation that confession is sometimes used as a means of healing the sick transgressor himself, who is supposed to recover as soon as he has made a clean breast of his transgression. Thus, when the carriers are severely sick, they often think that they shall not recover unless they divulge to a priest or magician every crime which they may have committed, which has hitherto been kept secret. In such a case they will make a full confession, and then they expect that their lives will be spared for a time longer. But should they keep back a single crime, they firmly believe that they shall suffer almost instant death. 683. Again, the Oaxaca Indians, who, under the tropical sun of South America, inhabit a chilly region bordering on the perpetual snows of the Sierra Nevada in Colombia, believe that all sickness is a punishment for sin. So when one of their medicine men is summoned to a sick bed, he does not inquire after the patient's symptoms but makes strange passes over him and asks in his sepulchral voice whether he will confess his sins. If the sick man persists in drawing a veil of silence over his frailties, the doctor will not attempt to treat him, but will turn on his heel and leave the house. On the other hand, if a satisfactory confession has been made, the leech directs the patient's friends to procure certain odd-looking bits of stone or shell to which the sins of the sufferer may be transferred, for when that is done he will be made whole. For this purpose the sin-laden stones or shells are carried high up into the mountains and laid in some spot where the first beams of the sun, rising in clear or clouded majesty above the long white slopes or the towering crags of the Sierra Nevada, will strike down on them, driving sin and sickness far away by their radiant influence. 684. Here, again, we see that sin is regarded as something almost material which by confession can be removed from the body of the patient and laid on stones or shells. Further, the confession of sins has been resorted to by some people as a means of accelerating the birth of a child when the mother was in hard labor. Thus, among the Indians of Guatemala, in the time of their idolatry, when a woman was in labor, the midwife ordered her to confess her sins. And if she was not delivered, the husband was to confess his. And if that did not do, they took off his clouts and put them about his wife's loins. If still she could not be delivered, the midwife drew blood from herself and sprinkled it towards the four quarters of heaven with some invocations and ceremonies. 685. In these attempts of the Indians to accelerate the birth of the child, it seems clear that the confession of sins on the part first of the wife and afterwards of the husband is nothing but a magical ceremony like the putting of the husband's clothes on the suffering woman, 686, or the sprinkling of the midwife's blood towards the four quarters of the heaven. Amongst the Ntambahoka, a savage tribe of Madagascar, When a woman is in hard labor, a sorcerer is called into her aid. After making some magical signs and uttering some incantations, he generally declares that the patient cannot be delivered until she has publicly confessed a secret fault which she has committed. In such a case, a woman has been known to confess to incest with her brother, and immediately after her confession the child was born. 687. In these cases, the confession of sins is clearly not a mode of warning people to keep clear of the sinner. It is a magical ceremony primarily intended to benefit the sinner himself or herself and no other. The same thing may, perhaps, be said of a confession which was prescribed in a certain case by ancient Hindu ritual. At a great festival of Varna, which fell at the beginning of the rainy season, the priest asked the wife of the sacrificer to name her paramour or paramours, and she had to mention their names or, at least, to take up as many grass stalks as she had lovers. 688. Now when a woman who belongs to one man carries on intercourse with another, she undoubtedly commits a sin against Varuna. He therefore thus asks her, lest she should sacrifice with a secret pang in her mind. For when confessed, this sin becomes less, since it becomes truth. This is why he thus asks her. And whatever connection she confesses not, that indeed will turn out injurious to her relatives. 689. In this passage of the Satapatha, Brahmana confession of sin is said to diminish the sin, just as if the mere utterance of the words ejected or expelled some morbid matter from the person of the sinner, thereby relieving her of its burden and benefiting also her relatives, who would suffer through any sin which she might not have confessed. M139. Thus at an early stage of culture the confession of sins wears the aspect of a bodily rather than of a moral and spiritual purgation. It is a magical rather than a religious rite, and as such it resembles the ceremonies of washing, scouring, fumigation, and so forth, which in like manner are applied by many primitive peoples to the purification of what we should regard as moral guilt, but what they consider rather as a corporeal pollution or infection, which can be removed by the physical agencies of fire, water, fasts, purgatives, abrasion, scarification, and so forth. But when the guilt of sin ceases to be regarded as something material, a sort of clinging vapor of death, and is conceived as the transgression of the will of a wise and good God, it is obvious that the observance of these outward rites of purification becomes superfluous and absurd, a vain show which cannot appease the anger of the offended deity. The only means of turning away his wrath and averting the fatal consequences of sin is now believed to be the humble confession and true repentance of the sinner. At this stage of ethical evolution, the practice of confession loses its old magical character as a bodily purge and assumes the new aspect of a purely religious rite, the propitiation of a great supernatural and moral being, who by a simple fiat can cancel the transgression and restore the transgressor to a state of pristine innocence. This comfortable doctrine teaches us that in order to blot out the effects of our misdeeds we have only to acknowledge and confess them with a lowly and penitent heart, whereupon a merciful God will graciously pardon our sin and absolve us and ours from its consequences. It might, indeed, be well for the world if we could thus easily undo the past, if we could recall the words that have been spoken amiss, if we could arrest the long train that follows, like a flight of avenging furies, on every evil action. But this we cannot do. Our words and acts, good and bad, have their natural, their inevitable consequences. God may pardon sin, but nature cannot. M140. It seems not improbable that in our own rules of conduct, in what we call the common decencies of life as well as in the weightier matters of morality, there may survive not a few old savage taboos which, masquerading as an expression of the divine will or draped in the flowing robes of a false philosophy, have maintained their credit long after the crude ideas out of which they sprang have been discarded by the progress of thought and knowledge. While on the other hand many ethical precepts and social laws, which now rest firmly on a solid basis of utility, may at first have drawn some portion of their sanctity from the same ancient system of superstition. For example, we can hardly doubt that in primitive society the crime of murder derived much of its horror from a fear of the angry ghost of the murdered man. Thus superstition may serve as a convenient crutch to morality till she is strong enough to throw away the crutch and walk alone. To judge by the legislation of the Pentateuch, the ancient Semites appear to have passed through a course of moral evolution, not unlike that which we can still detect in process among the Eskimo of Baffin land. Some of the old laws of Israel are clearly savage taboos, of a familiar type thinly disguised as commands of the deity. This disguise is indeed a good deal more perfect in Palestine than in Baffin land, but in substance it is the same. Among the Eskimo it is the will of Sedna. Among the Israelites it is the will of Jehovah. 690. But it is time to return to our immediate subject, to wit, the rules of conduct observed by hunters after the slaughter of the game. In 141, when the Kains or Bough of central Borneo have shot one of the dreaded Bornean panthers, they are very anxious about the safety of their souls, for they think that the soul of a panther is almost more powerful than their own. Hence they step 8 times over the carcass of the dead beast, reciting the spell, "Panther, thy soul under my soul." On returning home they smear themselves, their dogs, and their weapons with the blood of fowls in order to calm their souls and hinder them from fleeing away. For being themselves fond of the flesh of fowls, they ascribe the same taste to their souls. For 8 days afterwards they must bathe by day and by night before going out again to the chase. 691. After killing an animal, some Indian hunters used to purify themselves in water as a religious rite. 692. When a Damara hunter returns from a successful chase, he takes water in his mouth and ejects it 3 times over his feet, and also into the fire on his own hearth. 693. Amongst the Kaffirs of South Africa, the slaughter of a lion, however honorable it is esteemed, is nevertheless associated with an idea of moral uncleanness, and is followed by a very strange ceremony. When the hunters approach the village on the return, the man who gave the lion the first wound is hidden from every eye by the shields which his comrades hold up before him. One of the hunters steps forward and, leaping and bounding in a strange manner, praises the courage of the lion killer. Then he rejoins the band, and the same performance is repeated by another. All the rest meanwhile keep up a ceaseless shouting, rattling with their clubs on their shields. This goes on till they have reached the village. Then a mean hut is run up not far from the village. And in this hut the lion killer, because he is unclean, must remain 4 days, cut off from all association with the tribe. There he dyes his body all over with white paint. And lads who have not yet been circumcised, and are therefore, in respect to uncleanness, in the same state as himself, bring him a calf to eat, and wait upon him. When the 4 days are over, the unclean man washes himself, paints himself with red paint in the usual manner, and is escorted back to the village by the head chief, attended with a guard of honor. Lastly, a second calf is killed. And, the uncleanness being now at an end, everyone is free to eat of the calf with him. 694. Among the Hottentots, when a man has killed a lion, leopard, elephant, or rhinoceros, he is esteemed a great hero, but he is deluged with urine by the medicine man and has to remain at home quite idle for 3 days, during which his wife may not come near him. She is also enjoined to restrict herself to a poor diet and to eat no more than is barely necessary to keep her in health. 695. Similarly the Lapps deem it the height of glory to kill a bear, which they consider the king of beasts. Nevertheless, all the men who take part in the slaughter are regarded as unclean, and must live by themselves for 3 days in a hut, or tent made specially for them, where they cut up and cook the bear's carcass. The reindeer which brought in the carcass on a sledge may not be driven by a woman for a whole year. Indeed, according to one account, it may not be used by anybody for that period. Before the men go into the tent where they are to be secluded, they strip themselves of the garments they had worn in killing the bear, and their wives spit the red juice of alder bark in their faces. They enter the tent not by the ordinary door, but by an opening at the back. When the bear's flesh has been cooked, a portion of it is sent by the hands of 2 men to the women, who may not approach the men's tent while the cooking is going on. The men who convey the flesh to the women pretend to be strangers bringing presents from a foreign land. The women keep up the pretense and promise to tie red threads round the legs of the strangers. The bear's flesh may not be passed into the women through the door of their tent, but must be thrust in at a special opening made by lifting up the hem of the tent cover. When the 3 days' seclusion is over and the men are at liberty to return to their wives, they run, one after the other, round the fire, holding the chain by which pots are suspended over it. This is regarded as a form of purification. They may now leave the tent by the ordinary door and rejoin the women. But the leader of the party must still abstain from cohabitation with his wife for 2 days more. 696. M142. Again, the Kafirs are said to dread greatly the boa constrictor or an enormous serpent resembling it. And being influenced by certain superstitious notions they even fear to kill it. The man who happened to put it to death, whether in self-defense or otherwise, was formerly required to lie in a running stream of water during the day for several weeks together. And no beast whatever was allowed to be slaughtered at the hamlet to which he belonged, until this duty had been fully performed. The body of the snake was then taken and carefully buried in a trench, dug close to the cattle fold, where its remains, like those of a chief, were henceforward kept perfectly undisturbed. The period of penance, as in the case of mourning for the dead, is now happily reduced to a few days. 697. Amongst the Ute-speaking peoples of the Slave Coast, who worship the python, a native who killed one of these serpents used to be burned alive. But for some time past, though a semblance of carrying out the old penalty is preserved, the culprit is allowed to escape with his life, but he has to pay a heavy fine. A small hut of dry faggots and grass is set up, generally near the lagoon at Wita. If the crime has been perpetrated there, the guilty man is thrust inside, the door of plaited grass is shut on him, and the hut is set on fire. Sometimes a dog, a kid, and 2 fowls are enclosed along with him, and he is drenched with palm oil and yeast, probably to render him the more combustible. As he is unbound, he easily breaks out of the frail hut before the flames consume him. But he has to run the gauntlet of the angry serpent worshippers, who belabor the murderer of their god with sticks and pelt him with clods until he reaches water and plunges into it, which is supposed to wash away his sin. 13 days later a commemoration service is held in honor of the deceased python. 698. In Madras it is considered a great sin to kill a cobra. When this has happened, the people generally burn the body of the serpent just as they burn the bodies of human beings. The murderer deems himself polluted for 3 days. On the 2nd day milk is poured on the remains of the cobra. On the 3rd day the guilty wretch is free from pollution. 699. Under native rule, we may suspect he would not get off so lightly. M143. In these last cases the animal whose slaughter has to be atoned for is sacred, that is, it is one whose life is commonly spared from motives of superstition. Yet the treatment of the sacrilegious slayer seems to resemble so closely the treatment of hunters and fishermen who have killed animals for food in the ordinary course of business, that the ideas on which both sets of customs are based may be assumed to be substantially the same. Those ideas, if I am right, are the respect which the savage feels for the souls of beasts, especially valuable or formidable beasts, and the dread which he entertains of their vengeful ghosts. Some confirmation of this view may be drawn from the ceremonies observed by fishermen of Annam when the carcass of a whale is washed ashore. These fisherfolk, we are told, worship the whale on account of the benefits they derive from it. There is hardly a village on the seashore which has not its small pagoda, containing the bones, more or less authentic, of a whale. When a dead whale is washed ashore, the people accord it a solemn burial. The man who first caught sight of it acts as chief mourner, performing the rites which as chief mourner and heir he would perform for a human kinsman. He puts on all the garb of woe, the straw hat, the white robe with long sleeves turned inside out, and the other paraphernalia of full mourning. As next of kin to the deceased he presides over the funeral rites. Perfumes are burned, sticks of incense kindled, leaves of gold and silver scattered, crackers let off. When the flesh has been cut off and the oil extracted, the remains of the carcass are buried in the sand. Afterwards a shed is set up and offerings are made in it. Usually some time after the burial the spirit of the dead whale takes possession of some person in the village and declares by his mouth whether he is a male or a female. 700. Chapter V. Tabooed Things. Section 1. The meaning of taboo. M144. Thus in primitive society the rules of ceremonial purity observed by divine kings, chiefs, and priests agree in many respects with the rules observed by homicides, mourners, women in childbed, girls at puberty, hunters and fishermen, and so on. To us these various classes of persons appear to differ totally in character and condition. Some of them we should call holy, others we might pronounce unclean and polluted. But the savage makes no such moral distinction between them. The conceptions of holiness and pollution are not yet differentiated in his mind. To him the common feature of all these persons is that they are dangerous and in danger, and the danger in which they stand and to which they expose others is what we should call spiritual or ghostly, and therefore imaginary. The danger, however, is not less real because it is imaginary. Imagination acts upon man as really as does gravitation, and may kill him as certainly as a dose of prussic acid. To seclude these persons from the rest of the world so that the dreaded spiritual danger shall neither reach them, nor spread from them, is the object of the taboos which they have to observe. These taboos act, so to say, as electrical insulators to preserve the spiritual force with which these persons are charged from suffering or inflicting harm by contact with the outer world. 701. To the illustrations of these general principles which have been already given I shall now add some more, drawing my examples, first, from the class of tabooed things, and, second, from the class of tabooed words. 4. In the opinion of the savage both things and words may, like persons, be charged or electrified either temporarily or permanently, with a mysterious virtue of taboo, and may therefore require to be banished for a longer or shorter time from the familiar usage of common life. And the examples will be chosen with special reference to those sacred chiefs, kings and priests, who, more than anybody else, lie fenced about by taboo, as by a wall. Tabooed things will be illustrated in the present chapter, and tabooed words in the next. Section 2. Iron tabooed. M145. In the first place we may observe that the awful sanctity of kings naturally leads to a prohibition to touch their sacred persons. Thus it was unlawful to lay hands on the person of a Spartan king. 702. No one might touch the body of the king or queen of Tahiti. 703. It is forbidden to touch the person of the king of Siam under pain of death. 704. And no one may touch the king of Cambodia, for any purpose whatever, without his express command. In July 1874 the king was thrown from his carriage and lay insensible on the ground, but not one of his suite dared to touch him. A European coming to the spot carried the injured monarch to his palace. 705. Formerly no one might touch the king of Korea. And if he deigned to touch a subject, the spot touched became sacred, and the person thus honored had to wear a visible mark, generally a cord of red silk, for the rest of his life. Above all, no iron might touch the king's body. In 1800 King Ching Song Tai-ong died of a tumor in the back, no one dreaming of employing the lancet, which would probably have saved his life. It is said that one king suffered terribly from an abscess in the lip, till his physician called in a jester, whose pranks made the king laugh heartily, and so the abscess burst. 706. Roman and Sabine priests might not be shaved with iron but only with bronze razors or shears. 707. And whenever an iron graving tool was brought into the sacred grove of the Arval brothers at Rome for the purpose of cutting an inscription in stone, an expiatory sacrifice of a lamb and a pig must be offered, which was repeated when the graving tool was removed from the grove. 708. As a general rule iron might not be brought into Greek sanctuaries. 709. In Crete sacrifices were offered to Menedmus without the use of iron, because the legend ran that Menedmus had been killed by an iron weapon in the Trojan War. 710. The Archon of Plataea might not touch iron. But once a year, at the annual commemoration of the men who fell at the Battle of Plataea, he was allowed to carry a sword wherewith to sacrifice a bull. 711. To this day Hottentot priest never uses an iron knife, but always a sharp splint of quartz, in sacrificing an animal or circumcising a lad. 712. Among the Ovambo of Southwest Africa, custom requires that lads should be circumcised with a sharp flint. If none is to hand, the operation may be performed with iron, but the iron must afterwards be buried. 713. The Antandroy and Tamala of Madagascar cut the navel strings of their children with sharp wood or with a thread, but never with an iron knife. 714. In Ap, one of the Caroline Islands, wood of the hibiscus tree, which was used to make the fire drill, must be cut with shell knives, or shell axes, never with iron or steel. 715. Amongst the Mukwi of Arizona, stone knives, hatchets, and so on have passed out of common use, but are retained in religious ceremonies. 716. After the Pawnees had ceased to use stone arrowheads for ordinary purposes, they still employed them to slay the sacrifices, whether human captives or buffalo and deer. 717. We have seen that among the Esquimaux of Bering Strait the use of iron implements is forbidden for 4 days after the slaughter of a white whale, and that the use of an iron axe at a place where salmon are being dressed is believed by these people to be a fatal imprudence. 718. They hold a festival in the assembly house of the village, while the bladders of the slain beasts are hanging there, and during its celebration, no wood may be cut with an iron axe. If it is necessary to split firewood, this may be done with wedges of bone. 719. At Kashanik, near Cape Vancouver, it happened that Mr. Nelson and his party entered an assembly house of these Esquimaux while the festival of the bladders was in progress. When our camping outfit was brought in from the sledges, 2 men took drums, and as the clothing and goods of the traders who were with me were brought in, the drums were beaten softly and a song was sung in a low, humming tone, but when our guns and some steel traps were brought in, with other articles of iron, the drums were beaten loudly and the songs raised in proportion. This was done that the shades of the animals present in the bladders might not be frightened. 720. The Esquimaux on the western coast of Hudson Bay may not work on iron during the season for hunting musk oxen, which falls in March. And no such work may be done by them until the seals have their pups. 721. Negroes of the Gold Coast remove all iron or steel from their person when they consult their fetish. 722. The men who made the need fire in Scotland had to divest themselves of all metal. 723. There was hardly any belief, we are told, that had a stronger hold on the mind of a Scottish Highlander than that on no account whatever should iron be put in the ground on Good Friday. Hence, no grave was dug and no field ploughed on that day. It has been suggested that the belief was based on that rooted aversion to iron which fairies are known to feel. These touchy beings live underground, and might resent having the roof pulled from over their heads on the hallowed day. 724. Again, in the Highlands of Scotland the shoulder blades of sheep are employed in divination, being consulted as to future marriages, births, deaths, and funerals. But the forecasts thus made will not be accurate, unless the flesh has been removed from the bones without the use of any iron. 725. In making the clavey, a kind of Yuletide firewheel, at Birkhead, no hammer may be used. The hammering must be done with a stone. 726. Amongst the Jews no iron tool was used in building the temple, at Jerusalem or in making an altar. 727. The old wooden bridge, Pons Sublicius at Rome, which was considered sacred, was made and had to be kept in repair without the use of iron or bronze. 728. It was expressly provided by law that the temple of Jupiter Liber at Furfo might be repaired with iron tools. 729. The council chamber at Cyzicus was constructed of wood without any iron nails, the beams being so arranged that they could be taken out and replaced. 730. The late Raja Vijayanagram a member of the Viceroy's Council, and described as one of the most enlightened and estimable of Hindu princes, would not allow iron to be used in the construction of buildings within his territory, believing that its use would inevitably be followed by smallpox and other epidemics. 731. M146. This superstitious objection to iron perhaps dates from that early time in the history of society when iron was still a novelty, and as such, was viewed by many with suspicion and dislike. 732. For everything new is apt to excite the awe and dread of the savage. It is a curious superstition, says a pioneer in Borneo, this of the Dasans, to attribute anything, whether good or bad, lucky or unlucky, that happens to them to something novel which has arrived in their country. For instance, my living in Kindram has caused the intensely hot weather we have experienced of late. 733. Some years ago a harmless naturalist was collecting plants among the high forest-clad mountains on the borders of China and Tibet. From the summit of a pass he gazed with delight down a long valley which, stretching away as far as I could reach to the south, resembled a sea of bloom, for everywhere the forest was ablaze with the gorgeous hues of the rhododendron and azalea in flower. In this earthly paradise the votary of science hastened to install himself beside a lake. But hardly had he done so when, alas, the weather changed. Though the season was early June, the cold became intense, snow fell heavily, and the bloom of the rhododendrons was cut off. The inhabitants of a neighboring village at once set down the unusual severity of the weather to the presence of a stranger in the forest, and a round-robin, signed by them unanimously, was forwarded to the nearest mandarin, setting forth that the snow which had blocked the road, and the hail which was blasting their crops, were alike caused by the intruder, and that all sorts of disturbances would follow if he were allowed to remain. In these circumstances the naturalist, who had intended to spend most of the summer among the mountains, was forced to decamp. Collecting in this country, he adds pathetically, is not an easy matter. 734. The unusually heavy rains which happened to follow the English survey of the Nicobar Islands in the winter of 1886 to 1887 were imputed by the alarmed natives to the wrath of the spirits at the theodolites, dumping levelers, and other strange instruments which had been set up in so many of their favorite haunts. And some of them proposed to soothe the anger of the spirits by sacrificing a pig. 735. When the German Han state was a captive in a cannibal tribe of Brazilian Indians, it happened that, shortly before a prisoner was to be eaten, a great wind arose and blew away part of the roofs of the huts. The savages were angry with Stade, and said he had made the wind to come by looking into his thunderskins, by which they meant a book he had been reading, in order to save the prisoner, who was a friend of his, from their stomachs. So the pious German prayed to God, and God mercifully heard his prayer. For next morning the weather was beautifully fine, and his friend was butchered, carved, and eaten in the most perfect comfort. 736. According to the oracles of eastern Siberia, misfortunes have multiplied on them with the coming of Europeans. They even go so far as to lay the appearance of new phenomena like thunder at the door of the Russians. 737. In the 17th century a succession of bad seasons excited a revolt among the Esthonian peasantry, who traced the origin of the evil to a water-mill, which put a stream to some inconvenience by checking its flow. 738. The first introduction of iron ploughshares into Poland having been followed by a succession of bad harvests, the farmers attributed the badness of the crops to the iron ploughshares, and discarded them for the old wooden ones. 739. To this day the primitive Bedouins of Java, who live chiefly by husbandry, will use no iron tools in tilling their fields. 740. M147. The general dislike of innovation, which always makes itself strongly felt in the sphere of religion, is sufficient by itself to account for the superstitious aversion to iron entertained by kings and priests and attributed by them to the gods. Possibly this aversion may have been intensified in places by some such accidental cause as the series of bad seasons which cast discredit on iron ploughshares in Poland. But the disfavor in which iron is held by the gods and their ministers has another side. Their antipathy to the metal furnishes men with a weapon, which may be turned against the spirits when occasion serves. As their dislike of iron is supposed to be so great that they will not approach persons and things protected by the obnoxious metal, iron may obviously be employed as a charm for banning ghosts and other dangerous spirits. And often it is so used. Thus in the Highlands of Scotland the great safeguard against the elfin race is iron, or, better yet, steel. The metal in any form, whether as a sword, a knife, a gun barrel, or what not, is all-powerful for this purpose. Whenever you enter a fairy dwelling you should always remember to stick a piece of steel, such as a knife, a needle, or a fish hook, in the door. For then the elves will not be able to shut the door till you come out again. So too when you have shot a deer, and are bringing it home at night, be sure to thrust a knife into the carcass, for that keeps the fairies from laying their weight on it. A knife or a nail in your pocket is quite enough to prevent the fairies from lifting you up at night. Nails in the front of a bed ward off elves from women in the straw and from their babes. But to make quite sure it is better to put the smoothing iron under the bed, and the reaping hook in the window. If a bull has fallen over a rock and been killed, a nail stuck into it will preserve the flesh from the fairies. Music discoursed on that melodious instrument, a Jew's harp, keeps the elfin women away from the hunter, because the tongue of the instrument is of steel. 741. Again, when Scotch fishermen were at sea, and one of them happened to take the name of God in vain, the first man who heard him called Earn, at which every man of the crew grasped the nearest bit of iron and held it between his hands for a while. 742. So too when he hears the unlucky word pig mentioned, a Scotch fisherman will feel for the nails in his boots and mutter called Earn. 743. The same magic words are even whispered in the churches of Scotch fishing villages when the clergyman reads the passage about the Gadarene swine. 744. In Morocco iron is considered a great protection against demons. Hence it is usual to place a knife or dagger under a sick man's pillow. 745. The Cingalese believe that they are constantly surrounded by evil spirits, who lie in wait to do them harm. A peasant would not dare to carry good food, such as cakes or roast meat, from one place to another without putting an iron nail on it to prevent a demon from taking possession of the vines and so making the eater ill. No sick person, whether man or woman, would venture out of the house without a bunch of keys or a knife in his hand, for without such a talisman he would fear that some devil might take advantage of his weak state to slip into his body. And if a man has a large store on his body he tries to keep a morsel of iron on it as a protection against demons. 746. The inhabitants of Salsette, an island near Bombay, dread a spirit called Gyra, which plays many pranks with a solitary traveler, leading him astray, lowering him into an empty well, and so on. But a Gyra dare not touch a person who has on him anything made of iron or steel, particularly a knife or a nail, of which the spirit stands in great fear. Nor will he meddle with a woman, especially a married woman, because he is afraid of her bangles. 747. Among the Majwar, an aboriginal tribe in the hill country of South Mirzapur, an iron implement such as a sickle or a beetle cutter is constantly kept near an infant's head during its first year for the purpose of warding off the attacks of ghosts. 748. Among the Maravars, an aboriginal race of southern India, a knife or other iron object lies beside a woman after childbirth to keep off the devil. 749. When a Mala woman is in labor, a sickle and some neem leaves are always kept on the cot. In Malabar people who have to pass by burning grounds or other haunted places commonly carry with them iron in some form, such as a knife or an iron rod used as a walking stick. When pregnant women go on a journey, they carry with them a few twigs or leaves of the neem tree, or iron in some shape, to scare evil spirits lurking in groves or burial grounds which they may pass. 750. In Bilaspur people attribute cholera to a goddess who visits the afflicted family. But they think that she may be kept off by iron. Hence during an epidemic of cholera people go about with axes or sickles in their hands. Their horses are not shod, otherwise they might possibly nail horseshoes to the door, but their belief is more primitive. For with them iron does not bring good luck, but it scares away the evil spirits, so when a man has had an epileptic fit he will wear an iron bracelet to keep away the evil spirit which was supposed to have possessed him. 751. The Annamites imagine that a newborn child is exposed to the attacks of evil spirits. To protect the infant from these malignant beings, the parents sometimes sell the child to the village smith, who makes a small ring or circlet of iron and puts it on the child's foot, commonly adding a little chain of iron. When the infant has been sold to the smith and firmly attached to him by the chain, the demons no longer have any power over him. After the child has grown big and the danger is over, the parents ask the smith to break the iron ring and thank him for his services. No metal but iron will serve the purpose. 752. On the slave coast of Africa, when a mother sees her child gradually wasting away, she concludes that a demon has entered into the child and takes her measures accordingly. To lure the demon out of the body of her offspring, she offers a sacrifice of food. And while the devil is bolting it, she attaches iron rings and small bells to her child's ankles and hangs iron chains round his neck. The jingling of the iron and the tinkling of the bells are supposed to prevent the demon, when he has concluded his repast, from entering again into the body of the little sufferer. Hence many children may be seen in this part of Africa weighed down with iron ornaments. 753. The use of iron as a means to exorcise demons was forbidden by the Coptic Church. 754. In India, the mourner who performs the ceremony of putting fire into the dead person's mouth carries with him a piece of iron. It may be a key or a knife, or a simple piece of iron, and during the whole time of his separation, for he is unclean for a certain time, and no one will either touch him or eat or drink with him, neither can he change his clothes. 755. He carries the piece of iron about with him to keep off the evil spirit. In Calcutta, the Bengali clerks in the government offices used to wear a small key on one of their fingers when they had been chief mourners. 756. When a woman dies in childbed in the island of Salsette, they put a nail or other piece of iron in the folds of her dress. This is done especially if the child survives her. The intention plainly is to prevent her spirit from coming back. For they believe that a dead mother haunts the house and seeks to carry away her child. 757. In the northeast of Scotland, immediately after a death had taken place, a piece of iron, such as a nail or a knitting wire, used to be stuck into all the meal, butter, cheese, flesh, and whiskey in the house, to prevent death from entering them. The neglect of this salutary precaution is said to have been closely followed by the corruption of the food and drink. The whiskey has been known to become as white as milk. 758. When iron is used as a protective charm after a death, as in these Hindu and Scotch customs, the spirit against which it is directed is the ghost of the deceased. 759. Section 3. Sharp weapons to boot. M148. There is a priestly king to the north of Zangui in Burma, revered by the Sati as the highest spiritual and temporal authority, into whose house no weapon or cutting instrument may be brought. 760. This rule may perhaps be explained by a custom observed by various peoples after a death. They refrain from the use of sharp instruments so long as the ghost of the deceased is supposed to be near, lest they should wound it. Thus, among the Esquimaux of Bering Strait, during the day on which a person dies in the village, no one is permitted to work, and the relatives must perform no labor during the 3 following days. It is especially forbidden during this period to cut with any edged instrument, such as a knife or an axe. And the use of pointed instruments, like needles or bodkins, is also forbidden. This is said to be done to avoid cutting or injuring the shade, which may be present at any time during this period, and, if accidentally injured by any of these things, it would become very angry and bring sickness or death to the people. The relatives must also be very careful at this time not to make any loud or harsh noises that may startle or anger the shade. 761. We have seen that in like manner after killing a white whale these Esquimaux abstain from the use of cutting or pointed instruments for 4 days, lest they should unwittingly cut or stab the whale's ghost. 762. The same taboo is sometimes observed by them, when there is a sick person in the village, probably from a fear of injuring his shade which may be hovering outside of his body. 763. After a death the Romanians of Transylvania are careful not to leave a knife lying with the sharp edge uppermost as long as the corpse remains in the house, or else the soul will be forced to ride on the blade. 764. 4. 7 days after a death, the corpse being still in the house, the Chinese abstain from the use of knives and needles, and even of chopsticks, eating their food with their fingers. 765. On the 3rd, 6th, 9th, and 48 days after the funeral the old Prussians and Lithuanians used to prepare a meal, to which, standing at the door, they invited the soul of the deceased. At these meals they sat silent round a table and used no knives, and the women who served up the food were also without knives. If any morsels fell from the table they were left lying there for the lonely souls that had no living relations or friends to feed them. When the meal was over the priest took a broom and swept the souls out of the house, saying, "Dear souls, ye have eaten and drunk. Go forth, go forth." 766. In cutting the nails and combing the hair of a dead prince in South Celebes, only the back of the knife into the comb may be used. 767. The Germans say that a knife should not be left edge upwards, because God and the spirits dwell there, or because it will cut the face of God and the angels. 768. Among the Manombos of New Guinea a pregnant woman may not use sharp instruments. For example, she may not sew. If she used such instruments, they think that she would thereby stab the child in her womb. 769. Among the kinds of Borneo, when the birth pangs begin, all men leave the room, and all cutting weapons and iron are also removed, perhaps in order not to frighten the child, says the writer who reports the custom. 770. The reason may rather be a fear of injuring the flitting soul of mother or babe. In Uganda, when the hour of a woman's delivery is at hand, her husband carries all spears and weapons out of the house. 771. Doubtless in order that they may not hurt the tender soul of the newborn child. Early in the period of the Ming Dynasty a professor of geomancy made the alarming discovery that the spiritual atmosphere of Kuyang, a city near Nanking, was in a truly deplorable condition through the intrusion of an evil spirit. The Chinese emperor, with paternal solicitude, directed that the north gate, by which the devil had effected his entrance, should be built up solid, and that for the future the population of the city should devote their energies to the pursuits of hairdressing, corn cutting, and the shaving of bamboo roots, because, as he sagaciously perceived, all these professions call for the use of sharp-edged instruments, which could not fail to keep the demon at bay. 772. We can now understand why no cutting instrument may be taken into the house of the Burmese pontiff. Like so many priestly kings, he is probably regarded as divine, and it is therefore right that his sacred spirit should not be exposed to the risk of being cut or wounded whenever it quits his body to hover invisible in the air or to fly on some distant mission. Section 4. Blood tabooed. In 149, we have seen that the Flamandilus was forbidden to touch or even name raw flesh. 773. At certain times a Brahmin teacher is enjoined not to look on raw flesh, blood, or persons whose hands have been cut off. 774. In Uganda the father of twins is in a state of taboo for some time after the birth. Among other rules he is forbidden to kill anything or to see blood. 775. In the Palau Islands when a raid has been made on a village, and a head carried off, the relations of the slain man are tabooed and have to submit to certain observances in order to escape the wrath of his ghost. They are shut up in the house, touch no raw flesh, and chew betel, over which an incantation has been uttered by the exorcist. After this the ghost of the slaughtered man goes away to the enemy's country in pursuit of his murderer. 776. The taboo is probably based on the common belief that the soul or spirit of the animal is in the blood. As tabooed persons are believed to be in a perilous state, for example, the relations of the slain man are liable to the attacks of his indignant ghost, it is especially necessary to isolate them from contact with spirits. Hence the prohibition to touch raw meat. But as usual, the taboo is only the special enforcement of a general precept. In other words, its observance is particularly enjoined in circumstances which seem urgently to call for its application. But apart from such circumstances, the prohibition is also observed, though less strictly, as a common rule of life. Thus some of the Estonians will not taste blood because they believe that it contains the animal soul, which would enter the body of the person who tasted the blood. 777. Some Indian tribes of North America, through a strong principle of religion, abstain in the strictest manner from eating the blood of any animal, as it contains the life and spirit of the beast. These Indians commonly pull their new killed venison, before they dress it, several times through the smoke and flame of the fire, both by the way of a sacrifice and to consume the blood, life, or animal spirits of the beast, which with them would be a most horrid abomination to eat. 778. Among the Western Deans or Tin Indians of British Columbia until lately, no woman would partake of blood, and both men and women abhorred the flesh of a beaver which had been caught and died in a trap, and of a bear, strangled to death in a snare, because the blood remained in the carcass. 779. Many of the slave, hare, and dog rib Indians scruple to taste the blood of game. Hunters of the former tribes collect the blood in the animal's paunch and bury it in the snow. 780. The Malepa, a Bantu tribe in the north of the Transvaal, will taste no blood. Hence they cut the throats of the cattle they slaughter and let the blood drain out of the carcass before they will eat it. And they do the same with game. 781. Jewish hunters poured out the blood of the game they had killed and covered it up with dust. They would not taste the blood, believing that the soul or life of the animal was in the blood, or actually was the blood. 782. The same belief was held by the Romans, 783, and is shared by the Arabs, 784, by Chinese medical writers, 785, and by some of the Papuan tribes of New Guinea. 786. M150. It is a common rule that royal blood may not be shed upon the ground. Hence when a king or one of his family is to be put to death, a mode of execution is devised by which the royal blood shall not be spilled upon the earth. About the year 1688 the generalissimo of the army rebelled against the king of Siam and put him to death after the manner of royal criminals, or as princes of the blood are treated when convicted of capital crimes, which is by putting them into a large iron cauldron, and pounding them to pieces with wooden pistols, because none of the royal blood must be spilt on the ground, it being, by their religion, thought great impiety to contaminate the divine blood by mixing it with earth. 787. Other Siamese modes of executing a royal person are starvation, suffocation, stretching him on a scarlet cloth and thrusting a billet of fragrant sandalwood into his stomach, 788, or lastly, sewing him up in a leather sack with a large stone and throwing him into the river. Sometimes the sufferer's neck is broken with sandalwood clubs before he is thrown into the water. 789. When Kublai Khan defeated and took his uncle Nayan, who had rebelled against him, he caused Nayan to be put to death by being wrapped in a carpet and tossed to and fro till he died, because he would not have the blood of his line imperial spilled upon the ground or exposed in the eye of heaven and before the sun. 790. Fiery Cold mentions the Tartar maxim, one Khan will put another to death to get possession of the throne, but he takes great care that the blood be not spilled. For they say that it is highly improper that the blood of the great Khan should be spilled upon the ground. So they cause the victim to be smothered somehow or other. The like feeling prevails at the court of Burma, where a peculiar mode of execution without bloodshed is reserved for princes of the blood. 791. Another writer on Burma observes that according to Mongolian tradition, it is considered improper to spill the blood of any member of the royal race. Princes of the blood are executed by a blow, or blows, of a bludgeon, inflicted on the back of the neck. The corpse is placed in a red velvet sack, which is fixed between two large perforated jars, and then sunk in the river Irrawaddy. Princesses are executed in a similar manner, with the exception that they are put to death by a blow in front, instead of the back of the neck. 792. In 1878, the relations of Bough, king of Burma, were dispatched by being beaten across the throat with a bamboo. 793. In Tonquin the ordinary mode of execution is beheading, but persons of the blood royal are strangled. 794. In Ashanti the blood of none of the royal family may be shed. If one of them is guilty of a great crime he is drowned in the river Da. 795. As the blood royal of Dahomey may not be spilled, offenders of the royal family are drowned or strangled. Commonly they are bound hand and foot, carried out to sea in a canoe, and thrown overboard. 796. When a king of Benin came to the throne he used to put his brothers to death. But as no one might lay hands on a prince of the blood, the king commanded his brothers to hang themselves, after which he buried their bodies with great pomp. 797. In Madagascar the blood of nobles might not be shed. Hence when 4 Christians of that class were to be executed they were burned alive. 798. In Uganda no one may shed royal blood on any account, not even when ordered by the king to slay one of the royal house. Royalty may only be starved or burned to death. 799. Formerly when a young king of Uganda came of age all his brothers were burned except 2 or 3, who were preserved to keep up the succession. 800. Or a space of ground having been fenced in with a high paling and a deep ditch, the doomed men were led into the enclosure and left there till they died, while guards kept watch outside to prevent their escape. 801. Among the Banda of southern Africa dangerous princes are strangled, for their blood may not be shed. 802. M151. The reluctance to spill royal blood seems to be only a particular case of a general unwillingness to shed blood or at least to allow it to fall on the ground. Marco Polo tells us that in his day persons caught in the streets of Cambaluc, picking at unseasonable hours were arrested, and, if found guilty of a misdemeanor were beaten with a stick. Under this punishment people sometimes die, but they adopt it in order to eschew bloodshed, for their Baxes say that it is an evil thing to shed man's blood. 803. When Captain Christian was shot by the Manx government at the Restoration in 1660, the spot on which he stood was covered with white blankets, that his blood might not fall on the ground. 804. In West Sussex, people believe that the ground on which human blood has been shed is accursed and will remain barren forever. 805. Among some primitive peoples, when the blood of a tribesman has to be spilled it is not suffered to fall upon the ground, but is received upon the bodies of his fellow tribesmen. Thus in some Australian tribes boys who are being circumcised are laid on a platform, formed by the living bodies of the tribesmen. 806. And when a boy's tooth is knocked out as an initiatory ceremony, he is seated on the shoulders of a man, on whose breast the blood flows and may not be wiped away. 807. When Australian blacks bleed each other as a cure for headache and other ailments, they are very careful not to spill any of the blood on the ground, but sprinkle it on each other. 808. We have already seen that in the Australian ceremony for making rain the blood which is supposed to imitate the rain is received upon the bodies of the tribesmen. 809. Also the Gauls used to drink their enemies' blood and paint themselves therewith. So also they write that the old Irish were wont. And so have I seen some of the Irish do, but not their enemies but friends' blood, as, namely, at the execution of a notable traitor at Limerick, called Murrough O'Brien, I saw an old woman, which was his foster mother, take up his head whilst he was quartered and suck up all the blood that ran thereout, saying that the earth was not worthy to drink it, and therewith also steeped her face and breast and tore her hair, crying out and shrieking most terribly. 810. After a battle in Horn Island, South Pacific, it was found that the brother of the vanquished king was among the wounded. It was sad to see his wife collect in her hands the blood which had flowed from his wounds, and throw it onto her head, while she uttered piercing cries. All the relatives of the wounded collected in the same manner the blood which had flowed from them, down even to the last drop, and they even applied their lips to the leaves of the shrubs and licked it all up to the last drop. 811. In the Marquesas Islands, the persons who helped a woman at childbirth received on their heads the blood which flowed at the cutting of the navel string. 4. The blood might not touch anything but a sacred object, and in Polynesia, the head is sacred in a high degree. 812. In South Celebes at childbirth, a female slave stands under the house is being raised on posts above the ground, and receives in a basin on her head the blood which trickles through the bamboo floor. 813. Among the Latuka of Central Africa, the earth on which a drop of blood had fallen at childbirth is carefully scraped up with an iron shovel, put into a pot along with the water used in washing the mother, and buried tolerably deep outside the house on the left-hand side. 814. In West Africa, if a drop of your blood has fallen on the ground, you must carefully cover it up, rub and stamp it into the soil. If it has fallen on the side of a canoe or a tree, the place is cut out and the chip destroyed. 815. The Kafirs, we are told, have a great horror of blood, and must purify themselves from the pollution if they have shed it and been bespattered by it. Hence warriors on the return from battle purge themselves with emetics, and that so violently that some of them give up the ghost. A Kafir would never allow even a drop of blood from his nose or a wound to lie uncovered, but huddles it over with earth, that his feet may not be defiled by it. 816. One motive of these African customs may be a wish to prevent the blood from falling into the hands of magicians, who might make an evil use of it. That is admittedly the reason why people in West Africa stamp out any blood of theirs which had fallen on the ground or cut out any wood that has been soaked with it. 817. From a like dread of sorcery, natives of New Guinea are careful to burn any sticks, leaves, or rags which are stained with their blood. And if the blood has dripped on the ground, they turn up the soil and, if possible, light a fire on the spot. 818. The same fear explains the curious duties discharged by a class of men called Ramanga or blue blood among the Bitsilio of Madagascar. It is their business to eat all the nail parings, and to lick up all the spilled blood of the nobles. When the nobles pare their nails, the parings are collected to the last scrap and swallowed by these Ramanga. If the parings are too large, they are minced small and so gulped down. Again, should a nobleman wound himself, say in cutting his nails or treading on something, the Ramanga lick it up as fast as possible. Nobles of high rank hardly go anywhere without these humble attendants. But if it should happen that there are none of them present, the cut nails and the spilled blood are carefully collected to be afterwards swallowed by the Ramanga. There is scarcely a nobleman of any pretensions who does not strictly observe this custom. 819. The intention of which probably is to prevent these parts of his person from falling into the hands of sorcerers, who on the principles of contagious magic could work him harm thereby. The tribes of the White Nile are said never to shed human blood in their villages because they think the sight of it would render women barren or bring misfortune on their children. Hence, executions and murders commonly take place on the roads or in the forest. 820. M152. The unwillingness to shed blood is extended by some peoples to the blood of animals. Thus, when the Kafirs offer an ox to the spirits, the blood of the beast must be carefully caught in a calabash, and none of it may fall on the ground. 821. When the Wanaka in eastern Africa kill their cattle for food, they either stone or beat the animal to death, so as not to shed the blood. 822. Amongst the Damaras, cattle killed for food are suffocated, but when sacrificed they are speared to death. 823. But like most pastoral tribes in Africa, both the Wanaka and Damaras very seldom kill their cattle, which are indeed commonly invested with a kind of sanctity. 824. Some of the Yu-speaking Negroes of Togoland, in West Africa, celebrate a festival in honor of the earth at which it is unlawful to shed blood on the ground. Hence the fowls which are sacrificed on these occasions have their necks wrung, not their throats cut. 825. In killing an animal for food, the Easter Islanders do not shed its blood, but stun it or suffocate it in smoke. 826. When the natives of San Cristobal, one of the Solomon Islands, sacrifice a pig to a ghost in a sacred place, they take great care that the blood shall not fall on the ground. So they place the animal in a large bowl and cut it up there. 827. It is said that, in ancient India, the sacrificial victims were not slaughtered but strangled. 828. M153. The general explanation of the reluctance to shed blood on the ground is probably to be found in the belief that the soul is in the blood, and that therefore any ground on which it may fall necessarily becomes taboo or sacred. In New Zealand, anything upon which even a drop of a high chief's blood chances to fall becomes taboo or sacred to him. 4. Instance: a party of natives having come to visit a chief in a fine new canoe. The chief got into it, but in doing so a splinter entered his foot, and the blood trickled on the canoe, which at once became sacred to him. The owner jumped out, dragged the canoe ashore opposite the chief's house, and left it there. Again, a chief in entering a missionary's house knocked his head against a beam, and the blood flowed. The natives said that in former times the house would have belonged to the chief. 829. As usually happens with taboos of universal application, the prohibition to spill the blood of a tribesman on the ground applies with peculiar stringency to chiefs and kings, and is observed in their case long after it has ceased to be observed in the case of others. M154. We have seen that the Flemendilus was not allowed to walk under a trellised vine. 830. The reason for this prohibition was perhaps as follows. It has been shown that plants are considered as animate beings, which bleed when cut, the red juice which exudes from some of them being regarded as the blood of the plant. 831. The juice of the grape is, therefore, naturally conceived as the blood of the vine. 832. And since, as we have just seen, the soul is often believed to be in the blood, the juice of the grape is regarded as the soul, or as containing the soul, of the vine. This belief is strengthened by the intoxicating effects of wine. 4. According to primitive notions, all abnormal mental states, such as intoxication or madness, are caused by the entrance of a spirit into the person. Such mental states, in other words, are accounted forms of possession or inspiration. Wine, therefore, is considered on two distinct grounds as a spirit, or containing a spirit. First, because, as a red juice, it is identified with the blood of the plant, and second, because it intoxicates or inspires. Therefore, if the Flemendilus had walked under a trellised vine, the spirit of the vine, embodied in the clusters of grapes, would have been immediately over his head and might have touched it, which for a person like him in a state of permanent taboo, 833, would have been highly dangerous. This interpretation of the prohibition will be made probable if we can show, first, that wine has been actually viewed by some peoples as blood, and intoxication as inspiration produced by drinking the blood. And, second, that it is often considered dangerous, especially for tabooed persons, to have either blood or a living person over their heads. M155. With regard to the first point, we are informed by Plutarch that of old the Egyptian kings neither drank wine nor offered it in libations to the gods, because they held it to be the blood of beings who at once fought against the gods, the vine having sprung from their rotting bodies. And the frenzy of intoxication was explained by the supposition that the drunken man was filled with the blood of the enemies of the gods. 834. The Aztecs regarded pulque or the wine of the country as bad, on account of the wild deeds which men did under its influence. But these wild deeds were believed to be the acts, not of the drunken man, but of the wine god, by whom he was possessed and inspired. And so seriously was this theory of inspiration held that if anyone spoke ill of or insulted a tipsy man, he was liable to be punished for disrespect to the wine god incarnate in his votary. Hence, says Sawakin, it was believed, not without ground, that the Indians intoxicated themselves on purpose to commit with impunity crimes, for which they would certainly have been punished if they had committed them sober. 835. Thus it appears that on the primitive view intoxication, or the inspiration produced by wine is exactly parallel to the inspiration produced by drinking the blood of animals. 836. The soul or life is in the blood, and wine is the blood of the vine. Hence whoever drinks the blood of an animal is inspired with the soul of the animal or of a god, who, as we have seen, 837, is often supposed to enter into the animal before it is slain. And whoever drinks wine drinks the blood, and so receives into himself the soul or spirit of the god of the vine. M156. With regard to the second point, the fear of passing under blood or under a living person, we are told that some of the Australian blacks have a dread of passing under a leaning tree or even under the rails of a fence. The reason they give is that a woman may have been upon the tree or fence, and some blood from her may have fallen on it and might fall from it on them. 838. In Uge, one of the Solomon Islands, a man will never, if he can help it, pass under a tree which has fallen across the path, for the reason that a woman may have stepped over it before him. 839. Amongst the Karens of Burma, going under a house, especially if there are females within, is avoided. As is also the passing under trees of which the branches extend downwards in a particular direction, and the butt end of fallen trees, etc. 840. The Siamese think it unlucky to pass under a rope on which women's clothes are hung, and to avert evil consequences the person who has done so must build a chapel to the earth spirit. 841. M157. Probably in all such cases the rule is based on a fear of being brought into contact with blood, especially the blood of women. From a like fear a Maori will never lean his back against the wall of a native house. 842. For the blood of women is supposed to have disastrous effects upon males. The Arunta of Central Australia believe that a draught of woman's blood would kill the strongest man. 843. In the Encounter Bay tribe of South Australia, boys are warned that if they see the blood of women they will early become grey-headed and their strength will fail prematurely. 844. Men of the Bandic tribe in South Australia think that if they see the blood of their women they will not be able to fight against their enemies and will be killed. If the sun dazzles their eyes at a fight, the first woman they afterwards meet is sure to get a blow from their club. 845. In the island of Atar it is thought that if a man or a lad comes upon a woman's blood he will be unfortunate in war and other undertakings, and that any precautions he may take to avoid the misfortune will be vain. 846. The people of Saram also believe that men who see women's blood will be wounded in battle. 847. It is an Estonian belief that men who see women's blood will suffer from an eruption on the skin. 848. A fat Negro told Miss Kingsley that a young man in his village, who was so weak that he could hardly crawl about, had fallen into this state through seeing the blood of a woman who had been killed by a falling tree. The underlying idea regarding blood is of course the old one that the blood is the life. The life in Africa means a spirit, hence the liberated blood is the liberated spirit, and liberated spirits are always whipping into people who do not want them. In the case of the young fan, the opinion held was that the weak spirit of the woman had got into him. 849. Section 5. The head to boot. M158. Again, the reason for not passing under dangerous objects, like a vine or women's blood, is a fear that they may come in contact with the head. For among many peoples the head is peculiarly sacred. The special sanctity attributed to it is sometimes explained by a belief that it is the seat of a spirit which is very sensitive to injury or disrespect. Thus, the Yorubas of the Slave Coast hold that every man has 3 spiritual inmates, of whom the first, called Alori, dwells in the head and is the man's protector, guardian, and guide. Offerings are made to this spirit, chiefly of fowls, and some of the blood mixed with palm oil is rubbed on the forehead. 850. The Karens of Burma suppose that a being called the Tso resides in the upper part of the head, and while it retains its seat, no harm can befall the person from the efforts of the 7 Kelas, or personified passions. But if the Tso becomes heedless or weak, certain evil to the person is the result. Hence the head is carefully attended to, and all possible pains are taken to provide such dress and attire as will be pleasing to the Tso. 851. The Siamese think that a spirit called Quan or Kun dwells in the human head, of which it is the guardian spirit. This spirit must be carefully protected from injury of every kind. Hence the act of the shaving or cutting the hair is accompanied with many ceremonies. The Kun is very sensitive on points of honor, and would feel mortally insulted if the head in which he resides were touched by the hand of a stranger. When Dr. Bastian, in conversation with a brother of the King of Siam, raised his hand to touch the prince's skull in order to illustrate some medical remarks he was making, a sullen and threatening murmur bursting from the lips of the crouching courtiers warned him of the breach of etiquette he had committed, for in Siam there is no greater insult to a man of rank than to touch his head. If a Siamese touch the head of another with his foot, both of them must build chapels to the earth spirit to avert the omen. Nor does the guardian spirit of the head like to have the hair washed too often. It might injure or incommode him. It was a grand solemnity when the king of Burma's head was washed with water drawn from the middle of the river. Whenever the native professor, from whom Dr. Bastian took lessons in Burmese at Mandalay, had his head washed, which took place as a rule once a month, he was generally absent for 3 days together, that time being consumed in preparing for, and recovering from, the operation of head washing. Dr. Bastian's custom of washing his head daily gave rise to much remark. 852. The head of the king of Persia was cleaned only once a year, on his birthday. 853. Roman women wash their heads annually on the 13th of August, Diana's Day. 854. The Indians of Peru fancied they could rid themselves of their sins by scrubbing their heads with a small stone and then washing them in a stream. 855. M159. Again, the Burmese think it an indignity to have anyone, especially a woman, over their heads, and for this reason Burmese houses have never more than one story. The houses are raised on posts above the ground, and whenever anything fell through the floor Dr. Bastian had always difficulty in persuading a servant to fetch it from under the house. In Rangoon a priest, summoned to the bedside of a sick man, climbed up a ladder and got in at the window rather than ascend the staircase, to reach which he must have passed under a gallery. A pious Burman of Rangoon, finding some images of Buddha in a ship's cabin, offered a high price for them, that they might not be degraded by sailors walking over them on the deck. 856. Formerly in Siam no person might cross a bridge, while his superior in rank was passing underneath, nor might he walk in a room above one in which his superior was sitting or lying. 857. The Cambodians esteem it a grave offense to touch a man's head. Some of them will not enter a place where anything whatever is suspended over their heads. And the meanest Cambodian would never consent to live under an inhabited room. Hence the houses are built of one story only. And even the government respects the prejudice by never placing a prisoner in the stocks under the floor of a house, though the houses are raised high above the ground. 858. The same superstition exists amongst the Malays. For an early traveler reports that in Java people wear nothing on their heads, and say that nothing must be on their heads. And if any person were to put his hand upon their head they would kill him. And they do not build houses with stories, in order that they may not walk over each other's heads. 859. In Uganda no person belonging to the king's totem clan was allowed to get on the top of the palace to roof it, for that would have been regarded as equivalent to getting on the top of the king. Hence the palace had to be roofed by men of a different clan from the king. 860. M160. The same superstition as to the head is found in full force throughout Polynesia. Thus of Gatnua, a marquess-in-chief, it is said that to touch the top of his head, or anything which had been on his head, was sacrilege. To pass over his head was an indignity never to be forgotten. Gatnua, nay, all his family, scorned to pass a gateway which is ever closed, or a house with a door. All must be as open and free as their unrestrained manners. He would pass under nothing that had been raised by the hand of man, if there was a possibility of getting round or over it. Often have I seen him walk the whole length of our barrier, in preference to passing between our water casks, and at the risk of his life, scramble over the loose stones of a wall, rather than go through the gateway. 861. Marquesan women have been known to refuse to go on the decks of ships for fear of passing over the heads of chiefs who might be below. 862. The son of a Marquesan high priest has been seen to roll on the ground in an agony of rage and despair, begging for death, because someone had desecrated his head and deprived him of his divinity by sprinkling a few drops of water on his hair. 863. But it was not the Marquesan chiefs only whose heads were sacred. The head of every Marquesan was taboo, and might neither be touched nor stepped over by another. Even a father might not step over the head of his sleeping child. 864. Women were forbidden to carry or touch anything that had been in contact with, or had merely hung over, the head of their husband or father. 865. No one was allowed to be over the head of the king of Tonga. 866. In Hawaii, the Sandwich Islands, if a man climbed upon a chief's house or upon the wall of his yard, he was put to death. If his shadow fell on a chief, he was put to death. If he walked in the shadow of a chief's house with his head painted white or decked with a garland or wetted with water, he was put to death. 867. In Tahiti, anyone who stood over the king or queen, or passed his hand over their heads, might be put to death. 868. Until certain rites were performed over it, a Tahitian infant was especially taboo. Whatever touched the child's head, while it was in this state, became sacred and was deposited in a consecrated place railed in for the purpose at the child's house. If a branch of a tree touched the child's head, the tree was cut down. And if in its fall it injured another tree so as to penetrate the bark, that tree also was cut down as unclean and unfit for use. After the rites were performed, these special taboos ceased. But the head of a Tahitian was always sacred. He never carried anything on it, and to touch it was an offense. 869. In New Zealand, the heads of the chiefs were always tabooed, tabu, hence they could not pass, or sit, under, food hung up, or carry food, as others, on their backs. Neither would they eat a meal in a house, nor touch a calabash of water in drinking. No one could touch their head, nor, indeed, commonly speak of it, or allude to it. To do so offensively was one of their heaviest curses, and grossest insults, only to be wiped out with blood. 870. So sacred was the head of a Maori chief that if he only touched it with his fingers, he was obliged immediately to apply them to his nose, and snuff up the sanctity which they had acquired by the touch, and thus restore it to the part from whence it was taken. 871. On account of the sacredness of his head, a Maori chief could not blow the fire with his mouth, for the breath being sacred, communicated his sanctity to it, and a brand might be taken by a slave, or a man of another tribe, or the fire might be used for other purposes, such as cooking, and so cause his death. 872. It is a crime for a sacred person in New Zealand to leave his comb, or anything else which has touched his head, in a place where food has been cooked, or to suffer another person to drink out of any vessel which has touched his lips. Hence when a chief wishes to drink, he never puts his lips to the vessel, but holds his hands close to his mouth so as to form a hollow, into which water is poured by another person, and thence is allowed to flow into his mouth. If a light is needed for his pipe, the burning ember taken from the fire must be thrown away as soon as it is used. For the pipe becomes sacred because it has touched his mouth. The coal becomes sacred because it has touched the pipe. And if a particle of this sacred cinder were replaced on the common fire, the fire would also become sacred and could no longer be used for cooking. 873. Some Maori chiefs, like other Polynesians, object to go down into a ship's cabin from fear of people passing over their heads. 874. Dire misfortune was thought by the Maoris to await those who entered a house where any article of animal food was suspended over their heads. A dead pigeon, or a piece of pork hung from The roof was a better protection from molestation than a sentinel. 875. If I am right, the reason for the special objection to having animal food over the head is the fear of bringing the sacred head into contact with the spirit of the animal. Just as the reason why the Flamandilus might not walk under a vine was the fear of bringing his sacred head into contact with the spirit of the vine. Similarly, King Darius would not pass through a gate over which there was a tomb, because in doing so he would have had a corpse above his head. 876. Among the Aina tribes of the Gold Coast, West Africa, the worshippers of Hebesio, the god of thunder, believe that their heads are sacred, being associated in some mysterious way with the presence of the protective spirit of their god, which has passed into them through this channel at baptism. Hence they carefully guard their heads against injury, especially against any wound that might draw blood, for they think that such a wound would entail the loss of reason on the sufferer, and that it would bring down the wrath of the thundering god and of his mouthpiece the fetish priest on the impious Zempter. 877. Section 6. Hair tabooed. M161. When the head was considered so sacred that it might not even be touched without grave offense, it is obvious that the cutting of the hair must have been a delicate and difficult operation. The difficulties and dangers which, on the primitive view, beset the operation are of two kinds. There is first the danger of disturbing the spirit of the head, which may be injured in the process and may revenge itself upon the person who molests him. Secondly, there is the difficulty of disposing of the shorn locks. For the savage believes that the sympathetic connection which exists between himself and every part of his body continues to exist even after the physical connection has been broken, and that therefore he will suffer from any harm that may befall the severed parts of his body, such as the clippings of his hair or the parings of his nails. Accordingly he takes care that these severed portions of himself shall not be left in places where they might either be exposed to accidental injury or fall into the hands of malicious persons who might work magic on them to his detriment or death. Such dangers are common to all, but sacred persons have more to fear from them than ordinary people, so the precautions taken by them are proportionately stringent. The simplest way of evading the peril is not to cut the hair at all. And this is the expedient adopted, where the risk is thought to be more than usually great. The Frankish kings were never allowed to crop their hair. From their childhood upwards, they had to keep it unshorn. 878. To pull the long locks that floated on their shoulders would have been to renounce their right to the throne. When the wicked brothers Clotaire and Childebert coveted the kingdom of their dead brother Clodomir, they inveigled into their power their little nephews, the two sons of Clodomir. And having done so, they sent a messenger bearing scissors and a naked sword to the children's grandmother, Queen Clotilde, at Paris. The envoy shewed the scissors and the sword to Clotilde, and bade her choose whether the children should be shorn and live or remain unshorn and die. The proud queen replied that if her grandchildren were not to come to the throne she would rather see them dead than shorn. And murdered they were by their ruthless uncle Clotaire, with his own hand. 879. The king of Ponape, one of the Caroline Islands, must wear his hair long, and so must his grandees. 880. The hair of the Aztec priests hung down to their hams, so that the weight of it became very troublesome. For they might never pull it so long as they lived, or, at least until they had been relieved of their office on the score of old age. They wore it braided in great tresses, 6 fingers broad, and tied with cotton. 881. A Haida medicine man may neither clip nor comb his tresses, so they are always long and tangled. 882. Among the Hos, a Negro tribe of Togoland in West Africa, there are priests on whose head no razor may come during the whole of their lives. The god who dwells in the man forbids the cutting of his hair on pain of death. If the hair is at last too long, the owner must pray to his god to allow him at least to clip the tips of it. The hair is in fact conceived as the seat and lodging place of his god, so that were it shorn the god would lose his abode in the priest. 883. A rainmaker at Boroma, on the lower Zambesi, used to give out that he was possessed by 2 spirits, one of a lion, the other of a leopard, and in the assemblies of the people he mimicked the roaring of these beasts. In order that their spirits might not leave him, he never cut his hair nor drank alcohol. 884. The Maasai clan of the Al-Kaibaran, who were believed to possess the art of making rain, may not pluck out their beards, because the loss of their beards would, it is supposed, entail the loss of their rain-making powers. The head chief and the sorcerers of the Maasai observe the same rule for a like reason. They think that were they to pull out their beards, their supernatural gifts would desert them. 885. In central Borneo, the chiefs of a particular Kayan family never allowed their hair to be shorn. 886. Ancient Indian law required that when a new king had performed the ceremony of consecration, he might not shave his hair for a year, though he was allowed to crop it. According to one account, none of his subjects, except a Brahmin, might have his hair cut during this period, and even horses were left unclipped. 887. Amongst the Alfars of Salips, the Laline or priest who looks after the rice fields may not shear his hair during the time that he exercises his special functions, that is from a month before the rice is sown until it is housed. 888. In Usakuma, a district to the south of Lake Victoria, Nyanza, the people are forbidden to shave their heads till the corn has been sown. 889. Men of the Tsetsaw tribe in British Columbia do not cut their hair, believing that if they cut it they would quickly grow old. 890. In Saram, men do not crop their hair. If married men did so, they would lose their wives. If young men did so, they would grow weak and enervated. 891. In Timorlot, married men may not pull their hair for the same reason as in Saram, but widowers and men on a journey may do so after offering a fowl or a pig in sacrifice. 892. Malays of the peninsula are forbidden to clip their hair during their wife's pregnancy and for 40 days after the child has been born. And a similar abstention is said to have been formerly incumbent on all persons prosecuting a journey or engaged in war. 893. Elsewhere, men traveling abroad have been in the habit of leaving their hair unshorn until their return. The reason for this custom is probably the danger to which, as we have seen, a traveler is believed to be exposed from the magic arts of the strangers amongst whom he sojourns. If they got possession of his short hair, they might work his destruction through it. The Egyptians on a journey kept their hair uncut till they returned home. 894. At Taif, when a man returned from a journey, his first duty was to visit the rabbah and pull his hair. 895. Achilles kept unshorn his yellow hair, because his father had vowed to offer it to the river Spercheius if ever his son came home from the wars beyond the sea. 896. Formerly, when Dayak warriors returned with the hands of their enemies, each man cut off a lock from the front of his head and threw it into the river as a mode of ending the taboo to which they had been subjected during the expedition. 897. Bechuanas after a battle had their hair shorn by their mothers in order that new hair might grow, and that all which was old and polluted might disappear and be no more. 898. M162. Again, men who have taken a vow of vengeance sometimes keep their hair unshorn till they have fulfilled their vow. Thus of the Marquesans we are told that occasionally they have their head entirely shaved, except one lock on the crown, which is worn loose or put up in a knot. But the latter mode of wearing the hair is only adopted by them when they have a solemn vow, as to revenge the death of some near relation, etc. In such case the lock is never cut off until they have fulfilled their promise. 899. A similar custom was sometimes observed by the ancient Germans. Among the Chatti, the young warriors never clipped their hair or their beard till they had slain an enemy. 900. 6,000 Saxons once swore that they would not pull their hair nor shave their beards until they had taken vengeance on their foes. 901. On one occasion a Hawaiian taboo is said to have lasted 30 years, during which the men were not allowed to trim their beards, etc. 902. While his vow lasted, a Nazarite might not have his hair cut. All the days of the vow of his separation, there shall no razor come upon his head. 903. Possibly in this case there was a special objection to touching the tabooed man's head with iron. The Roman priests, as we have seen, were shorn with bronze knives. The same feeling perhaps gave rise to the European rule that a child's nails should not be pared during the first year, but that if it is absolutely necessary to shorten them they should be bitten off by the mother or nurse. 904. 4. In all parts of the world a young child is believed to be especially exposed to supernatural dangers, and particular precautions are taken to guard it against them. In other words, the child is under a number of taboos, of which the rule just mentioned is one. Among Hindus the usual custom seems to be that the nails of a firstborn child are cut at the age of 6 months. With other children a year or two is allowed to elapse. 905. The slave, hair, and dog rib Indians of Northwest America do not pare the nails of female children till they are 4 years of age. 906. In Uganda a child's hair may not be cut until the child has received a name. Should any of it be rubbed or plucked off accidentally, it is refastened to the child's head with string or by being knotted to the other hair. 907. Amongst the Negroes of the slave coast, a mother sometimes vows a sacrifice to the fetish if her infant should live. She then leaves the child on shore until its 4th or 6th year, when she fulfills her vow and has the child's hair cut by a priest. 908. To this day, a Syrian mother will sometimes, like Hannah, devote her little one to God. When the child reaches a certain age, its hair is cut and weighed, and monies paid in proportion to the weight. If the boy thus dedicated is a Muslim, he becomes an Tamid dervish. If he is a Christian, he becomes a monk. 909. Among the Torajas of Central Celebes, when a child's hair is cut to rid it of vermin, some locks are allowed to remain on the crown of the head as a refuge for one of the child's souls. Otherwise the soul would have no place in which to settle, and the child would sicken. 910. The Karabatecs of Sumatra are much afraid of frightening away the soul tendi of a child. Hence when they cut its hair, they always leave a patch unshorn, to which the soul can retreat before the shears. Usually, this lock remains unshorn all through life, or at least up till manhood. 911. In some parts of Germany it is thought that if a child's hair is combed in its first year the child will be unlucky. 912. Or that, if a boy's hair is cut before his 7th year he will have no courage. 913. Section 7. Ceremonies at hair cutting. M163. But when it becomes necessary to crop the hair, measures are taken to lessen the dangers which are supposed to attend the operation. The chief of Namosi in Fiji always ate a man by way of precaution when he had his hair cut. There was a certain clan that had to provide the victim, and they used to sit in solemn council among themselves to choose him. It was a sacrificial feast to avert evil from the chief. 914. This remarkable custom has been described more fully by another observer. The old heathen temple at Namosi is called Bough, and round about it are hundreds of stones, each of which tells a fearful tale. A subject tribe, whose town was some little distance from Namosi, had committed an unpardonable offense, and were condemned to a frightful doom. The earth mound on which their temple had stood was planted with the mountain Dalo, arum, and when the crop was ripe, the poor wretches had to carry it down to Namosi, and give at least one of their number to be killed and eaten by the chief. He used to take advantage of these occasions to have his hair cut, for the human sacrifice was supposed to avert all danger of witchcraft if any ill-wisher got hold of the cuttings of his hair, human hair being the most dangerous channel for the deadliest spells of the sorcerers. The stones round Bough represented these and other victims who had been killed and eaten at Namosi. Each stone was the record of a murder succeeded by a cannibal feast. 915. Amongst the Maoris many spells were uttered at hair cutting. One, for example, was spoken to consecrate the obsidian knife with which the hair was cut. Another was pronounced to avert the thunder and lightning which hair cutting was believed to cause. 916. He who has had his hair cut is in immediate charge of the Itua spirit. He is removed from the contact and society of his family and his tribe. He dare not touch his food himself. It is put into his mouth by another person. Nor can he for some days resume his accustomed occupations or associate with his fellow men. 917. The person who cuts the hair is also tabooed. His hands having been in contact with a sacred head, he may not touch food with them or engage in any other employment. He is fed by another person with food cooked over a sacred fire. He cannot be released from the taboo before the following day, when he rubs his hands with potato or fern root which has been cooked on a sacred fire. And this food having been taken to the head of the family in the female line and eaten by her, his hands are freed from the taboo. In some parts of New Zealand the most sacred day of the year was that appointed for hair cutting. The people assembled in large numbers on that day from all the neighborhood. 918. Sometimes a Maori chief's hair was shorn by his wife, who was then tabooed for a week as a consequence of having touched his sacred locks. 919. It is an affair of state when the king of Cambodia's hair is cropped. The priests place on the barber's fingers certain old rings set with large stones, which are supposed to contain spirits favorable to the kings, and during the operation the Brahmins keep up a noisy music to drive away the evil spirits. 920. The hair and nails of the Mikado could only be cut while he was asleep. 921. Perhaps because his soul being then absent from his body, there was less chance of injuring it with the shears. M164. From their earliest days little Siamese children have the crown of the head clean shorn with the exception of a single small tuft of hair, which is daily combed, twisted, oiled, and tied in a little knot until the day when it is finally removed for the great pomp and ceremony. This ceremony of shaving the top knot takes place before the child has reached puberty, and great anxiety is felt at this time lest the Kun, or guardian spirit, who commonly resides in the body and especially the head of every Siamese, 922, should be so disturbed by the tonsure as to depart and leave the child a hopeless wreck for life. Great pains are therefore taken to recall this mysterious being in case he should have fled, and to fix him securely in the child. This is the object of an elaborate ceremony, performed on the afternoon of the day when the top knot has been cut. A miniature pagoda is erected, and on it are placed several kinds of food, known to be favorites of the spirit. When the Kun has arrived and is feasting on these dainties, he is caught and held fast under a cloth, thrown over the food. The child is now placed near the pagoda, and all the family and friends form a circle, with the child, the captured spirit, and the Brahmin priests in the middle. Hereupon the priests address the spirit, earnestly entreating him to enter into the child. They amuse him with tales, and coax and wheedle him with flattery, jest, and song. The gongs ring out their loudest. The people cheer, and only a Kun of the sorest and most obdurate disposition could resist the combined appeal. The last sentences of the formal invocation run as follows: Benignant Kun, thou fickle being who art wont to wander and dally about. From the moment that the child was conceived in the womb, thou hast enjoyed every pleasure, until 10 lunar months having elapsed and the time of delivery arrived, thou hast suffered and run the risk of perishing by being born alive into the world. Gracious Kun, thou wast at that time so tender, delicate, and wavering as to cause great anxiety concerning thy fate. Thou was exactly like a child, youthful, innocent, and inexperienced. The least trifle frightened thee and made thee shudder. In thy infantile playfulness, thou wast wont to frolic and wander to no purpose. As thou didst commence to learn to sit, and, unassisted, to crawl totteringly on all fours, thou wast ever falling flat on thy face or on thy back. As thou didst grow up in years and couldst move thy steps firmly, thou didst begin to run and sport thoughtlessly and rashly all round the rooms, the terrace, and bridging planks of travelling boat or floating house, and at times thou didst fall into the stream, creek, or pond, among the floating water weeds, to the utter dismay of those to whom thy existence was most dear. O gentle Kun, come into thy corporeal abode. Do not delay this auspicious rite. Thou art now full grown and dost form everybody's delight and admiration. Let all the tiny particles of Kun that have fallen on land or water assemble and take permanent abode in this darling little child. Let them all hurry to the site of this auspicious ceremony and admire the magnificent preparations made for them in this hall. The brocaded cloth from the pagoda, under which lurks the captive spirit, is now rolled up tightly and handed to the child, who is told to clasp it firmly to his breast and not let the Quan escape. Further, the child drinks the milk of the coconuts which had been offered to the spirit, and, by thus absorbing the food of the Quan, ensures the presence of that precious spirit in his body. A magic cord is tied round his wrist to keep off the wicked spirits who would lure the Quan away from home. And for 3 nights he sleeps with the embroidered cloth from the pagoda fast clasped in his arms. 923. Section 8. Disposal of cut hair and nails. M165. But even when the hair and nails have been safely cut, there remains the difficulty of disposing of them, for their owner believes himself liable to suffer from any harm that may befall them. The notion that a man may be bewitched by means of the clippings of his hair, the parings of his nails, or any other severed portion of his person is almost worldwide. 924, and attested by evidence too ample, too familiar, and too tedious in its uniformity to be here analyzed at length. The general idea on which the superstition rests is that of the sympathetic connection supposed to persist between a person and everything that has once been part of his body or in any way closely related to him. A very few examples must suffice. They belong to that branch of sympathetic magic which may be called contagious. 925. Thus, when the Chilot Indians, inhabiting the wild, deeply indented coasts and dark rain-beaten forests of southern Chile, get possession of the hair of an enemy, they drop it from a high tree or tie it to a piece of seaweed and fling it into the surf. For they think that the shock of the fall, or the blows of the waves as the tress is tossed to and fro on the heaving billows, will be transmitted through the hair to the person from whose head it was cut. 926. Dread of sorcery, we are told, formed one of the most salient characteristics of the Marquesan Islanders in the old days. The sorcerer took some of the hair, spittle, or other bodily refuse of the man he wished to injure, wrapped it up in a leaf, and placed the packet in a bag woven of threads or fibers, which were knotted in an intricate way. The whole was then buried with certain rites, and thereupon the victim wasted away of a languishing sickness which lasted 20 days. His life, however, might be saved by discovering and digging up the buried hair, spittle, or what not. For as soon as this was done the power of the charm ceased. 927. A Marquesan chief told Lieutenant Gamble that he was extremely ill, the Hapa tribe having stolen a lock of his hair and buried it in a plantain leaf for the purpose of taking his life. Lieutenant Gamble argued with him, but in vain. Die he must unless the hair and the plantain leaf were brought back to him. And to obtain them he had offered the Hapas the greater part of his property. He complained of excessive pain in the head, breast, and sides. 928. A Maori sorcerer intent on bewitching somebody sought to get a tress of his victim's hair, the parings of his nails, some of his spittle, or a shred of his garment. Having obtained the object, whatever it was, he chanted certain spells and curses over it in a falsetto voice and buried it in the ground. As the thing decayed, the person to whom it had belonged was supposed to waste away. 929. Again, an Australian girl, sick of a fever, laid the blame of her illness on a young man who had come behind her and cut off a lock of her hair. She was sure he had buried it and that it was rotting. Her hair, she said, was rotting somewhere, and her marbula, kidney fat, was wasting away, and when her hair had completely rotted, she would die. 930. When an Australian blackfellow wishes to get rid of his wife, he cuts off a lock of her hair in her sleep, ties it to his spear thrower, and goes with it to a neighboring tribe, where he gives it to a friend. His friend sticks the spear thrower up every night before the campfire, and when it falls down it is a sign that the wife is dead. 931. The way in which the charm operates was explained to Dr. Howard by a Wiradjuri man. You see, he said, when a blackfellow doctor gets hold of something belonging to a man and roasts it with things, and sings over it, the fire catches hold of the smell of the man, and that settles the poor fellow. 932. A slightly different form of The charm as practiced in Australia is to fasten the enemy's hair with wax to the pinion bone of the hawk, and set the bone in a small circle of fire. According as the sorcerer desires the death or only the sickness of his victim, he leaves the bone in the midst of the fire or removes it and lays it in the sun. When he thinks he has done his enemy enough harm, he places the bone in water, which ends the enchantment. 933. Lucian describes how a Syrian witch professed to bring back a faithless lover to his forsaken fair one by means of a lock of his hair, his shoes, his garments, or something of that sort. She hung the hair, or whatever it was, on a peg, and fumigated it with brimstone, sprinkling salt on the fire and mentioning the names of the lover and his lass. Then she drew a magic wheel from her bosom and set it spinning, while she garbled a spellful of barbarous and fearsome words. This soon brought the false lover back to the feet of his charmer. 934. Apuleius tells how an amorous Thessalian, which sought to win the affections of a handsome Boeotian youth by similar means. As darkness fell, she mounted the roof, and there, surrounded by a hellish array of dead men's bones, she knotted the severed tresses of auburn hair and threw them on the glowing embers of a perfumed fire. But her cunning handmaid had outwitted her. The hair was only goat's hair, and all her enchantments ended in dismal and ludicrous failure. 935. M166. The Huzels of the Carpathians imagine that if mice get a person's short hair and make a nest of it, the person will suffer from headache or even become idiotic. 936. Similarly, in Germany it is a common notion that, if birds find a person's cut hair and build their nests with it, the person will suffer from headache. 937. Sometimes it is thought that he will have an eruption on the head. 938. The same superstition prevails, or used to prevail, in West Sussex. "I knew how it would be," exclaimed a maidservant one day, "when I saw that bird fly off with a bit of my hair in its beak that blew out of the window this morning when I was dressing. I knew I should have a clapping headache, and so I have." 939. In like manner, the Scottish Highlanders believe that if cut or loose hair is allowed to blow away with the wind and it passes over an empty nest, or a bird takes it to its nest, the head from which it came will ache. 940. The Todas of southern India hide their clipped hair in bushes or hollows in the rocks, in order that it may not be found by crows, and they bury the parings of their nails lest they should be eaten by buffaloes, with whom, it is believed, they would disagree. 941. M167. Again, it is thought that cut or combed out hair may disturb the weather by producing rain and hail, thunder and lightning. We have seen that in New Zealand a spell was uttered at hair cutting to avert thunder and lightning. In the Tyrol, witches are supposed to use cut or combed out hair to make hailstones or thunderstorms with. 942. Linkit Indians have been known to attribute stormy weather to the rash act of a girl who had combed her hair outside of the house. 943. The Romans seem to have held similar views, for it was a maxim with them that no one on shipboard should cut his hair or nails except in a storm. 944. That is, when the mischief was already done. In the Highlands of Scotland it is said that no sister should comb her hair at night if she have a brother at sea. 945. In West Africa, when the Mani of Khadim or Jumba died, the people used to run in crowds to the corpse and tear out his hair, teeth, and nails, which they kept as a rain charm, believing that otherwise no rain would fall. The Mikoko of the Antiques begged the missionaries to give him half their beards as a rain charm. 946. When Duchelu had his hair cut among the Ashira of West Africa, the people scuffled and fought for the clippings of his hair, even the aged king himself taking part in the scrimmage. Every one who succeeded in getting some of the hairs wrapped them up carefully, and went off in triumph. When the traveler, who was regarded as a spirit by these simple-minded folk, asked the king what use the clippings could be to him, his sable majesty replied, "Oh, spirit, these hairs are very precious. We shall make mandas, fitaches, of them, and they will bring other white men to us, and bring us great good luck and riches. Since you have come to us, O spirit, we have wished to have some of your hair, but did not dare to ask for it, not knowing that it could be cut. 947. The Wabonde of Eastern Africa preserved the hair and nails of their dead chiefs and used them both for the making of rain and the healing of the sick. 948. The hair, beard, and nails of their deceased chiefs are the most sacred possession, the most precious treasure of the Baranga of southeastern Africa. Preserved in pellets of cow dung wrapped round with leathern thongs, they are kept in a special hut under the charge of a high priest, who offers sacrifices and prayers at certain seasons, and has to observe strict continence for a month before he handles these holy relics in the offices of religion. A terrible drought was once the result of this, palladium falling into the hands of the enemy. 949. In some Victorian tribes the sorcerer used to burn human hair in time of drought. It was never burned at other times for fear of causing a deluge of rain. Also, when the river was low, the sorcerer would place human hair in the stream to increase the supply of water. 950. M168. If cut hair and nails remain in sympathetic connection with the person from whose body they have been severed, it is clear that they can be used as hostages for his good behavior by anyone who may chance to possess them. For on the principles of contagious magic he has only to injure the hair or nails in order to hurt simultaneously their original owner. Hence when the Nandi have taken a prisoner they shave his head and keep the shorn hair as a surety that he will not attempt to escape. But, when the captive is ransomed, they return his shorn hair with him to his own people. 951. For a similar reason, perhaps, when the Chaha, an Arab tribe of Moab, have taken a prisoner whom they do not wish to put to death, they shave one corner of his head above his temples and let him go. So too, an Arab of Moab who pardons a murderer will sometimes cut off the man's hair and shave his chin before releasing him. Again, when two Moabite Arabs had got hold of a traitor who had revealed their plan of campaign to the enemy, they contented themselves with shaving completely one side of his head and his mustache on the other, after which they set him at liberty. 952. We can now, perhaps, understand why Hanan king of Ammon shaved off one half of the beards of King David's messengers and cut off half their garments before he sent them back to their master. 953. His intention, we may conjecture, was not simply to put a gross affront on the envoys. He distrusted the ambitious designs of King David and wished to have some guarantee of the maintenance of peace and friendly relations between the two countries. That guarantee he may have imagined that he possessed in half of the beards and garments of the ambassadors. And if that was so, we may suppose that when the indignant David set the army of Israel in motion against Ammon, and the fords of Jordan were alive with the passage of his troops, the wizards of Ammon were busy in the strong keep of Rabbah muttering their weird spells and performing their quaint enchantments over the shorn hair and severed skirts in order to dispel the thundercloud of war that was gathering black about their country. Vain hopes. The city fell, and from the gates the sad inhabitants trooped forth in thousands to be laid in long lines on the ground and sought a cinder or ripped up with harrows or to walk into the red glow of the burning brick kilns. 954. Again, the parings of nails may serve the same purpose as the clippings of hair. They too may be treated as bail for the good behavior of the persons from whose fingers they have been cut. It is apparently on this principle that when the Bayaka of the Congo Valley cement a peace, the chiefs of the two tribes meet and eat a cake which contains some of their nail parings as a pledge of the maintenance of the treaty. They believe that he who breaks an engagement contracted in this solemn manner will die. 955. Each of the high contracting parties has in fact given hostages to fortune in the shape of the nail parings which are lodged in the other man's stomach. M169. To preserve the cut hair and nails from injury and from the dangerous uses to which they may be put by sorcerers, it is necessary to deposit them in some safe place. Hence the natives of the Maldives carefully keep the cuttings of their hair and nails and bury them, with a little water, in the cemeteries. For they would not for the world tread upon them nor cast them in the fire, for they say that they are part of their body, and demand burial as it does. And, indeed, they fold them neatly in cotton. And most of them like to be shaved at the gates of temples and mosques. 956. In New Zealand, the severed hair was deposited on some sacred spot of ground to protect it from being touched, accidentally or designedly, by anyone. 957. The shorn locks of a chief were gathered with much care and placed in an adjoining cemetery. 958. The Tahitians buried the cuttings of their hair at the temples. 959. In the streets of Soku, West Africa, a modern traveler observed cairns of large stones piled against walls with tufts of human hair inserted in the crevices. On asking the meaning of this, he was told that when any native of the place pulled his hair, he carefully gathered at the clippings and deposited them in one of these cairns, all of which were sacred to the fetish and therefore inviolable. These cairns of sacred stones, he further learned, were simply a precaution against witchcraft, for if the man were not thus careful in disposing of his hair, some of it might fall into the hands of his enemies, who would, by means of it, be able to cast spells over him and so compass his destruction. 960. When the top knot of a Siamese child has been cut with a great ceremony, the short hairs are put into a little vessel made of plantain leaves and set adrift on the nearest river or canal. As they float away, all that was wrong or harmful in the child's disposition is believed to depart with them. The long hairs are kept till the child makes a pilgrimage to the holy footprint of Buddha on the sacred hill at Prabat. They are then presented to the priests, who are supposed to make them into brushes with which they sweep the footprint. But in fact so much hair is thus offered every year that the priests cannot use it all, so they quietly burn the superfluity as soon as the pilgrims' backs are turned. 961. The cut hair and nails of the Flamen Dilas were buried under a lucky tree. 962. The shorn tresses of the Vestal Virgins were hung on an ancient lotus tree. 963. In Morocco, women often hang their cut hair on a tree that grows on or near the grave of a wonder-working saint, for they think thus to rid themselves of headache or to guard against it. 964. In Germany, the clippings of hair used often to be buried under an elder bush. 965. In Oldenburg, cut hair and nails are wrapped in a cloth which is deposited in a hole in an elder tree 3 days before the new moon. The hole is then plugged up. 966. In the west of Northumberland, it is thought that if the first parings of a child's nails are buried under an ash tree, the child will turn out a fine singer. 967. In Amboina, before a child may taste sago pap for the first time, the father cuts off a lock of the infant's hair, which he buries under a sago palm. 968. In the Aru Islands, when a child is able to run alone, a female relation shears a lock of its hair and deposits it on a banana tree. 969. In the island of Roti, it is thought that the first hair which a child gets is not his own, and that, if it is not cut off, it will make him weak and ill. Hence, when the child is about a month old, his hair is pulled with much ceremony. As each of the friends who are invited to the ceremony enters the house, he goes up to the child, snips off a little of its hair and drops it into a cocoa nut shell full of water. Afterwards the father or another relation takes the hair and packs it into a little bag made of leaves, which he fastens to the top of a palm tree. Then he gives the leaves of the palm a good shaking, climbs down, and goes home without speaking to anyone. 970. Indians of the Yukon Territory, Alaska, do not throw away their cut hair and nails, but tie them up in little bundles and place them in the crotches of trees or wherever they are not likely to be disturbed by beasts. For they have a superstition that disease will follow the disturbance of such remains by animals. 971. M170. Often the clipped hair and nails are stowed away in any secret place, not necessarily in a temple or cemetery or at a tree, as in the cases already mentioned. Thus in Swabia you are recommended to deposit your clipped hair in some spot where neither sun nor moon can shine on it, for example in the earth or under a stone. 972. In Danzig it is buried in a bag under the threshold. 973. In Uge, one of the Solomon Islands, men bury their hair lest it should fall into the hands of an enemy who would make magic with it and so bring sickness or calamity on them. 974. The same theory seems to be general in Melanesia, and has led to a regular practice of hiding cut hair and nails. 975. In Fiji, the short hair is concealed in the thatch of the house. 976. Most Burmese ancients tie the combings of their hair and the parings of their nails to a stone and sink them in deep water or bury them in the ground. 977. The Zend Avesta directs that the clippings of hair and the parings of nails shall be placed in separate holes, and that 3, 6, or 9 furrows shall be drawn round each hole with a metal knife. 978. In the Grihya Sutras it is provided that the hair cut from a child's head at the end of the 1st, 3rd, 5th, or 7th year shall be buried in the earth at a place covered with grass or in the neighborhood of water. 979. At the end of the period of his studentship, a Brahmin has his hair shaved and his nails cut. And a person who is kindly disposed to him gathers the short hair and the clipped nails, puts them in a lump of bull's dung, and buries them in a cow stable or near an adumbara tree or in a clump of darbha grass, with the words, "Thus I hide the sins of so and so." 980. The Modi or Moru tribe of Central Africa bury the parings of their nails in the ground. 981. In Uganda, grown people throw away the clippings of their hair, but carefully bury the parings of their nails. 982. The Ailer are careful to collect and bury both their hair and nails in safe places. 983. The same practice prevails among many tribes of South Africa, from a fear lest wizards should get hold of the severed particles and work evil with them. 984. The Kaffirs carry still further this dread of allowing any portion of themselves to fall into the hands of an enemy. For not only do they bury their cut hair and nails in a secret spot, but when one of them cleans the head of another, he preserves the vermin which he catches, carefully delivering them to the person to whom they originally appertained, supposing, according to their theory, that as they derived their support from the blood of the men from whom they were taken, should they be killed by another, the blood of his neighbor would be in his possession, thus placing in his hands the power of some superhuman influence. 985. Amongst the Wanyoro of Central Africa, all cuttings of the hair and nails are carefully stored under the bed and afterwards strewed about among the tall grass. 986. Similarly, the Wahoko of Central Africa take pains to collect their cut hair and nails and scatter them in the forest. 987. The Asa, a branch of the Maasai, hide the clippings of their hair and the parings of their nails or throw them away far from the kraal, lest a sorcerer should get hold of them and make their original owners ill by his magic. 988. In North Guinea, the parings of the fingernails and the shorn locks of the head are scrupulously concealed, lest they be converted into a charm for the destruction of the person to whom they belong. 989. For the same reason, the clipped hair and nail parings of chiefs in southern Nigeria are secretly buried. 990. Among the Thompson Indians of British Columbia, loose hair was buried, hidden, or thrown into the water, because, if an enemy got hold of it, he might bewitch the owner. 991. In Bolamongondo, a district of western Celebes, the first haircut from a child's head is kept in a young cocoa nut, which is commonly hung on the front of the house, under the roof. 992. To spit upon the hair before throwing it away is thought in some parts of Europe to be a sufficient safeguard against its use by witches. 993. Spitting as a protective charm is well known. 994. M171. Sometimes the severed hair and nails are preserved, not to prevent them from falling into the hands of a magician, but that the owner may have them at the resurrection of the body, to which some races look forward. Thus the Incas of Peru took extreme care to preserve the nail parings and the hairs that were shorn off or torn out with a comb, placing them in holes or niches in the walls. And if they fell out, any other Indian that saw them picked them up and put them in their places again. I very often asked different Indians, at various times, why they did this, in order to see what they would say, and they all replied in the same words, saying, "Know that all persons who are born must return to life. They have no word to express resuscitation, and the souls must rise out of their tombs with all that belong to their bodies." We, therefore, in order that we may not have to search for our hair and nails, at a time when there will be much hurry and confusion, place them in one place, that they may be brought together more conveniently, and, whenever it is possible, we are also careful to spit in one place. 995. In Chile, this custom of stuffing the short hair into holes in the wall is still observed, it being thought the height of imprudence to throw the hair away. 996. Similarly, the Turks never throw away the parings of their nails, but carefully stow them in cracks of the walls or of the boards, in the belief that they will be needed at the resurrection. 997. The Armenians do not throw away their cut hair and nails and extracted teeth, but hide them in places that are esteemed holy, such as a crack in the church wall, a pillar of the house, or a hollow tree. They think that all these severed portions of themselves will be wanted at the resurrection, and that he who has not stowed them away in a safe place will have to hunt about for them on the great day. 998. With the same intention the Macedonians bury the parings of their nails in a hole. 999. And devout Muslims in Morocco hide them in a secret place. 1000. Similarly, the Arabs of Moab bestow the parings of their nails in the crannies of walls, where they are sanguine enough to expect to find them when they appear before their Maker. 1001. Some of the Esthonians keep the parings of their finger and toe-nails in their bosom, in order to have them at hand when they are asked for them at the Day of Judgment. 1002. In a like spirit, peasants of the Vosges will sometimes bury their extracted teeth secretly, marking the spot well so that they may be able to walk straight to it on the resurrection day. 1003. In the village of Drumconrath, near Lakes, in Ireland, there used to be some old women who, having ascertained from Scripture that the hairs of their heads were